bring all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. You can feel it in the air. The group stage is now behind us, and in front of us is the gauntlet that is the Marvel Rivals Ignite playoffs, and the road to LAN begins. I'm Cozy, joined by the always brilliant Vicky. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Happy to be back on the mic joining you, Cozy, and it feels like time is flying by as we get ready to kick off the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We have some awesome news ahead. We have 10 of the world's best teams across 5 competitive regions earning their place in the global stage. And Vicky and I, we're happy to announce, big announcement, that the first official LAN will be hosted in China, with America getting 3 spots of the 10. The idea of LAN and Rivals, it just has me pumped.
Dude, this will be history in the making for Marvel Rivals Esports, and we get to all watch it unfold on the big stage live.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Listen, the group stage gave us the setup today. We're going to be getting the payoff, Vicky. And the script, every team's not going to get their happy ending, right? Like, we're going to feel and see what these teams have been able to put together in the last week since the group stage. And this really kicks it all off. Today, we've got a bunch of best of 3s in the upper bracket, and the rest of the tournament, best of 5 until that finale, the big grand finale, the best of 7. Vicky, we've got a lot coming our way.
And you only have 3 spots to claim, right? So it's going to be crazy to see which of these teams have made the adjustment necessary within the last week, where they had a little bit of a break going into today's playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is where, confidence gets tested. Chemistries, it gets exposed, and you either rise together or you fall as one into that lower bracket. And from this point on, it feels like every team has got to give it their all, the skills, the strategy, everything they've done to get to this point. We've eliminated 50% from the group stage, and we're left with the top 8.
Man, I cannot wait. I mean, after the action we already saw unfold, during the group stage, and now playoffs right now coming up soon, there's so much to just dig into this amazing set of matches that we have ready up for us.
Well, guys, with the playoffs comes some big-time games and big-time interviews. You guys might know him from his tier list, or the man is just always streaming Rivals, and all the time for that matter. Welcome him in. We've got Flats here. How you doing, man? Good to have you in.
Hey, thanks for having me. That's probably one of my favorite introductions I've ever gotten.
Hey, listen, I know, and I've been a part of the viewership. You've been Mr. Ignite and Mr. Marvel Rivals. You've got the drops going on over there, and it's been a big watch party of Ignite. You've watched a lot of matches, a lot of regions. Flats, first of all, it's good to talk to you, face to face here. But also, what has been, your favorite matchup, your moment from the tournament so far?
I'm actually going to throw you a curveball. I think my favorite matchups have actually been the OCE ones at night. They are so fun to watch, and like they have their own meme going of like there's one player named Donald, and they call him LeBronald because he always is hitting the mag ults. And then there's a few of them, they just all cycle through their mag ults, and it's like they all carry with it, and it's so funny to watch. That's been a huge treat because I know like NA and EMEA get a lot of like the main like focus from people, so being able to show those matches at night have been awesome. And I think the other one have probably been FlyQuest's turnaround. Watching FlyQuest, I think, lost to Ego Death, and then they just turned around and now they just stomp everybody and they're unbeatable. So like I don't know what happened, but that's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, going from across regions, you've been invested, man. Oceania, NA out here, EMEA. First off, Flats, it's happy to hear from you again. Being able to see your face out here, it's always been a pleasure. And now being able to just basically watch Ignite and how you've been able to play 2 Marvel Rivals. How has watching the Ignite series influenced you so far within your own respective matches? Like, I see that Spider-Man, but how have you approached the game any differently?
I kind of wish you hadn't seen the Spider-Man, actually. It's been fun because, early in season 2.5, I felt like Cloak and Dagger was actually really good. And I remember there was a lot of people that were like, no, they're really bad. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. Now it's like every game has been Cloak and Dagger either played or banned. And I'm like, wait a minute. Actually pretty good. And some other heroes like Captain America, a lot of, like after the nerfs were like, oh, that character's gone, he's unplayable now, getting played a ton. The only thing I would probably say that is like the most like concrete out of anything is just like, oh yeah, Emma or Mag, every game has to be banned, one of the two, and then you just save the other. But how open the meta is, how flexible it is, how every map is like, even if the comps are like similar mirror wise, you're playing something different from game to game has been really, really cool to see.
Yeah, the new pick and ban system has helped with that a ton. And I love what you said about OCE. I just, I have a Rivals podcast that kind of recaps the Ignite. And I had the OCE team on just to tell me about the scene there. It's chaos. Thor and Moon Knight before the build, they're going crazy with the team comps and just the hype. And you've been on 20 hours a day. It's insane the shifts you're pulling over there, man. But I've got to ask you, we just announced first ever LAN for Rivals happening in China. What do you think about a Rivals LAN, and what are your thoughts around just the whole esports and the birth of it for Rivals here?
I think honestly, the esports as a whole has been I don't know how I want to describe it. Just the last couple years have been tough for esports, and Rivals has been the biggest game of the last year. And I think they have an opportunity to really set the stage. And being able to do it in China, there is a chance that if they go all out with it, and it's a huge, massive event, and people from all around the world see it, it could be the start of the next major phenomenon esport. Just from the hype alone, from what Rivals has had, and as well as just I don't know how many LANs you've seen out of the China region before, but they go hard. They go really hard there. So I'm excited. I don't know. We'll have to see. It just got announced, right? I think I heard you guys announce it a few minutes ago. So I'd love to know more details about it, but it is exciting.
Yeah, I want players walking in with songs like, AC/DC, Iron Man suits, the whole deal. Yeah, let's get the whole thing going. But it's cool. Marvel, listen, it's Marvel, so people can watch it right away. And even if you're not extremely familiar, and hero shooters can be a bit intimidating to go into, you've got, Spider-Man going against Iron Man, and at the very least, you can kind of, keep track of what's going on there. So definitely be cool. Just excited to see what that looks like, Vicky.
Dude, I cannot wait to imagine a Marvel Rivals themed LAN in China. The lights are about to go crazy. The presentation's gonna be insane. It's literally, it checks all the boxes of all my childhood dreams in one, right? And you add that together with gaming and a LAN event. Anyone who's attended a LAN can also tell you that there is no other energy that is rivaled versus being at a LAN for your favorite game. It is going to be insane, and the energy from the crowd seeps into the mics, usually when a caster is talking, and it's contagious. You can't help but feel that crowd energy from your own home.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, listen, Flats, we want to make your job here a little difficult today. So I got some questions for you, but then also we've got predictions of today's matches. Some great lineups. We have best of 3, and we're going to look at all of the matches in today's schedule. Me and Vicky, we gave our predictions, and, it looks like some of these could be upsets, but let me start from the top there. FlyQuest versus Teki is where we begin, Flats, and you've seen both these teams perform. Who do you've got there?
I think that's a FlyQuest, and nothing against Teki. FlyQuest looked dominant. I don't know what happened. They just flipped a switch. I'm sorry. That's a lock for me.
Yep. Okay. I like it. Yeah. Lower bracket was their freaking home. Looking at that, looks a little bit, but Sentinels and Envy, that's looking a bit closer. Which I know you definitely you know Crimzo and friends. Are you going that way or Envy?
That's a hard one. I watched Envy, or not Envy's. Oh, I watched Envy's, but Sentinels to go into the finals match. And I like Sentinels a lot. I like a lot of their players. I know most of their players, but I was really worried if it was just is their ult usage a little sloppy, or is it more that they were just we're gonna win this game regardless, so they're just kind of going for hero plays. I'm really hoping it was more of they just kind of were confident they were going to win, because they're not going to get away with that against a team maybe like Envy or 100 Thieves later. I think they got it. Envy was considered 2 weeks ago the #1 team. So it's hard to write them off. And I want to say Sentinels, but I really, really, really hope that ult usage I saw that last week has been cleaned up. So I'm going to go Sentinels.
Like it.
Okay, I like this because it changes things up, Flats, because Cozy and I actually had our own separate predictions here too, and they looked almost identical. So hearing you say Sentinels, okay, breath of fresh air here. Gonna take over the next set too, though, with 100 Thieves versus Shroud X coming up right after that. What's your thoughts and opinions on that one?
I gotta go 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves I think was the #1 team until last week, where FlyQuest went crazy. They won the previous tournament as well. So they're always just a top team, always top contenders. So you can't write them off, especially after having a week of practice and being able to go back maybe to the drawing board on a couple of things. If they were, maybe they learned some stuff from the FlyQuest matches. And Shroud X, honestly, can I just gotta say, I'm actually really happy for Shroud X, because when I first started watching last week, I saw people come on and a lot of people were shit talking them. They were saying they weren't good. They were gonna get 0-4'd, and then they went on to like not lose an entire match for like 4 or 5 games straight. So I'm really happy to see what kind of run that they've been on. But I still got to give it 100 Thieves. I'm sorry.
Great, I love it. And then we've got our last matchup is Nemesis versus Ego Death. Ego Death, the fun, the dive squad. They were like probably the most surprising team of the tournament to start out there. What's your thoughts on that? The winner of group stage, Group A, the group of Death, or Group B, or Ego?
I want to see Ego Death. I want to see Ego Death do it. I like that team. Their interviews won me over. I gotta go with Ego Death. Even though I think it's a bit of an uphill battle for him, I want to see Ego Death, so I'm gonna go for it.
Love it, dude. Thank you for giving your predictions to us. This is what we had. You were different, obviously, versus we had Envy. You going with the latter. Love that. And then Ego Death. What a spicy pick, man. That would be one way to kick off the playoffs here as they're trying to fight or land. Well, listen, man, as we look at our predictions and go to you, I've got a couple questions for you, okay? You're a streamer. You almost qualified to get in here for Ignite. You guys were close over there. I've got to ask you, what's harder, playing on a big stage like that or trying to manage your chat backseat gaming over there? Which one's harder?
If we're talking mentally, definitely the chats. If we're talking like just, playing in, yeah, we got to be locked in for those tournaments. And, I'm getting up there. I feel like I'm getting a little old now. It's hard to keep up with these younger whippersnappers. They're a little quicker on the draw. And I kind of have to just be like, hey, like, how did you guys figure this out? Tell me how you did it. Like, how did you, we had some insane little strats. Like Gaspin taught me a lot from our time in the tournament, so I appreciated all of them. All of my teammates were awesome. But honestly, I think I enjoy this side a little bit more these days, where the co-streaming, just having a good time with it. It's way less stressful. Although sometimes I regret reading, especially TikTok chat. I see things there that no one should ever see.
The Wild West. That's where, again, whippersnappers is a term I haven't heard in a decade. Thank you for bringing that back. I love it. Listen, one more. Okay, I got another one for you. If you had to lock in one hero for 8 hours straight, who is it? And if you could banish one hero from the roster, who would it be?
I'm banishing Wolverine no matter what. Don't care. I don't think I have anything else
That
to be
was your
said.
answer. I knew it.
If I'm locking one hero for 8 hours, I feel like I'd stay the most sane on Strange, but I'd have the most fun on Captain America. So I'm going to lock it in. I'm going Captain America.
I like it.
All right. So going back to our predictions, man, if there was one team, because the way that you highlighted Ego Death, it gave me thought, if there was one team that would cause an entire upset here and you would want them to sit in the grand finals right now, what team would it be?
I like Ego Death a lot. I don't know if I could even pretend I could see them going all that far, because there's just so many good teams. I would love to see... I think I'd love to see Sentinels go all the way to the finals. I think I'm maybe a bit biased in that department, but I think that would be a fun one. Or honestly, I would love to see at some point a rematch of FlyQuest and 100 Thieves. I just like seeing good matches, and I think that's probably the best potential. And then also I think one of these guys is going to get really good really soon, because I don't know who's going to beat Virtus Pro over from the EU side. They just look unbeatable. So they gotta start really getting it together over here.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I mean, that's what LAN's gonna bring, right? We can finally see some of these top squads, and 3 make it from America. I think 2 make it from EMEA. So it'll be interesting to see, the matchups between the two. I got 2 final, one quick answer questions here. First of all, if you could have any character coming with season 3 in a couple weeks, but moving past season 3, one Marvel hero that can come to the game, your choice. You get to pick the flat special. Who is it?
We did this to me last time, and I had to admit on broadcast that I wasn't super well versed in the universe, and I was trying to figure something out. And I think on the fly I just said Deadpool. I feel like I could cop out and just go with that again, but I think a Thanos season would be pretty funny. So I'm gonna change my answer to that.
I like it. I like the Thanos, but yeah, you go around collecting all the Infinity Stones while your team's like battling it out on the point or something. That could work out. Final question for you. I've heard it on stream. I got to hear it here. You said Dr. Pepper is truly overrated. Actually, I think is the term there. Is that your belief? Is that a statement from you?
Oh yeah, for sure. Dr. Pepper is. Okay. I don't know. I don't want to drink pepper. Like, I mean, it's not actual pepper, but like, you know, I don't. Spicy drinks are just not that great. Like, I think you should have spice, and then you get rid of the spice with the drink, you know? Just, it's just not, I don't like it. I think it's very overrated.
Hey, you had some other hot takes today. You know, that's another one there, you know, with a lot of America. I like to hear it, buddy. Listen, if you guys want to hear more of those hot takes and this man co-cast alongside us, get your magic drops with him. It's a good time. Again, I've hung out there and had a good time myself. Flats, again, just fun talking to you, again, face to face. Hopefully I can do more of it here in the future.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah,
thanks,
absolutely, man. Have a good one. Good luck out there.
You too. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, guys, that was the man, the myth, the legend, Flats himself, and telling you, just a fun time to watch him as a fellow content creator. Just been fun to, you know, to see the content he's putting out there, tier list, see the comments. It's always just chaos out there. But Vicky, either way, we've got ourselves, as he said it, we had some hot takes, but honestly, I also think they could just be based just by how close these teams are going to be in their matchups and what we look at, you know, as we head towards the first one.
Dude, I love listening to Flats and like his opinions on things too. Like, he's just got that cadence. Don't forget, guys, to show your support to Flats. He's definitely streaming right now. That's why I mentioned the Spider-Man. He was like stalking up behind the rocket for like a solid like minute before he decided to attack. But I'm excited. I'm excited to dig into all the action that we're about to have here, Cozy. Let's get it started, man. Playoffs.
Yeah, here we go. And guys, listen, the new pick and ban system was new to a lot of people, but over all of the regions, this was insane to look at. These are all the heroes and their total ban amount. So Loki across all regions taking first place. I know Emma Frost in America, I believe, was first place, but Loki first there. Magneto, obviously a lot of those tanks that we saw early on, and as Flat said, then Luna, Punisher, and the newest Ultron. Vicky, pretty interesting on the ban side here.
Yeah, of course, like the Punisher just allowing itself to have a lot more range against these flyers have been pesky in the skies. The Ultron, though, has been the cherry on top, in my opinion, too, because I remember when everyone was looking at Ultron, it was a complete write-off of, oh, it's not going to be enough healing situation, it's going to be another Mantis out here. Yet, when you have that power-up either with Iron Man or even just standalone in a triple support composition, it's shown just how powerful it is. But I think the one pick that surprised both of us the most, Cozy, has to go towards the Torch.
Yeah, Human Torch has been everywhere, and oftentimes we saw it with Nemesis, the player, the team with the better torch, ended up getting the dubs. Again, he's just been a monster impact for just pressure, positioning, and combinations in the ults there. But looking at the bans across the game modes, again, this is now for America. You're seeing Emma at the top of this list. Loki often. You see a lot of these kind of core healing strategists leading the pack here, and then some to follow that on Convoy. And Wolverine, Vicky, I gotta say, and Flat said it himself. He said if he could pick one hero to ban, it should be Wolverine. We're seeing that here. The team that bans Wolverine is typically having success if they have access to him as well.
Yeah, actually, I feel like you talked to Energy specifically about going to map-specific situations where the Wolverine comes into play. Just looking at what is locked into just kind of gives you that hint. And Wolverine in itself, if you've played ranked, you understand the type of problem Wolverine is, especially when it comes to game-making opportunities. It literally leans into a win condition if you get that one huge kidnap.
And again, yes, I mean, looking into it, Energy saying it best, you know, the game is won with picks and bans. And the picks here, the locks, the saves, showing a little bit of a different story. Obviously, you're going to have Magneto, Emma high up there because it's going to be the inverse of what we saw. We started to see teams also lock in whoever their best player duelist was. We got some duelist bans that we continue to see as well. So it's going to make for an interesting story. Again, different than ladder. These teams are going to be picking for their team and then banning against their team. And so if they ban Wolverine, they can still access it themselves if you are new and coming just for the playoffs here. But we start things off with the big one, Vicky. FlyQuest, the winners, and the 8 seed. And honestly, they don't want to be called underdogs, all right? They don't call them to their face. They think they're ready for this matchup. And FlyQuest on one of the biggest victories yet. I mean, just check out the results from it. Yeah, we had kind of our upset there at the beginning with Ego Death going 0-2 or 2-0 on them. Ever since then, really, it's been lights out.
Yeah, and then on the other side, Teki getting double eliminated by Shroud X too, hopefully figuring out what they need to do, because they say to everybody, they said it on our interview, don't sleep on us, like you're gonna remember why we have our name out here, but they have to put in the results, and FlyQuest being the first competitors that you have to deal with now in the playoffs bracket is definitely gonna be a testament here.
Yeah, taking out Citadel Gaming, Dark Zero, both really good teams. You know, Shroud X does have, seem to have their number on the first couple games there. But either way, they might be seated low, but they've got the fire, the pace, and the chip on their shoulder to make things interesting and fast. And hey, FlyQuest, they were out round one last time. You know, maybe they're comfortable in the lower bracket. You know, who knows what we'll have to see here. I know that we've got a lot of favor for them. And again, here is their roster. Now, I do believe Audios will be in there instead of Light, just as we've seen in the past. Maybe it'll surprise us here on air, but we expect that going in. But Vess and my goodness, Spark Chief, some of the best Vanguards in the business. I had the privilege of talking to Energy. He backs up his team all the way, and it was our forecasters kind of duelist of the week. This team has it all.
That's why when I take a look at this lineup here and what we've already seen from FlyQuest, man, they're all so good and they all bring out something completely different, very flexible. And then you look at Teki and you see the comparison between FlyQuest and Teki. This is going to be basically like the battle of the Psylocks between Energy and Tap specifically. And seeing how that's going to work into even the ban systems, because obviously if you have these strong Psylocks coming out, you have to imagine what the AMER Frost is going to incorporate with the team up too.
Yeah, if you guys want to see some of the best Psylocke action in the world, get your friends that play Psylocke. If you want to learn, it's going to be Tap versus Energy himself. We expect to see a lot of that. Avery, great flyer as well. Avery has been able to really support, depending on how Tap's able to pop off, support in the air. That's the flyer of the team. But don't sleep on the strategists on both sides. Obviously, Cooper putting up insane numbers on FlyQuest, and Ad has been doing insane on the part of Teki. So altogether, a lightning and electric matchup between the two teams. And listen, we've seen a little bit of everything from both of them. We've seen things of triple res to Captain America going crazy on the Vanguard play, and then FlyQuest, they pride themselves in being diverse, and they've definitely showed it.
Yeah, you talk about some crazy matchups. The Brute versus Spark Chief matchup is going to be also interesting, right? You talk about the possible big plays of Captain America if we don't see Magneto coming to fruition. Then you have Spark coming out on the Hulk. It's going to be a great time because this also brings two teams together that get to play into their strength that other teams aren't leaning into what is different, more so leaning into what is safe.
Well, guys, it all starts here right now. And again, we are in the new build. So Moon Knight, he might make an appearance. Thor, the new and improved Thor. We've got team-ups that have been nerfed. The Jeff NATO, the Hawkeye Luna. Things have changed as we head into Domination to kick off both these teams. And listen, same as last week, Emma Frost to make history repeat itself.
Okay, there you go. That's what starts things off. I'm not surprised. I mean, do you really want to deal with the mental projection team up with the Psylocks that we know that are probably going to come out in full play as the double protection on the Magneto? It's what we're going to first see for our first map on Domination.
Yeah, FlyQuest right away, making sure Avery does not have access to that Human Torch. These teams are locked in. And look at that. They respect the tip of the cap to Tap. Gonna be curious if this goes back, because if Tap doesn't have Psylocke, but Energy does, that's going to be nice for them. Energy also could be playing Wolverine, so we might see that. Human Torch elected to not be there. So just looking at what FlyQuest plays, I'd be pretty pumped if I were them with what they have available at the moment.
Okay, now looking on the other side here, at least working for Teki. What's going to be the third ban? The triple ban back-to-back here that red team usually has, and it looks like the mutual respect is given.
There it is.
No Psylocke from either side. So, you know, I love how we hint this at the Battle of the Psylocks, but this is what our advanced ban system really provides here too, as they save the Punisher, expecting the Flyers from FlyQuest.
I was about to expect, honestly, the Punisher going to get banned, because I know after Psylocke, Tap plays Punisher, and it's going to be Wolverine in the side of them. Avery, though, leans on the Flyers. There's now no Human Torch, no Storm. Great strategic banning. One thing that opens up, though, with both these teams, Luna's available. They can go with Luna. You see a lot of strategists being banned. Not this time around. They kind of have their pick outside of Loki there on the side of FlyQuest.
Okay, so having the strategist out to play here, the Loki to prevent any sort of dive shenanigans as well here too, but looking like we get to lean onto that Wolverine pick that we were highlighting too, as Energy has been able to come out not only on the Wolverine, the Torch, and the Psylocke. Obviously, they're not going to be able to run that Torch or Psylocke here in this equation.
Yeah, here, guys. Now, again, if you don't know, best of three, first to two. The first map's always Domination. The loser gets a pick between Convoy and Convergence. So that is what we will see as we start off in Wakanda. We may not have any Black Panther now, but I can guarantee we will have some later for you if that's what you're looking for, as we have the flyover of this gorgeous Marvel location, home of the Vibranium. And listen, I saw teams lock in already. We've got the Cap on the side of Blur, and we have the good old Wolverine energy and Vest back to Magneto. Exactly what worked for them in group stage.
Let's get this started here. Trying to kick off our playoffs now for our first match, FlyQuest versus Teki. And let's not forget, you guys get to submit your own votes. Which team will win match number 1? You guys can then check down below. Try to see whether you agree with us here. FlyQuest with that 87% huge lead versus the Teki expectations.
Yeah, the house odds like to fly here, 87%. This would be quite the bracket breaker if Teki could get it done here, as Blur's kicking things off here, trying to get himself a little bit of action in the back line, but the team is left somewhat alone as both teams aren't really even on the point with 5 seconds left to go, and Energy now going into it with the other FlyQuest on the high ground, Vicky.
Oh, and already trying to find the kidnap before diving in. The protection, too, coming in from the Hulk that we mentioned from Spark, as Brute is the first one to go down. FlyQuest having the number advantage as they start closing in the gap here.
Yeah, Cooper picking up where he left off with that freeze there on Brute right away. Rescue Magneto in this first fight's going to be tough here. Spark Chief just going crazy on the Gamma God that we've seen in Hulk. But Tap electing to play Hella from the flank angle. I like that. Energy's going to have to keep an eye on him if he plans to not let him get too many picks here. But right now, they let FlyQuest get the point, and that's going to be rough for the opening.
Yeah, imagine being on the Dios right here on the Ultron, and you're looking at Tap being on the Hella, and then Avery being on the Punisher. 2 hit scans that could definitely try to deal with you, but luckily on this round, though, you have these 2 walls to work off of his energy, falling a little bit low. The extermination, though, is going to be able to bring him right back to health.
Yeah, Adios already getting that extermination, but Tap, again, if he's left unchecked there from the side, and the Goddess of Death is going to bring down the other villain in Ultra. Gearing extermination is huge. Avery now with that final judgment, getting a pick on Vest. Energy getting a pick in return, but it's not going to look pretty as now Cooper just trying to keep things stalled and alive, but this looks like Teki could get this point back.
At least they stalled for as long as possible. They're nearing that 35% as they're going to be able to now flip the point, and we really get to see some Doctor Strange portal plays from Adios.
Yeah, Adios getting that. Oh, nope. We're going to have the portal on the point. Instead, we're going right to Namor. This is what they ran a lot of the time in Domination, and one of the main teams that did it. When you have Spark Chief on the Hulk, why not, right? The King of the Sea can do his part with those Gamma Squids. Vest now trying to get an opening here and get some poke damage, as Adios is going to try to join in. Now, it looks like this team is feeling right where they left off here. They've got a couple ultimates going into this fight. Wolfels, though, is the one to watch out for.
We've actually seen this from Adios and Spark 2 with that Gamma Squid specifically, so this is not unfamiliar territory here as they're going to be able to try to recontest. The Meteor is online as well as Energy, about to have that Wolverine ultimate, but Tap first activates the Goddess of Death, while Vez now from the skies tries to send the Meteor in the backline, not finding the Loki, as the lamps also come up from both angles.
Now, cool is that we can now see some of the players kind of home face cams there on what they do. Energy, we're seeing what he looks like when he's playing. Logan himself, again, he's not flanking. He's hunting as he goes in, trying to get the pick early. We've got Zealous putting in that internal bond, getting that pressure going, forcing Wolfels to get the fate of both worlds out there. And right now, Cooper doing the same and matching it. Energy, though, is going to get rid of Tap, not letting that... Ooh, there we go. Not getting that pick now on the Ultron and keeping things spicy.
Almost got the clip off the map, off to the very side here before getting that finishing blow onto Tap. Brute with the slight stun here before Adios sends out the Namor ult. Meteor now called in from Brute, tries to find the choke point and still gets that final hit onto Cooper as he was just trying to hide away from him. Spark also gets a reset with the whole ultimate.
Now off the backboard, Ollie oops himself and gets the pick there on Luna. Great job from Brute there. Again, 88% Teki looking very comfortable right now. And ever since losing that first point, FlyQuest being a little bit on their rocker, 80% of you guys picking FlyQuest to win. Well, they got to get this first point to get that started. And Avery with the finish exclamation point there on Spark Chief to get the first point, Vicky.
Okay, starting things off as strong as we were expecting playoffs to be. A little crazy out here. Nice longer stagger too onto Spark off the Bruce banner, taking that very first round as we move up to Stellar.
Yeah, wow. I mean, color me surprised, but also in the interview, I think it was Blur. He's like, hey, we're not underdogs. Don't call us underdogs. You guys may not know us. I know respect, is not given, it's earned, and they're earning it right now.
Dude, taking a look at Avery, though, the Punisher actually being a problem. And if you consider it right here, too, that was exactly what they had protected aside from the Magneto. Just to work into their favor, even if you get to see certain flyers that were banned, the Ultron being saved was that indicator to lean into Avery's strength.
Yeah, absolutely. There again, player of the week for us was Energy, and Wolverine just didn't get enough there from that one. So we are going to have a switch up here. Audios is going to be going and switching as Energy is going to be going to Namor as Bast and Black Panther gaze upon us here as we enter the map. And looking at it, we have Audios back on Ultron.
We get to see the flexibility coming out from Teki. It's not about the flyers here from Avery. It's about being utilized here on the Punisher, setting up in the turret just to build into that ultimate, controlling good amount of space, closer to the pillars here too, and that's going to also allow Audios to try to dance and stall just a little bit in the back lines here before having to forcefully fly out of the open cover.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're FlyQuest, you know right now who is the person doing the job, and that is Avery on Punisher. You got to make sure that you can track him and get him eliminated, making Audios' time just rough out there against, you know, both Hela and both hit scans. That's going to be a tough job. As Sparksheep does get the elimination, does get the pressure on tap. Oh, Will comes out, and the whole C follows behind Moby Dick as they get the triple to open up this point.
I mean, the old man in the sea gave me a little taste of that as they found themselves drowning on that boat before backing away. This is still trying to harass Cooper, or rather the other side of Wolfos, who does have that Luna ultimate. But at least they get the reflect here. They get the toss up on that point. It did take them a little bit like we saw from that first round.
Yeah, I like the switch up over there to Namor. That's going to be clean as we've got now a few ults online for Fly. Teki's going to have pretty much everything in the bank. Blur's going to open it up there, doing it all day with Steve Rogers and pushing right onto the point with that pressure, forcing Cooper to get that ult off, which is actually huge, and a job well done as he backs up to his team.
The Fate of Both Worlds not available after the Freedom Charge that's forced that out from Blur, and they have a plethora of ultimates, 5 on the board here for Teki as they have the ultimate advantage going into this next fight.
Yeah, we've got the purple ball up, and unfortunately does not connect. He goes off the back glass there, but we do have the Goddess of Death going up top, trying to get a big pick, but we have the Meteorium going up. Vest has landed these all day in the group stage, but the Loki Lancers keeping everybody protected there. Avery in the combo wombo that we saw plenty in the group stage as well with the Luna, but the Whale goes out to stagger, not eliminate, and Energy does get that elimination on Avery.
Oh, and that was through the God of Mischief in the form of the Fate of Both Worlds, not going to be able to help them out, and now it's going to be another team fight win in favor for FlyQuest, and that was Teki utilizing everything basically that had minus Woofles and their own Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, a good job, Energy, making use of those tries by throwing the 2,000 plus pounds, way more than that, of the Whale on them and eliminating. They did use a lot of their economy. Woofles does have an ult ready to respond, but for the most part, this map has all belonged to FlyQuest. Good answer back.
The area's almost yours.
Is creeping about, is tap. Nearing that 85% in favor for FlyQuest right now on the point, but then you have to worry currently about the No More Energy in position with those squids, while the rest of FlyQuest continuously press in front of Teki's front lines.
Yeah, Vest, I like this little point here, poking forward, getting that pressure on Energy to follow with Audios. Beautiful picks as things get going, and not only that, they use the Woofles Fate of Both Worlds. You're gonna want that back as overtime persists. They're putting pressure on, but Tap getting that resurrection is gonna give them the momentum they need, Vicky.
After getting that pick 2 onto Energy, big first pick here just to flip this point. It made Woofles using that Fate of Both Worlds worth it here in this second round at the very end. Cooper actually reflecting the same thing here, and now the reset from Spark being on this hold before trying to jump away back into Cooper's line of sight. Vez turns around, he sends out the Meteor, he does boot out currently over to the other side just to try to help out Spark as he was falling incredibly low. Now Tap also just gets deleted, has him to just disengage on the Goddess of Death, and another Moby Dick, but Avery, no CC here when you're on the Punisher using that final judgment.
Yeah, nice hiding, a little hide and seek here from Avery and the Punisher, and he found all the strategies connected with Sparks' favorite. Vest does trade with Tap there, gonna make things a bit more equal as the grand finale comes out from Ad there. The Loki copy that's gonna give them all the pressure and sustain that they need. Eternal Bond also doing favor for FlyQuest here as Spark Chief trying to get the most of what he can put out with the Hulk here. Brute now trading with Energy, and at this point, momentum going back over to Teki, 23% and climbing.
Loki holding on though to that ultimate, using the Fate of Both Worlds, also just stalls enough time for Teki to take care of these squids, and now delay here as they're gonna start approaching that 40% mark after flipping it at 0%.
Yeah, honestly, I love them throwing out the Hail Mary a little bit with Woofles to open it up. Yes, you know, it's definitely going to have a lot of punishment if you don't get the point, but they capitalize every receiver in the end zone. They scored multiple touchdowns, getting that point up now to 50%.
See, though, if they can take it all the way home, though, Blur does have that Eye of Agamotto after going over to that Strange. Brute 2 with that Meteor. That's going to be able to try to deny that from Cooper, who has a Fate of Both Worlds going into this next fight. Another Whale coming to the other side. Blur this time. They continuously are targeting out Energy.
And not in the splash zone of those whales at all. They're barely escaping them, but unfortunately, Energy unable to connect on them as the team is just cleaning up right now. Avery punishing heavily. Adios just has not been able to get much going with both of those hit scans, and Avery just popping off. We've seen so much great Punisher play, one of the most banned heroes in this tournament, showcasing why Frank Castle is an absolute unit within Rivals.
And that's why you're seeing the change too from Energy. He's swapped off that Namor. He has gone over to the Wolverine. This is almost a 0 to 100 situation now in favor for Teki, and they have all the ultimates basically ready to go.
Yeah, nobody expected this. Kentucky open up with a 1-0 if they get 2 maps back-to-back. Energy going with the fastball special and going right away, getting hit massively, but the passive is going to keep him nice and safe and cozy as he goes up blue now, trying to get that pressure here on the extermination, and good job keeping his team alive and the pressure away, what Tank should do best here, putting up that shield, getting those good cancels in, and trying to get the early pop-off. Looking at Teki, they've got everything as the Goddess of Death goes up, Vicky.
And you saw that Brew had utilized that meteor on right time after seeing that Vez had used up his own personal shield, not able to protect the backline. Zelos goes out first. The Eye of Akamoto here tries to take out Zelos successfully, unable to use that Eternal Bond. Meanwhile, Cooper trying to keep the team alive. Tepke now, though, just completely wipe out FlyQuest. Spark is just trying to delay the inevitable. This is not how I expected our very first game of the series to go.
We've got the 8 seed over the 1 seed FlyQuest, only dropping 4 maps, I guess, in its entirety throughout the entire run in the domination of the Group of Death in Group A. But Teki, they said, don't call us underdogs, and they're showing why. They stunned the bracket in an 80% pick so far, and they make it 1-0.
How is this happening? History repeating itself just in different forms, I guess, here, Cozy. This is best of 3. It makes it a lot easier to just take the series here without a complete reversal situation as we take a look at the stats.
Yeah, listen, I said FlyQuest, they're comfortable in the lower bracket. Maybe it's true. Avery just going off. He emptied the clips and the scoreboard. I mean, I'm just telling you, Punisher could just go crazy. He says final judgment, no, final everything, and called the game there. Looking at the other players, though, Ad, who I highlighted earlier, played a phenomenal game there as Loki. The whole team really buttoned up, and Teki, that's exactly the start you want.
And your Vez here, you try to get the meteor multiple times on that Loki who was activated. The lamps, yes, you sometimes get that 1 KO onto Woofles, but it was just the way that Teki was ready with the retaliation. That biggest indicator, even after making the comeback, after losing out on that second round, initially for that first fight, we saw FlyQuest get to what, like 80% or so at that point, 90 plus, and then that complete reversal from Teki. Brute waiting out to see if we were going to see Vez's Magneto shield. Once that was used up already, then they were able to retaliate, utilize their own meteor, and it was just all a game of cat and mouse for them to retaliate on base of reaction.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just felt like, all FlyQuest was yelling at the same time, like, I got it, and then no one getting in, they all get eliminated. It just felt like each and every team fight, Teki was able to get the all-important eliminations right before things began or as they escalated, and Avery definitely was, again, that exclamation point on all that. Insanity there with 11 final hits and 30k damage. That'll get the job done.
What happens when Punisher skates by that ban phase, as well as the Loki too, because the Loki really did provide that extra support. We saw the copy into the fate of both worlds, and we saw the potential to stall and kind of make the Namor useless in terms of setting up with the Gamma Squid.
Yeah, and listen, hey, this happens. Like, whenever you win off and you haven't lost a game in a long time, you get comfortable, and then you get yourself in that kind of winner's quo. Teki, though, going off their last loss being, 2-0'd by Shroud X, they came with a game plan, and it shows here. They've had a week now to get things right, and that's what we've said about them and Ego. We need to see more flexibility from them and just more calm, cool collectness. They've already been on the big stage already, right? Now they're here, and they're not vets, but they've been here, done that. And guys, no one expected it. 80% didn't. Flats called a lot of upsets, but this was not one of them. Don't go anywhere. We have potentially the next match that can send FlyQuest back to their home in the lower bracket. I'm going to take a quick break.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to Techie. They're cooking, and right now the kitchen is closed for FlyQuest as we look at match 1 and the upset. I mean, the bracket breaker could already be here, and the playoffs, it's only been going for like 10 minutes. I mean, I'm blown away right away, Vicky. I saw a lot of things that could have led to that for FlyQuest. Spark Chief, I want a better game out of him. You know, listen, maybe he plays better when he's, staring up at the ceiling in defeat. That's what we, saw last time in the group stage. What did you see, though?
What I'm seeing is a duelist difference between Avery and Tap, which is, I think, really important to highlight that when we last saw Tap basically flex through these different heroes, we saw Tap on the Punisher at one point. We highlighted Avery as this flyer duelist, yet here we are with Avery popping off with like more than double the amount of damage than the other opposing team. Looking at FlyQuest, literally just flying themselves into map number 2 just as quickly as a speed run, because that was crazy. Like, I think it just highlights the flexibility and the homework that has gone into this Techie team.
Yeah, and if you look at the pick and bans, I actually gave the favor to FlyQuest. I think they got what they wanted out of there, but also I think Techie was ready for that. And then, we saw the flip of the duelist and the abilities that we've seen these teams get adjusted to. But listen, we've got so much heading this direction. It's must-watch television here. And while you guys are watching, you can earn yourself a magic skin for Rivals with Twitch drops exclusive to the Ignite tournament and those that are co-casting as well. And just, you can rock this sick... I love these, by the way, all the characters they've hit so far. I'm hoping they have one for each and every one. But you can just, get a little emote nameplate spray, Vicky.
I love this. I already collected my Will of Gallica magic skin, so just by watching the tournament, it just takes roughly like 6 hours or so to collect every item, including this new skin, and you have all the way up until July 16th.
Yeah, this is good stuff, guys. So collect it while you can. Go ahead and watch the action unfold and get yourself a magic skin. Hopefully season 3 around the corner. Maybe you should get some buffs. We'll have to see. But yeah, looking at it with FlyQuest, I interviewed Energy this week to talk to a lot of their players, and there's always somebody that kind of really almost carried or just went all out, all gas, no brakes, whether it was Energy or Vest with those huge ultimates. We didn't really see any of those wow moments from Energy and the rest of FlyQuest this time around. So I think it's the ultimate battles that came down to it, and it depends what we'll see there, or maybe just a little bit of that winner's rust. I don't know if you could say that, but we'll have to see.
I feel like just the way that we're currently seeing Energy play, Energy was not allowed to play that game, honestly. Like, domination, I feel like in the earlier rounds of what we've seen from FlyQuest during the group stages, they've fallen against Solaris in map number 1. We saw them fall against Ego Death map number 1, which is kind of a deja vu moment from what we're seeing right here. Leaning into those strengths of FlyQuest, obviously made the comeback. They made the run back for a reason. Now trying to iron things out in another best of 3 situation here, Cozy, moving on to map number 2.
Yep, FlyQuest gets to pick the map. Yggdrasil's Path Convoys, the way they go with, they're going to copy the bans from last time. Emma not available, and we'll see if Techie can do the upset of the tournament, and it only just began. And I guess FlyQuest go home to their home court down there in the lower bracket, as we've got that Magneto save right away. Brute played a fantastic one last match.
Wonder if we're going to be sticking to the, already similar cases here. In this case where we didn't see the torch, are we going to see that Psylocke ban next? I'm wondering here, as the protection on both Magnetos looks like they're trying to skate by, but I feel like we're probably going to see something similar. You know, when you take the strength away from energy specifically, you're forcing this Wolverine composition, and then you get to really try to focus down on trying to take away those strengths away from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I want to see now if they're going to be banning Punisher instead of Psylocke. I think they're going to also go for the Psylocke here, if I had to guess. But then you do give them the option to save Punisher like they did last time. If they ban Punisher here, they're just going to save Psylocke. So either way, they do ban the Punisher, and that's going to force Tap to go back on to Psylocke, and then Avery plays the Flyers. But again, you can't ban them all, so I guess Avery then probably shifting to Storm.
See what that final ban's about to be here. And, settling on what the next safe pick is going to be. Looking at FlyQuest, believe we did see the Magneto and the Ultron. We noticed that the Ultron got nothing done comparatively to the fact that you have to deal with the Hela and the Punisher. And there's that safety pick that you were mentioning, Cozy, probably leaning more into that Psylocke.
Yeah, we saw Energy really go off here against Envy. Even when they struggled a little bit on the first bit of the map, Energy on that Psylocke, they were able to just go crazy. And I'm expecting the Psylocke save for Tap. Energy wants that 1v1. He even said in the interview that he respects Psylocke as one of the best. But this is our first time seeing a Psylocke save, funny enough, in Ignite for America. So cool to see things broken up and different here in the playoffs, Vicky, as Luna is now the ban.
That's what I love about this advanced tournament ban and save system, because then you get to play into your strength. This is what highlights flexibilities. This is what made for so many different compositions coming out straight up for the Ignite tournament. Saving the Luna, though, or rather banning that Luna, is going to be big, as yes, they get to put the save on the Psylocke. We get to have the Tap v Energy Psylocke 1v1.
The fight in the shadows, Psylocke v Psylocke, that is going to be just entertainment, as we've seen Tap again, just one of the craziest, just the dance of the butterflies. Psylocke's ult just executed to perfection there. And it looks like for the last ban, they're thinking about, Captain America. We did see this often here. I believe it was Brute that played a mean Cap. So going to be interested to see what they adjust to, especially on this map.
We've also seen Brute lean into a pretty strong Magneto too. Wonder if this is going to be what they end up rolling out with here specifically. But I love how we keep highlighting Tap as that one Psylocke player, because correct me if I'm wrong, Cozy, wasn't there a game where we saw Tap go 30-0 in the group stage? So that's just crazy to see the amount of pressure Tap alone as a player could provide on that Psylocke.
Yeah, when you look at all the duelists and the ones that really just put up insane flashy numbers, and honestly, you never want to say carry in a hero shooter, but just does a lot of heavy lifting. We look at Self and Ego Death. We look at Tap for sure in this team. Absolute great. And then that opens up the skies for Avery, which is also going to obviously help everything out as well. As we go to Yggdrasil's path, and I'm telling you guys, I don't know who gave Techie the script. They look rehearsed, though. They look ready to go for this potential elimination to the lower bracket for FlyQuest.
And I see you guys in the chat changing up some of your votes. I saw a lot of that, 80 plus in favor of FlyQuest after that first game alone. You can only imagine the Techie fans, they be feasting right now, but they have to feast here for this second game to proceed on through this winner side of the bracket.
And here we go at Yggdrasil's path, and right away we start with the man on Psylocke, Tap. Trying to get early poke damage from up above. Expect him to take these, side corridors and maybe go behind for the back line. Try to make it a quick assassination there as everyone else is pushing through the front. That's going to allow Tap to get some space there. Brute, though, pushing up right away on Spark Chief. And wow, what an offense to get things started with Brute at the helm for a triple.
With the 3K here, Blur to then follow up the nail in the coffin to then get the 2K, winning another dominating fight. This is what you like to see from Techie. This is just straight momentum after that high win in that first game.
Just putting the pedal down and driving right through expectations. You'd love to see it, as they do have a portal unlock ready to get the team fight right away. Vest now flexing over to that group, getting those good close of walls to separate that space early and often for them. Avery in disguise, as we saw, Omega Hurricane nerfed a little bit in this patch, but still can put plenty of pressure, and most importantly, use those strategist ults here. Energy needs to get locked in right now and get those picks to keep his team going.
Just takes just a little bit of time, but currently see both worlds activated here from Ad just to close in that distance. This forces out the invisible boundary now from Cooper, and here comes that Omega Hurricane. It took just enough time, but stalling it out second right after that invisible boundary allows him to find Zelos. The strangling prison, though, keeps Avery floating in the air, and the Dance of Butterflies may have not have found its mark, but the finishing blow onto Cooper when the rest of your team is dismantled allows Teki to win another team fight.
Zealous, though, right there, he was at the Eternal Bond, was 1% away. That is a brutal elimination and perfect timing for that Hurricane and close-in of the team. Perfect communications right now for Teki. That off week really gave them everything they needed to change up strats, comms, and composure as they headed to the second point. But it looks like potentially FlyQuest, yeah, they're going to be able to at least put up a fight here.
Well, this is a great re-engage for FlyQuest, but they noticed that Woofles had used a Fate of Both Worlds really late in that previous fight. Really unnecessary to pull the trigger right there. So they wanted to try to re-engage right afterwards, but Blur also having the Eye of Agamotto, just trying to put in the pressure. FlyQuest just completely moved back in with energy, opening things up with a Dance of Butterflies.
And there it is, Energy getting that big pick on Blur. And yes, they still have the Agamotto ready with Blur using theirs right to beat. Now, Brute does have the Meteor coming close, but as far as strategist, Ad is going to be the next man up to get it here. Spark Chief, though, trying to hold that front ground. And that was huge for momentum. 3 team fights in what looked like a full domination there from Teki. That is a big win there for FlyQuest.
That was all opened up with the Eternal Bond, specifically from Zelos, after Zelos had got down pretty early in the engagement of the last fight. Jumping in from the skies, though, the Eye of Agamotto. Brute tries to retaliate, looking up to the skies, forcing Spark to back away, put up that Doctor Strange shield, helping them out, and they still were able to get Avery in the process.
We've got now both the Extermination and we have the Invisible Boundary going off at once. Wolfos are now Ad going in with this Fate of Both Worlds and Tap to follow. We saw this last time. The team spreading the damage between them, though. Great job, but it's not going to be enough as Ad and Tap close in. Zelos falls with Spark Chief. Rough start there, especially in terms of the Agamotto. We're going to go into now Venom for Spark Chief, trying to maybe poke.
Ad is having way too much fun. He also got the freeze too on Vez before backing away, and then now trying to finally finalize this first checkpoint here for Teki. They're going to move up, and they have 2 ultimates here to work with between Woofles and Blur.
Yeah, and so far, not extremely dangerous skies here for the weather report of Avery and the ultimates. I would like to see those land a bit better, but it's getting the job done. Cleaning up some of those ults at the end of the fights would probably be the only thing Teki needs to adjust. Other than that, keep rocking and rolling. Play loose, have fun. We're seeing it right now with Blur ready to rock the Agamotto, the team fight winner. Right now, Zelos is going to have to nail this. Cooper getting close to that invisible boundary as well. We need to see FlyQuest stagger these strategist ults a bit more.
I do some more of this poke pressure too, with Spark now being on the Venom before dropping down and swinging right back away to the safety of his team. The Extermination now just trying to keep Tap in that corner before dashing away to the safety of the rest of their team. They've used up this Extermination, and the Dance of the Butterflies is also up here for Tap. As Blur now comes in with the Eye of Agamotto here, gets blocked out. Vez now being able to retaliate, moves up to try to get the Agamotto themselves.
Big Agamotto there. We've been seeing it all week, and with the finish there in the Eye of Agamotto, it sees all, including that team wipe. Brilliant job there in composure. Really, Vicky, the story of this is just the domination of the meta pick of Loki and Luna together versus, yes, triple support, but it's strategist, but it is tough to match those two in the countless seconds of invisibility.
Yeah, what is it, like 24 seconds of immortality if you cycle through both Loki and Luna in that timely fashion, just waiting for one to end versus the other? It's crazy. It's a huge stall opportunity here too, just to help recollect some energy, though gets caught with the Sun Tap alongside them. They jump energy. No safety as Sparky tries to help and peel.
Yeah, that's a huge pick early. Again, we saw this with against Envy when FlyQuest went against him on this map here, as we've got the Eternal Bond going in, closing in. Ad, though, with the response. Avery and the Whale going out with the damage boost. Cooper getting the elimination, but Avery closing and finishing off the job with the trades looking close. But honestly, this is going in favor of Teki as Tap finishes off the job with the sword two-piece.
Wait, and the Ditto just clap back here too from Teki. They go over to the Hulk and the Namor to try to counter that of Energy, who's already having a hard time with a slight stagger.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about the Hulk there for Sparky. Blur says, watch what I can do with the Gamma, as one is Hulk smashing, the other is Hulk spectating, as now they're pushing into this cavern here, trying to get that pressure, not letting FlyQuest get in, but that portal comes out, and the team trying to contest. They need to win this one if they want to keep momentum. 28 seconds, so Vicky, not a lot of time.
No, but at least it's enough time here to just re-engage with these ultimates. If you're FlyQuest holding back Teki, Blur now gonna get booted off of that Hulk, gonna be turning into Bruce Banners as Cooper sends him back to the spawn. They've re-engaged. Teki are forced to just try to peel away, and looking behind them though, their entry is just cut off by Spark, who manages to fly away, and now this is the moment, now less than 5 seconds.
Yes, to be causing that distraction. There's the Agamotto, and we've seen it how we've seen it before. Vest with a huge stun on the team as now FlyQuest closing things out, and at this point it's looking like FlyQuest can get a good firm defense with the last desperation here from Blur, but he might not enough time with that Monster Hulk. The team can get themselves in. Tab also getting eliminated, and that's going to be it, Vicky, for the first defense. FlyQuest responding.
It's the common collected faces for FlyQuest for me right now. The way that they're holding on, the way that they're able to cycle through, they just knew in that moment that they were able to push them off.
You'll need a top-notch
Did you see Energy's face cam pop up there? He looks so unfazed. Like if a meteor hit his house, it looks like he just wouldn't move. I mean, the guy looks composed and is probably definitely proud of how the team turned it around. It is tough against, again, Loki Luna with what you have. And with FlyQuest not even looking like the team we've seen in group stage, I'm impressed that they were able to get that stop.
I'm also really impressed to see the way that Teki has tried to isolate Energy. When you get to figure out and pinpoint the biggest issue that is going to be the wall for your team, they've been able to communicate properly on Energy's positioning constantly. And even with that, FlyQuest was able to prevent Teki from getting to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, 100%. I think that Teki, they're using their ultimates a bit aggressive. I like it. I like the approach that they're going with there, but it does seem like they're kind of all gas, no brakes. And honestly, they're just not even, they're not worried right now. I think Avery definitely hoped to see a bit better Omega Hurricanes there, but as a whole, the team has it in lock. Now, Avery, 14K, not bad, though, on the damage front. Energy playing a much better game as well.
Talk about ultimates. We see that sometimes too with Wolfels, just with the fate of both worlds being utilized either too late or a little too early, just to try to start more of these aggressive engagements here. See how they're going to be able to cycle through this with FlyQuest now be on the attack instead with the fastball special, just trying to yeet Energy in the direction to try to get a kidnap.
Yeah, we got a portal opening as well. That's going to be the turret portal that we've been seeing most likely. And look at that beautiful scoop. What is happening? My goodness, with the double kidnap in the air. Peter Pan, you can fly as Energy gets the opening cuts, and Blur is going to be eliminated fast here.
Just a little bit of pixie dust or maybe some adamantium is all you need to be able to get the isolation pick onto Blur, but it's a big first pick. This is for Seki to just try to play split up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Brute now getting that poke. Blur is going to be coming back a bit slower right now. Both teams just getting good pressure on, and honestly, FlyQuest just pushing in very heavy at the moment. They had 3 fights and contests on this point. Gonna be tough to match that with the point making its way firmly to the gates and opening up point 2 potentially best now with just pure pressure. And look at those ults getting charged up fast. Audios with a nice pick and getting close to being able to get that strategist ultimate now.
Oh, FlyQuest saying they don't need the no more Gamma Squid here in their favor before Teki now force their way in after Tap gets sent out here. And that does have the God of Mischief, and he uses it and gets shut down in the process. The beautiful follow between Energy and Zealots with that Terror Cape has just been the nail in the coffin to allow FlyQuest to get this first checkpoint.
Those melees are beautiful. I'm telling you, that man and this team, they just play great when they're down, and we've seen this before. We're seeing it again. Every cut intentional, every dash personal. Love to see it.
Top of the little stagger here. It's another common collected Energy, by the way. I love these face cams. It just highlights, yeah, I just popped off real quick. We're going to be able to control this space, but it's just what FlyQuest is expected to do here in this corner.
Yeah, and just looking at the ults too, I mean, right now, you're in favor of FlyQuest with the momentum that they have there. They've got 3 of their strategy ults ready. They can get a huge Agamotto here to really make things tough, as Avery just trying his best now. Going to try to use the Blessings of the Deep early as the Extermination goes out. The Magneto goes up and does not get a connection they were looking for to try to stall this offense.
You talk about the reaction from Adios. Just did not lose sight of that meteor just in case he could destroy with the Extermination midway through being tossed here in this case. While Tap now using the Dance of Butterflies, it's then answered back and countered by Cooper and the Invisible Boundary, just waiting for that opportunity, knowing it was going to come eventually.
Yeah, unfortunately, too, Magneto just not getting that connection, throwing at the meter and just going right off the glass. No basket here. We're seeing everything go out for both these teams here as there's 4 minutes on the clock. You would think it's almost overtime with the aggression, but luckily here, Teki is able to fight back. Vest now just forced to back up, rejoin his team, and reset.
Yeah, the strategists were in shambles in that case here. They're first to 2 to go out in that fight. This allows Teki to get a lot more aggressive and to allow themselves to set up with this no more.
Yeah, without question here. Both teams now trying to get things going. Reset up. Spark Chief going back over to Venom. Worked really well in that first point against them. That's going to allow some mass pressure there. Energy, Dance of the Butterflies. He's going to look for that triple piece to open things up just like point one. But this time, that'll make the series tied if he can pull it off. Avery, though, getting some nice farm of poke damage with those Tritons. Going right for the head, trying to get some poke damage on the flyer of Adios with the squids.
Oh, but Cooper with the pull here too, as well as the follow-up finds Avery as a first pick. Yes, Brute's about to have that meteor, but FlyQuest as well with Vez having the Eye of Agamotto before getting temporarily stunned by Blur. Avil then gets the follow-up onto Tap, which is a big pick considering the Dance of Butterflies was online for Teki.
There's Vez with the massive eye, the follow-up from Psylocke. Now we've got one meteor going up, down, no connection, and now we've got Energy just putting the pressure on them with the damage DPS portal coming out, trying to contest now. Teki trying to get things evened out. Tap not getting a connection either, and at this point, it's all gas, no brakes. Ad going up with the fate of both worlds, keeping the team alive and the pressure with it.
It's a desperate times call for desperate measures strategy here from Teki after coming out of Avery's portal. The beautiful stall right on top of that payload too. Ad now gets booted out of the God of Mischief. Now Energy follows up, does find Wolfos. Avery with the Eye of Agamotto though. After they've already lost out on two, they have to deal with the Eternal Bomb. They have to worry about the Venom ultimate on top of it. And Cooper and Vez together, alongside the rest of FlyQuest, have shoved Teki off this payload.
They did not just take the fight, they directed it, and call it what you want. That was a 6-man mic drop. Great job from FlyQuest to get the ship straight. And last time, Ego Death knocked both games out and into the lower bracket. They win. This time, they've got something to say.
They needed that here. Best of 3 situation. Again, it was a little bit of PTSD moment for FlyQuest, but they had to let Teki know, all right, we won't be getting got another time around, as Cooper gets the MVP after that second game.
I'm telling you, watching these face cams crack me up. Energy just looks like he's not face at all, playing the best Psylocke that I've seen on the biggest stage. I would be, my face cam playing this game would be something of embarrassment, let me tell you. But looking at the final stats, Vicky, Energy, you can see 17K back into form that we expect with those 11 final hits. Both Vanguards and both Spark Chief, I think especially really kind of rose up there, doing a better part on this map.
And I'm not surprised too, because I feel like when you see FlyQuest go Gigas Drill, like this is a really strong map for FlyQuest. They've won it against Lars when they were down that one map as well. They won it against Jobless Bums, and this was also the map that started that momentum here for FlyQuest versus Envy before Envy had taken that one game 3, I believe, onto Clintar, and then FlyQuest then took it over Envy in that last game on Krakoa. So they're playing to their strengths here, including adding that onto the maps.
Yeah, and it felt like kind of Teki and Fly swap places in terms of performance with ultimate usage and lineups. We saw them do it to perfection, Teki on domination, and that time it just felt like these ults were kind of going out sporadically. A little bit with FlyQuest at the beginning there too. Energy a couple ulti ones back, but things just locked in, and we've seen that time after time. When the man needs to step up, he does, and the team follows with him. Fantastic job.
And I'm wondering if that goes hand in hand too with the triple strategist that we currently saw from FlyQuest. They had Zelos on that Cloak and Dagger, Avios obviously on that Ultron, the output from Cooper, and being able to just support through everything with that 31k healing here too. And that's with Energy having to make a lot more of these swaps and these adjustments.
Yeah, that's actually a great highlight there. Looking at strategists from both teams. Obviously, you know, Luna Loki, that's the favor in terms of the meta picks. But man, the damage spread between the 3 of them and healing, all of them, 23k, 15k, 31k healing. That is a lot to go up against. I think they did the perfect job. Cooper-tastic once again taking that MVP, man, just collecting them at this point. 31k healing. Absolutely insane there with Sue. So looking towards this next matchup right now, Teki gets to pick the map. They have the final mode there. I think the pick bans, they went fine. Obviously, Avery and what they did with Punisher surprised, you know, FlyQuest, and they took care of that. I think we're going to see the same, at least, pick ban list there from FlyQuest.
Yeah, because it was FlyQuest that couldn't run the Luna and the Loki themselves, so they made it work with the triple strategist here. So that, again, further highlighting the flexibility on having to navigate through these different strategist bands that we constantly keep seeing.
And guys, let me highlight this. Group stage was something, right? That was to get the seeding, okay? Maybe make a little bit of a name for yourself. This is now for land. The pressure is to the maximum. You can only lose twice. One of them coming right here, right now for one of these teams. I mean, this is as high stakes as you get. Forget, you know, just making your legacy, but this is going to be it for one of them here, at least in the upper bracket where you want to be, unless maybe you're FlyQuest. But either way, we've got a great match 3 coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're right back to the action.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Momentum has been claimed and confidence has been achieved by both these teams now. They know what it takes to get one win off the board there. And we go into match 3, Vicky. Both teams show what they got. Which one is going to bring it all to match 3?
I mean, this is how you start off a playoffs match out here, Cozy. This is what I like to see against our heavily seeded teams, but even better from Teki, making this a little even here for us as FlyQuest. They knew that they could not go down without a fight. Another PTSD situation. They don't want to reiterate what happened in the group stages, but this also means that we will be moving on to Convergence for map number 3.
Yeah, and it'll be Central Park at that. Now, listen, I think we're going to see a lot of what we're going to expect into the match. With the pick and ban phase, will Punisher make its way through again? Will they change things up? Teki, obviously, looking to get things a little bit better from that last match. They played great. The stats are there across the board. I would say, again, as we pointed out, the ultimate tightness has got to get a little bit better for, honestly, both teams. But in that last one with Teki, what is the big standout thing for each team to win? Who's got to play their A game?
I feel like for me, it's got to be the way that we saw the Fate of Both Worlds utilized for a lot of these two end fights that I noticed for Wolfle specifically on that Luna. I do feel like as well, their game plan for Teki has been to focus down on energy. They've changed a lot too. They came in with the Hulk and Namor. You try to test that against Adios, who likes to lean into that Namor too when Spark is on that Hulk. It kind of gives them a taste of their own medicine. But now, depending on this pick and this safe and ban system that we currently have going into game number 3, this is where the mind games start.
Yeah, who's got the ice in the veins for a road to lands here as both teams lock in, ready to go. Emma first off the board, and we're going to find out a lot here in terms of duelists and which way they go. Of course, we've got the same saves so far.
Okay, not too surprised here after knowing how strong Emma Frost has been, especially in Americas. But that Punisher band is going to be interesting, though, in favor for FlyQuest, looking at what Teki had done after map number 1.
Yeah, that's huge to open things up right away. Instead of going the route of Strategist or Human Torch, they're just going to go with the Punisher. They saw how well it worked last time. Love that bold ban to get things started, and they still get the Human Torch to follow it. So yes, they're like, have your Loki, have your Luna. We're going to go the direction of your duelist to win this thing.
Okay, this is big here. Also following something similar, except this time around, the no Loki, no Torch, like what FlyQuest had to worry about in those last two. The safety, though, on the Psylocke, I'm not too surprised there. Even finding some difficulty, still allowed energy to have those pop-off moments on the Psylocke.
Yeah, so they're going to get rid of the strategist there. Teki is. Their game plan's going to go around it. And you can't undermine just how insane it is to get rid of the two best strategists within Rivals at the moment. They do get the save on tap Psylocke, so they're comfortable with that. And this is a map where Psylocke can just absolutely feast in backline graveyards. And we're going to see if we get that. And that could be the deciding point.
This is literally exactly the same save and bans that we saw in the last game, just one slight different order with the Torch ban and the Captain America band. The Captain America being the last one, and it was actually Punisher who was that third band here. So now showing the respect that we were expecting between these two teams already off the rip, and Wolfle's hovering over that Ultron.
I like that one team gets the Captain America, and we've seen, some teams that can do this all day, and other ones they should have logged off yesterday, and it's been a healthy mix of how they can pull off Steve Rogers within Rivals thus far, but the dive comp in favor right now, at least for the time being. For FlyQuest, as they took the second map, we head into Central Park. New York will bring us our final result between these two teams.
Love this map, by the way. Squirrel Girl living rent-free out here in Central Park. Love that from my girl as we get to see what the chat has chosen, what their preds have been, and FlyQuest 65%, but it's slowly going down, Cozy. I'm still seeing that shift compared to our first game where chat had presented it as 82 plus, I believe.
Yeah, I'm telling you, in esports, one loss can make people just lose their confidence. Heck, we saw that last time with FlyQuest. No one believed in them. They won the whole thing. Can they do it again? But Teki earning the people's love here as they creep up to more even of votes here. Now, Teki on the offense first. We've got the Luna Loki, as you would expect. Avery on the Wolverine. That's going to be massive to see if they can get that pressure on Vest. And Spark Chief and Energy look to get the job done on the dive side.
So we have to imagine that Punisher ban is definitely going to put a dent on Avery's side. Not able to play the Punisher, but now trying to stick to something differently here with the Wolverine. Nice poke pressure that we're currently seeing too. Just building to some of these ultimates as Zios is about to have the extermination too.
Guys, slowly getting that pressure for them. Energy having to back out a little bit, but gets that pressure going. Accuracy just so nice there from Energy. But Ad getting that first pick here on Spark Chief, opening up the team to dive in. Blur is going to go into the point now, and we've got Brute to follow with Magneto, getting that pressure on them, followed by the rampant Avery on Wolverine, and wow, did this pressure work out for them.
Yeah, with Cooper going down, then just trying to back away maybe the play here for FlyQuest. Alviosto does not go out without a fight. It's the extermination that's used initially to try to incorporate the re-engage, but then you have to consider Ad here, Avery too, who now puts in so much damage in that small corridor. They get 2 more picks and 2 more staggers.
I love that. Honestly, you know, they just lost the map, and Teki's still going out here just absolute fighting.
Oh, no.
Maybe not even with the duels that they want, but Brew is now going to stagger Cooper, and that is going to be lethal now, but they do trade with Avery. But man, Cooper has got to get himself back quick.
That's going to be a possible stagger for Blur. Actually, Blur gets away right on time. The rest of Teki are right there to hold his back. And it's a great first pick here, too. Wolf's also having that Fate of Both Worlds to just help out with this next engagement as well as Ad.
Yeah, man, they ran that first fight like they were late for a flight and the gate was closing. Let's see if they can do it again for the second one here as Avery looking full rage here. 85, 95, 100, and is going to go and dive and slice and dice the Vanguards. Claws out, and Avery is popping off here with that damage and pressure Energy, trying to get those all-important backline picks, but there it is. We've got Ad with the Fate of Both Worlds, dropping the beat.
At 100 and Rage out here, too. Cooper with that invisible boundary earlier on, looking for an opportunity before Vez turns around, breaks that bubble, but then having to reset with the World Breaker Hulk as Energy tries to dance in the backline with the Dance of Butterflies here, just trying to force out another support ultimate from Teki. Wolfels with that dance now going to be able to back away, but this is great pressure just to stop the momentum from Teki around that next corner.
That was insane. Blur had like 1 HP, but was able to get into that Monster Hulk here. But Tap with Cooper going down again. Cooper, one of the biggest threats on this team and often MVP, going down now several times. Spark Chief trading with Avery, but Brute, as we saw in Domination, the game they won, is going crazy here on the second point.
This Magneto from Brute has just been on fire with these snipes. Being able to get these picks, these follow-ups alongside with Tap goes huge.
Insanity here from Brute. He wants it. You can see it, the aggression on maximum, turning it up to 11 as teams getting back together here. We've got one last fight to hold off point number 2, and right now Teki's playing the game that they want to. Cooper staggering a lot on this. Let's see if he can stay alive for the fight.
For the triple strategist difference between FlyQuest and Teki, though, they have Wolfels, they have Had, and they're cycling through the strategist ults beautifully here as Wolfels is slowly approaching that Fate of Both Worlds, but Ad already has a God of Mischief here, slicing in before Energy just jumps right back on top of the point. There goes that copy with the God of Mischief, keeps him in this fight, and the invisible boundary too on top of it, but Avery tries to force him in the back. Cooper gets harassed, he gets scooped up right outside the invisible boundary. This works out the Eternal Bond now from Zelos.
They've got their target set on Cooper. Now one Wolverine lives, the other falls, and it's Energy as the vest goes up and is unable to connect yet again. It wasn't a highlight, it was a shot clock violation, unfortunately, for Meteor M. Adios now just stuck there, and unfortunately, this is not going to go the way of FlyQuest if you're a fan. Teki, though, they're looking hot.
Oh no, Cooper just came back and gets picked off again by Tap, but they were keeping FlyQuest alive for so long before the inevitable happened. They had to go down with the pressure that we saw going in between Tap, Brute with that Meteor, and then Avery being the finishing blow.
Avery just does not need backup. He is the backup. Absolute insanity, and just the precision of making sure Cooper is down and out, followed by Energy. Let the rest of the team sweep up the finishes, and just look at this. Now, I've got to say for myself, oftentimes this point gets pushed into this part. This is where you see a lot of the holds kind of carry on here. It's going to be Tap versus Energy at this point. Now, Energy obviously on Wolverine to try to slow down what has been a dominating Brute and Blur.
Yeah, it reminds me of that high to low ground disparity of Oracle, and by that third checkpoint here, it's difficult to transcend through this low ground now as Energy just tries to make the first move before having to back away, but then has to deal with some karma themselves. 2 flying Wolverines that didn't know they had wings, but trying to clip them as Energy gets sent down before trying to retreat back to the rest of his team.
Audius going over now to Bucky, trying to get something going maybe against the Loki, but nothing is working for them. It's again all gas for Teki as they go up the stairs and they try to seal the point.
I'm not gonna lie, Ad, Tap, Avery, like Blur, they're all doing such an amazing job right now. Brute with just this poke pressure too, coming in with the Magneto. Clobbering time though isolates too between Adios and Zelos after they try to make some changes, thinking that they need more damage to come out. Energy's been getting focused. Cooper needs all the help for some peel. Vez just get that pick onto Tap though, and that's no dance of butterflies here for Teki.
Beat dropping now for Ad. They're trying to keep everybody up. The Disappear comes up. Invisible boundary keeping people alive. Zelos has the internal bomb locked and loaded. We've got the Kraken impact. Here comes Avery with the unfortunate, unable to get anything for that Berserker here. Vest again, once again, missing that meteor. Has hit so many of those as energy rockets Avery. Logan v Logan and wins the better of it. And they can finally slow down Teki, it looks like, in this fight.
Avery looked like they were floating like a feather, just trying to wait out that meteor before it was a little too late. Now Dios comes in to sweep up with the Kraken impact. Cooper finding Tap a little bit of revenge here for the Invisible Woman.
Absolutely here again. Will FlyQuest go to the side quest or stay the main quest here as they put up the defense? Kraken impact used up in a lot of old economy. We do have energy and Spark Chief. Spark Chief not so much, maybe a little bit of hold there, but Teki's got everything they need with 1:20 to seal the deal.
And playing a little cheeky out here too, as most Loki players as well. Just looking at the positioning that we saw that one Loki clone from the back lines of FlyQuest though. But look at these ultimates right now. Energy does have that Wolverine ult. Teki have some answers though coming right back. Ad's about to have that Loki God of Mischief before Energy retreats right back to the rest of FlyQuest. And Bez takes a lot of damage. The Meteor now in favor together with the Dance of Butterflies that already find Sue just trying to cut off their exit point.
That was huge, and Energy used his ult on top of that to try to match the two that Tap got out, but unfortunately did not match it in the Dance of the Butterflies. Could have been the dance to win it, as we now have both dances out. We have Cooper, Loki there with the ult, and now Adios is trying to hold them back. There's only 2 meters left, 2.68. Can they do it?
Another Kraken, by the way, going in again. Can he find the finishing blow? Needs some help here from Energy. Avery now finds Energy instead, but then Fez matches him back in the spawn. Only so much Adios could do with his damage output. Oven leaving the backline of FlyQuest, stalling for as long as possible, but with 16 seconds on the clock, Teki take the payload to the finish line.
They've got the sledgehammers out. They're looking to break the bracket. No one giving them a chance. They're going to show exactly who they are to America if they can get this defensive effort. And FlyQuest, you guys have been here many of times. Can you get the 3-3 and push it into yet another push?
Break the bracket, break everyone's predictions, break chat predictions. This is insane right now. Yes, you have a few seconds of time to spare. FlyQuest now on the opposition have to take this payload all the way at the end of that third checkpoint now.
I mean, Tap just huge executions in the backline, really just opening up the space for his team. Energy tried to match it there with the Wolf ult, and again, just unsuccessful to get it done. I mean, there's some matches I don't even know who won. I just know my eyes lost. It was madness.
I feel that I just felt in my soul the way that Cooper had to worry about Tap. You double jump away, you finally reveal where you are currently positioned because everyone's taking so much damage. So you get out of the invisibility and then you get hit on the head by Brute and the Meteor. Then you have to worry about Avery kidnapping you. You look like a chameleon looking in every direction if you're one of the backliners of FlyQuest.
And I highlighted Ad before the show and what they did. Ad and Brute have not even been eliminated. Only 8 final hits altogether with FlyQuest. 11 for Tap by themselves. That's exactly what you want to see when there's land on the line as we head into FlyQuest now on the offensive. Can they get the point as easily as Teki did? And we'll see what happens.
Land and $250,000 prize pool for Americas. It's more than land. It's the money in sight for these teams out here. And FlyQuest now have to take this home and strategic here, while Alios now going to be able to push in, get in some extra pressure. And I really like this pathing that we're currently seeing FlyQuest try to contest Teki.
Yeah, taking this left side sting there on Winter Soldier's nice for the pressure and just to punish those clones with the Kraken impact that he's trying to build up here. Maybe get a pull in with the claw there. Energy trying to get that pressure on the right side, like this high ground they're going for. Spark Chief looking to get some air here with Captain America jumping down as Avery is taking the fight to him, slashing and dicing away. And right now the ults are looking in favor for FlyQuest, but dead even nearly.
Just trying to make sure they can cover enough space in case Energy is trying to hide behind the pillar, but Tap calls out Energy instead. Slow and methodical doesn't end up working out for FlyQuest in this case, and after losing out on another form of damage done, Energy will be making their way over, and Avery with this Wolverine, the playmaker in the win condition of this current comp, gets that next isolation on Tevez and the pick.
As Happy Gilmore would say, just tap, tap, tap it in. That's what they're doing, just getting those eliminations perfectly in time as Zelos falls as I cast just that through. Whole team now not only just cleaning up FlyQuest, but also building up those ults. And Cooper really the only one here ready to rock for the next match. Zelos close behind.
Avery is just using this as the opportunity of a scratch post right now. Now there has to be changes, and I like this now. Better late than never. You got 2 minutes, less than 20 seconds on the clock, and we get to see the res composition coming in from FlyQuest.
Yeah, interesting switch up here. We've seen Zealous play a lot of Adam in the past. Cooper flexing on over to the Mantis, and now Audios with that heavy-duty healing responsibility. Energy have not seen them play a lot of Star-Lord, but hey, the Legendary can beat Legendary if pulled off correctly here, trying to farm that ult and get that early damage poke. He does get the Lanterns to pop, and it's great to counter that with the Barrage.
Better late here when you have to reset some of your ultimates, but then the clobbering time has found for the follow-up from Avery after utilizing the Wolverine ultimate. Teki had all the answers, but this is what to expect. When FlyQuest had made those changes, they lost out on their ultimate push, and the Squirrel Girl just happy from afar back in the spawn room to see FlyQuest again.
Insane there as Ad drops the beat. It's dropping harder than the team's morale right now. There's only going to be 1 minute and 23 seconds. They've got everything they need. It's coming down to execution, and right now Avery has been the lights, just really rising up here and making this team sweat. The winners of Group A.
I can't believe it. We'll win the 24 seconds of immortality, or this res composition just go and go again now. But they need to claim this point first as the Mantis from Cooper activates the Mantis ultimate. It's going to be able to contest that fate of both worlds from Wolfos. Looking over to the other side, this is going to be crucial with this meteor, but you're playing inside a corridor. It makes it even harder as it clips the roof.
Unfortunate there. I mean, just he threw up the meter and it was right off the glass. Once again, something we saw connect so many times. Zealous, though, with that resurrection, will it be the momentum they need as Energy? A Tap is just playing out of their mind here with only 34 seconds to go and most of the ult economy used up.
Zelos res everybody, including themselves here, as Tap now goes around after using the Dance of Butterflies. Everything used up as Energy. It's up to you. You did lose on a Cooper, and currently with Ad being able to boost up that Loki ultimate, you have to deal with the fate of both worlds. The clobbering time as Teki has sent FlyQuest back to their spawns.
Brute just with the perfect patience against the Legendary, sucking up the entire ultimate and throwing it down on Cooper, putting the momentum out there, and FlyQuest is looking like they're going to go back to the side quest at the lower bracket. Overtime in, portal out. Can they sustain? Can they keep this thing in?
Playing objective, playing over to the side of having to deal with the gauntlet that is that lower bracket run, as Cooper is the first to go down again after making swaps over to the rocket, though. Dios gets that respawn, Energy gets that pick, still keeping the dream alive as Energy has been able to stay alive and put in this damage pressure.
My goodness, with a fight back we've seen plenty of times. Avery going up and down with the Berserker Rage, tap to full, and now 1-2. Energy, though, trading with Avery. This can go either way. Energy now with the double, as he always does, putting the team on his back. The mixtape in, and it's violence out as Energy helps get at least a little bit more time on this point, but Ad coming with the portal right now. Team about to dump in here. Vest and with the clobbering time. Look at that placement from Energy, too.
Jumping right on top of the Doctor Strange portal, bonking on their heads like a footstool, but a clobbering time now from Vez, giving Teki a little taste of the blur medicine instead. Huge 2K coming in. Yes, you've lost out on Zealous, but nobody's dealing with Energy right now, as the overtime is at the end here for FlyQuest.
Nobody wants to give up. Nobody wants to die. I love it with the top team there on the ropes. They somehow get it done. They only have 2 minutes and 18 seconds as Energy. Look at him just calm, but also punching the air there as Star-Lord does have a Legendary. He's going to switch out, though. That just showcases the strategy. Oh, it looks like he's actually going to hang on.
Yeah, this was on top of those Hail Mary swaps on the rocket to get the respawn up with the triple strategist. Dios with that swap now over to the Namor instead. Wolfos and Tap both have their ultimates ready to control the next space around this next choke corner.
I mean, this isn't even just an upset anymore. It's survival for FlyQuest. They're just trying to keep this thing competitive. Now, as at throwing out the lanterns, good poke there from Energy Blur, though. The trade with Zealous, these strategists are just falling. It is backline graveyard action as Avery pushing the team back to the point. Oh.
What happens when you can only work with so much strategists to rotate on? Avery has been on fire throughout the course of this entire series, hand in hand with Tap and, of course, Ad and Blur, of course, with the clobbering times that we're currently seeing.
Gonna be interesting to see how this trades off. Teki has all their ults right now. There's a minute left, but if they use them right now, FlyQuest is gonna get what they need to.
Survive, though. You saw Tap survive right there. They even pulled them right back in together with Cooper as the invisible boundary. The clobbering time now from Blur is huge. It's found 3. It's found Cooper and Vez. No invisible boundary instead as Brute sends out the meteor, doesn't find the mark as Energy flying from the sky is just continuously trying to put in this pressure. Combine that with the internal bond from the Cloak and Dagger of Zelos.
A beautiful display of not only strategy, but flexibility. Now, Audios just going and cleaning up there with the poke damage that is from Energy and the Star-Lord. 39 seconds left. They were saying to themselves, wait a second, this is not supposed to happen. We were supposed to win this thing, and they're going to see if they can get the second point to get them one step closer to it.
Dude, Energy's not even blinking. Like, still in the same exact position, by the way. Just chilling here, despite what is on the line right now. The re-engagement. Avery's, Wolfles, and Ad are about to have that 24 seconds of immortality, while Avery tries to isolate Vaz. The Meteor, though, gave him some of that health as well before sending it down, and it misses on the fate of both worlds. That was the major win condition that they wanted to lean on here. This sees Cooper and Spark with their own respective ultimates and overtime about to take away.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not connecting Avery with that trade on best 2. It's going to make it real tough here as Energy's just trying to get that poke damage. It's going to be rough here as now Spark Chief trying to get the pick that he needs to give this team momentum. The team on their ropes. They came in with the spotlight. Now they're under it here as they're just trying to keep things competitive, just like point 1. Blur, though, trades with Cooper. This could be it.
And the stagger with the Luna Snow and Loki ultimates, though, keep the rest of Teki alive. The clobbering time, but you have no sustainability. Vez and Energy are the only ones left. Nobody's dreams as overtime now takes away. Looking at the face of that portal, sending you back. Nowhere to run when Avery is in your face. As Teki, they start the playoffs here in such a strong fashion, taking care of FlyQuest.
My goodness, guys, to open up the playoffs there, respect is earned, not given, and Teki definitely has earned the respect, taking down the winner of the Group of Death, Group A from the group stage, now sent to the lower bracket, and Teki, against all odds, moves on to the upper bracket. They don't like to be called underdogs for a reason.
Wow. I mean, they told us. They told us, Cozy. They beat Dark Zero. They beat Citadel Gaming. Yes, they lost to Shroud X, but you could obviously see that they've expanded on their own hero pool. They've done their research out here. They've basically put FlyQuest in a corner just with those strategist bands out here, and they were able to adapt after losing out on that second map, on one of the maps that are FlyQuest's strengths.
I mean, just try to highlight one person, too. You can't. They're all insane. I've got to say, Avery, for me, was probably the winner of this whole matchup, really stepping up. I think Tap, we expected to see him go off 49-3, though. I mean, that's kind of crazy. But in reverse, just seeing what Avery was able to do with the constant pressure, 14-24. I mean, it is a absolute laughable comparison looking team to team at the moment.
And that's with us highlighting Avery being on that Storm, the Iron Man out here. We saw the Punisher then get banned as a specific ban against Avery, and then the huge Wolverine play that we currently saw hand in hand together with that of Tap and all those final hits. TekiXD are looking to take this winner side of the bracket with the Storm.
And just left in shock here. This was the first match of today, and wow, does it prove that even just with a week, you can turn things around. New patch, new them, as we're seeing all that practice, that flexibility really pay off. And just hats off to Teki, a team that people don't know. These players are highlighted, interviewed, showed on off shows and podcasts, but Teki are the ones that get it done to move forward, and we're just getting started, Vic.
I need to put a specific highlight onto Ad on the Loki, though. If I could pick an MVP player, yes, Tap, we've talked about Tap so many times, only died 3 times. but Ad only died twice, and the timing of that Luna Snow and the God of Mistage copying that fate of both worlds is what allowed them to stay alive for 2 re-engagements. It's what allowed Ad to be in that next fight, and that was a huge difference between the 2 strategists versus the 3 that was ran out by FlyQuest.
Yeah, honestly, it was the difference of strategists between both teams. I mean, it seemed like every other moment, FlyQuest strategists were down and out. And Cooper, when he's not able to do what Cooper does best, unfortunately, is just not able to heal, keep the team up. And it followed an Ad with 50,000 healing, 30 KOs. That is what you want to see from the backline.
50,000 on the Loki copying the Luna with the fate of both worlds, whereas on the other side, like, you had FlyQuest not know whether they needed more damage out here. They didn't have a Loki, they didn't have a Luna Snow because they were banned against them, and currently Teki used it to their advantage. I would say Ad really popped off there, not only in terms of survivability with Loki, but I talked about the cheeky clone placements, the reset potentials, as well as building into that very fast charging ultimate for Loki.
Yeah, I mean, again, and look at the position, and they all really rose up to the test. If you look at the Vanguards, just perfect play. Vess was the one with the poke eliminations, not needing to use the ultimate, and when he did, he got all the, huge displays of 2-3 piece. Well, in that time, it was Brute, and Blur was able to put up that pressure consistently. Duelist department, pick your poison. I wouldn't want to go against any of them in the competitive ladder. And then, as you just highlighted, the strategist. So we just saw this team click on all cylinders compared to Yggdrasil's path. Really, their ultimate display and just lining things up, the communication, perfection.
That's literally the only thing I would say here for Teki. If they wanted to end this in a speed run, that second game, the ult economy and how they cycled through it to try to counter that of FlyQuest was really the big difference there, which is something that's very easy to just VOD review and figure out how you want to space out your ultimates. Exactly what we saw in Central Park for map number 3. And that with Brute just doing so much damage output, like 17 final hits, beautiful display in terms of the team of Teki.
Well, guys, you just saw one of the best Psylocke play rivals and have a huge upset, and we're going to welcome in Tap right now for a live interview. And my guest, Cool, Calm, Collected. How's it going, Tap? Congratulations.
Hey, how you doing? I'm great. Thank you.
Dude, listen, your Psylocke is something else, an absolute just demon out there. I mean, you went 40-plus eliminations, 3 deaths. We saw you do that before again. You guys lost to Shroud X twice there in group stage. What was the difference of this team coming together? I talked last time, I think, to Blur, and he was like, hey, we're not underdogs to ourselves. I mean, does your team just carry that mentality?
Yeah, we're pretty confident players. I'd say all 6 of us. So, yeah, I'd say we do. Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
You guys, you seem like, I can't tell if you're out of breath or you're like just another day at work type of vibe where like you're chilling. You knew that this was going to be the result. Like, how are you feeling after that?
Well, it's a pretty exciting win, of course, because they were the first seed in the other group. So, pretty happy. I didn't expect to win, I guess. But like I said, we're pretty confident in our play. So, we did go into this thinking we could win. And I think we did pretty good. So.
Wow.
Listen,
sorry, Cozy. No, yeah, hearing you say that you guys didn't expect to win, and then you guys came out already winning that first map. I mean, you guys saved the protection on the Psylocke. We saw the same thing from FlyQuest. How did you feel about having to match that 1v1 Psylocke duel versus Energy?
How do I feel about it? I mean, I'll match anyone on Psylocke. That's fine.
Dude, love to see it here as we take a look at your highlights. I mean, I've got to ask you, right? You're only a couple wins away from LAN. I mean, who is Teki? Tell us about this team, their mentality. We know so much about these other teams, but the beautiful story of you guys, and now, trust me, the respect has been absolutely earned, on this side of things. But who are you guys? When did you guys come together as a unit, and how long you been playing? Where did you come from?
So Blur, Brute, and me were just pretty good friends. So that's the 3 of us. We played other games together before. And then Avery kind of picked up the rest, so our backline, and we know Avery from ranked because we all grind ranked loads, so that's probably the best explanation I can give for how we came together.
Yeah, I mean, listen, from group stage to playoff, what do you think's the one thing from you guys that really changed in your play? Was it communication? Which was it there that, obviously, sometimes a team just has your number, in a certain day, certain week. but what do you feel like changed with that week off time that you had coming into this?
We definitely took a good look at our draft. I think right now our draft is pretty strong, and we're trying to play as much side lock as we can. That's why we're protecting it. Yeah, that's kind of what we did with our week. We kind of practiced that as much as we could. We only scrim once a day, so we don't have that much time, but we do come together and talk about the game a lot. So we had our strategies ready to go.
Well, I interviewed Energy this week, and he said, man, Tap is just one of the craziest Psylocks out there. Definitely the respect is given to you guys. And then, you were big on Punisher, but then this time it was given to Avery, who was the Flyers. And then, Avery popped off with Domination. So it looks like even some of y'all's duelist flexibility really showcased here, Tap. And, dude, just again, man, like, this is the biggest stage for Rivals. First LAN in history, couple games away. Want to give you the floor here to say everything to the viewers for Teki and close things up here.
All right. Well, I think it's one more game. I'm not really sure who we play next, so I'll be watching the next game. Yeah, I think hope you guys support us as we try to make it to LAN.
Oh, I'm a fan now. I'm fully converted. I'm a fan now, man. You definitely showcased what you guys got. Go celebrate with the team, and hats off to you guys. We're excited to watch you guys as we continue down this thing. And again, you guys are the dream for a lot of these people watching, the people that could just sign up, play through, and then make their way through against all these orgs. So you're really showcasing a beautiful story to the audience, man. Just congrats.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, guys. That was Tap, one of the craziest Psylocks in the game, as he goes and celebrates with his team. I mean, a little bit is they're not doing a lot of interviews, right? They're a team put together, but also, man, the composure of that guy. He just won the biggest game of his life by far, probably, and nothing but just chill.
That's why I was like, you seem like this is just another day at work. Like, how are you feeling? I'd be hyperventilating, like my heart would be coming out of my chest, but I guess that's what makes the difference, perseverance out here for Teki. And you heard it from Tap themselves. They said, we gotta wait and see who we're gonna be playing next, because we don't know, because that's gonna be the winner of Sentinels versus Envy.
Yeah, listen, Teki's got like the hardest path. So if they won, it's not even like they're just winning. They're gonna take down Fly, which they did, the 1 seed, and then they could potentially take down one of the 2 best teams in America. And that's the next match we're going to decide who plays Teki. That Cinderella story, again, finding that glass slipper before midnight, as it's gonna be now Sentinels versus Envy. And what is gonna be interesting, we have Sentinels coming off of a reverse sweep in those grand finals, and Envy coined as the best team in America, dropping out of the group stage before that.
This was the hardest series for me to really base off my Preds, but I mean, after the very first series, just, toss the whole Preds away already at this point. Like, we just got to start from scratch. And I know I'm not alone on this. So many people in the chat with their own Preds just did not see this coming. It was wavering a little bit as the games had gone on, but now this is going to make things interesting. But this is a series that I was also expecting to go to the distance.
I mean, heck, Tap said they didn't even see it coming. We had nearly 90% of chat saying they didn't see this coming. This was the matchup I'm excited for, but the last one, yeah, toss everything away. We don't know anything at this point, but we are going to head to a quick break before the next electric matchup, guys. And if the first match was any indication, we have no idea what's about to happen. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. I think we all needed a quick break with the Marvel heroes staring into the souls, Luna DJing, as we just came off an insane upset of Teki versus FlyQuest. Teki named their entire team after one player from this next matchup, Vicky. I mean, you couldn't write it better.
As big fans, this is their opportunity, but that is to say Sentinels will be moving on in a very tight series. It was very difficult for me to really pinpoint what the results are going to be between Envy and Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels and Envy is like probably the match of the day when it comes to two Titans meeting. We say David versus Goliath. This is just two Goliaths, two giants going at it. One team constantly not getting their flowers even after winning so many and making it all the way up to the grand finals, only again to get that reverse sweep done to them by Team Nemesis, a team that has continued to find the weaknesses of others. But Envy, one of the favorites going in, winning a lot of grassroots tournaments and coming in here with a hot start, but unfortunately falling against two very good teams of 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. They look to get things straight.
Yeah, nothing to scoff at out here, you know, finding themselves in that lower bracket final in a very close series between themselves and FlyQuest, where FlyQuest had won 3-1. And then on the other hand, Sentinels, you know, in a very crazy reverse sweep from Team Nemesis, which, you know, is a whole other story to open. Sentinels have definitely been able to figure out what they need to shape up to prevent a reverse sweep like that happening ever again.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, I've got to say that sometimes these numbers don't tell the story fully. I mean, Envy was in it so close for most of their matchups. And with Sentinels, I mean, Nemesis was constantly putting the pressure on. I went back to a lot of those matches, and it was almost always 100% to 100%, very close action. Now, with both these teams, they're home to some of the best players in America. We've got one of the strongest strategist duos of AMER and Korova. But on the other side, Speedery, the man that they put all their trust in to try to get the win when things were looking bad against FlyQuest. And guess what? They won with that and Storm, what he can do. But looking at this team, they've been together for a long time under different names, different rosters. But here is the final look of the team, and they have a lot in store for us.
And that's cycling Nectar coming in too, being on that Wolverine, of course. And that's nice to highlight considering, you know, Gomez, you know, sitting out, seeing how the shape of these different metas and compositions have worked out in a lot of these teams' favor. But it's all about being flexible here with Nectar coming in, not only on the Wolverine, of course, as you can see on the highlights, but also on that Star-Lord.
Yeah, Teki doing a great job. As we've seen, he had some really pretty ults throughout the entire group stage. But honestly, when I interviewed AMER, she said there's something in the meta about to really spark up here. And it was Black Panther from Riot Amazing, showing his flexibility, showing the die potential that they can run. And honestly, went off against teams, essentially eliminating Nemesis at first, putting them to the lower bracket. Didn't work the second time around. But they're known of triple comps. You have Crimso, who can flex to just about anything. This team is dangerous because of how many different hero formations they've got and just comms.
Yeah, you have to consider Crimso and that Captain America too. Like, is this going to be another target ban situation where we saw with FlyQuest? A lot of those target bans were just completely filtering into their weaknesses. Is this going to be the same case here with Sentinels also, you know, having to lean onto Crimso? We saw the flex 2 to Groot at one point. So they have to be able to be flexible after having a good amount of time to now figure that out as we look at Envy.
Yeah, now Envy here, I mean, you can just tell from the class of their whole photo together here. We've got Kaluj,
nice.
And this is our first time with the fresh photos, by the way. We got Kaluj, many consider him one of the Vanguard GOATs and helming Doctor Strange, but now we've seen him shift to a lot of Magneto lately. Cal, cool, calm, collected. He can punish on Wolverine, Punisher. He's gone to Luna, he's gone to Hela. We've seen it all from him. Vicky, this roster's stacked.
Yeah, it is. And when you look at these fresh faces, some new profile pictures out here, you know, Envy is looking to deliver. So we take a look at some of those highlights from Speedery. And we talk about the Speedery show when we were casting this team, actually, whether it be that Psylocke, the Storm, the Human Torch that we actually saw from the other side here and just trying to deal with that. The Iron Man, though, popping off together with that and what Windows brings to the table with the Groot has always been the wombo combo to actually enjoy seeing.
Yeah, Jarvis clipping all that right here. Nero, just insane accuracy and damage output for a healer there on strategist, one of my strategists of the week. last week in the group stage. Window can flex to just about everything and played at a very high level. And so when those two play together, they really are tough to stop in general. And when it comes to Cal, Speedery opens up so much with how dangerous he is that Cal's able to get those quick eliminations and kind of like a Doom Division with Shroud X, those important eliminations that you need to get that pressure on. But here's the thing, they got their loss out of their way. You know, they were kind of hailed as the best team in America. They got out of that group stage. Now they can kind of just play without the pressure. And I think that's going to be huge for them and why I think they've got a good shot to win.
Yeah, and you know, after they lost out on that game one that you just saw on your screen right there, they were kind of forced to bring out that Sharknado composition too. So maybe thinking about these different bans that forces the hand for a lot of these teams to run unorthodox compositions that they may not be comfortable with. Because I forgot, but I believe that specific game they couldn't run the Luna because I believe it was banned. So that's something else that we're seeing a resurgence of aside from that and Loki.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys are new to watching these teams in general, Amazing on the other side, he's the one to watch. He's kind of the tap, if you will, really just able to put so much pressure on the enemy team and carry in a lot of ways. Nectar is who I want to see a lot more from. Now, Super Gomez has been in that spot previously. I think it's still going to be Nectar, but that's going to be kind of the 1A, 1B of the duelist that I need to see from Sentinels. And listen, they've come from the biggest stage of the MRI, losing in that, and then they won the MRC right after that. This team has lost big games and has come back and dominated. So I'm not worried about that loss affecting them at all. In fact, I think it fuels them, and that's why it's just a huge clash here. You've got Envy with something to prove. Sentinels right off just the heater. This is going to be good.
Yeah, when you're Sentinels and you're literally just one game away and you let it slip, you know that the in-game rage factor for Sentinels, like they're angry and they're looking to try to take control over that by just proceeding through the rest of this winners bracket just to prove what they were able to do back then in the group stages they could do this time in the playoffs.
Heck, we're about to find out if the 1 seed was a curse because we just saw Teki take down the 1 seed. Can Ego Death do the same to Nemesis? You'll have to find out on match 4. But for right now, we've got match 2, stage 2 of the playoffs. Sentinels versus Envy as we head into the first map. And I can't wait to see the audience predictions here with these two tight teams.
Ooh, you know what? Cozy, isn't Sentinels playing in person together as a team as well?
I believe so. I think 100 Thieves and Sentinels, I believe, are together right now. From what I've seen from Twitter, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And if so, wow, that just amps it up even more because I don't know if this team has all been together in person. But here we go. We start off and the respect to Speedery shown immediately. Emma bans? No. You're shutting down Human Torch.
That's actually crazy. That was the immediate reply from the Speedery show. Whether it was the Torch, the Storm again. Let's see what the first Protect, though, is going to be in favor for Envy as they are lingering over that Magneto. No surprise there. So you usually see the Ammo Frost band immediately off the rip. But then now we could possibly see the next band coming in here into play from Sentinels.
We've seen Envy usually use that save on their duelist, not their Vanguard, because they can adjust. They're so flexible. We saw that with FlyQuest all the time. So that's good coaching and scouting from Sentinels. Now just getting rid of that torch right away, making things uncomfortable, and then they can follow it up with the Emma band. So things are perfect there for them. They're going to have Crimzo here. Oh, this could be the Black Panther comp they ran.
Oh, is it going to come out? Amazing is hovering over the Black Panther, so I wouldn't be too surprised here. If they save the Captain America, which means here you want to ban the Magneto if you try to let it go through, and it's the Loki they've tried to prioritize instead after what we saw in our last series, I'm not too surprised.
Absolutely. Loki being banned in reverse. We've seen a lot of Kurova on Loki lately. AMER does the same, though, and AMER is going to be kind of that old shot caller. That's her role on the team. Psylocke being banned to show some respect to Sentinels, but Storm, they don't want Speedery on any flyers. They want to shut that down, but you can only ban so many, and guess what? There's 3 of them, so Iron Man just going to be that next man up mentality there for Team Envy. The save, though, going to belong to, it looks like, Luna.
Wow, so no saves on the Magneto here, and it's going to be the Cloak and Dagger and the Captain America instead for favoring of Sentinels. This, again, really different compared to what we've seen a lot of these different compositions rolled out from these teams that get target bans. This is also a team that's very comfortable on the res comp.
Yeah, again, both these teams are just so experienced. And the fun matchup here, I asked AMER, out of anybody, who is your rival in Marvel Rivals? Guess who it is? Kaluj. Kaluj won the MRC with this team of Sentinels and then went to the dark side, if you will, if you're a Sentinels fan, to Envy. And so I know this is the most important matchup. we know we're always doing 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. No, it's going to be Envy here as we lock in our final picks, our final bans, and Group being banned for Window. Really going to have to showcase that flexibility, Vicky.
Yeah, because we've seen Window pop off on the Groot. We've seen him having to flex over to that Jeff when we highlighted that Storm Tornado with the Omega Hurricane. But we are playing on this other patch here after nerfing the team up the Omega Hurricane, the amount of time that it takes to get that Omega Hurricane online. So now looking at where we're going to be able to roll out, Speedery's got other tricks up their sleeve, and it's the Wolverine that may be rolling out here.
Yeah, we typically see Cal there on the Wolverine. Speedery, though, taking that spot for now. And, you know, they might have teased that Black Panther. We might be in Wakanda, but they're going to be doing the triple res into Cap, which is such a team of sustain, especially here. And, wow, look at that. 62% for Sentinels. I thought this was going to be a lot closer. And that just really speaks to not only some recency bias, but also the belief behind this team. And honestly, I get it. I've been watching them since Alpha. This team has put in and put out results. And so I see the crowd behind it as we head into Wakanda for match 1.
Sheesh, Sen City, baby. That's what you like to see here for the fans at home that are putting in their own pick'ems here. As we see the tragedy on one of the Black Panther plushies on the floor. Let's get this started. Our very first map, but you're on Domination.
Perhaps some foreshadowing if we do see a Black Panther to play here as teams going in, and we've got the teams locked in. Magneto thing is going to be a great way to counter what I know they're expecting on the other side. Speedery, though, looking to get some first blood action here on Logan.
Just prowling about, waiting for Sentinels to move up from this next choke. Waiting for Nectar to fly by before you isolate the one player you're trying to bring over to your team over by Envy. Kalucha taking a good amount of damage. Nectar, though, with that boost, that power up from Amazing being on the Mantis.
Yeah, Kurova being one of the best Adam Warlocks in the world. It's easy that they love to go to the triple res, and Nectar picking up great where they left off now, getting the elimination on Cal, opening up the floor and the aggression as the team dives in. The mission area is ready. Who's going to start capping it? And no, it's over to Sentinels to begin things, and Nectar just going off to start things.
And literally not getting contested one bit, and then they have to worry about breaking necks if you're Envy. Just try to run for your lives, because then jumping right on top of them is going to be Crimson Teki, though, getting stunned just briefly. Nero, though, with another stun, though. Looks like actually that was Month who had gotten the copy onto the Fate of Both Worlds on this Loki. Loki again, just proving to stay on business here as Envy try to push up with that copy. And Nero, too, Nectar actually rather good to be able to get protected here from Teki and the bubble of the Magneto.
Just raiding from this guy's great patience there from Nectar, trying to get something rolling, but Nero keeping everybody alive, dropping the beat and trying to keep the team in it as Aramoy now is spreading that eternal bond and getting the pressure out. That's going to eliminate Cal. No, Nero there. Beautiful stretch. Just pick off Aramoy with a double from the Terror Cape and Cloak.
Ooh, look at these cameras here, too. They are indeed together. You can see the land setup right behind them playing out through this match as they take another team fight win. Nectar going crazy.
First time together, that's going to definitely bring a different sense of teamwork, and I love to see it. They've been playing together so long. To see this team together and show off right away, beautiful as we take a look at both vantage points here. Kurova does have that resurrection ready. Teki can land the purple rain if he chooses to do so. Cal, the only one with the ult on the other side.
Remember what these saves looked like here. That Captain America being prioritized on the other side, though. The Judgment looking point blank at Crimson. They all go down. They all get wiped out. And Cal with the sustainability comes in clutch with Month being on that Loki to move them up.
Good God, I mean, Frank Castle just doesn't ask why. Just how many, just absolute insane justice. That wasn't justice, that was punishment. Served time, beautiful job.
That's why it's called Last Judgment for a reason. That final judgment here instead, the Manta's ultimate overtime ticking away, and Envy have not put a single toe on the line of this point. The Fate of Both Worlds here. Nectar tries to rain from the heavens now. Nero had answered that back, and now Sentinels have that sustainability themselves. Aramori here with the Eternal Bond as Cal tries to get into a different angle. The Eye of Agamotto not finding its mark instead as they get some of that tick pressure away thanks to the Eternal Bond from Sentinels.
Yeah, this shows why the triple res comp is so lethal. The ice was close shut, and down goes Kalush with the Meteor M, but the connection's not there. Kurova Crypto trading. This team is locked in together in person, and they are showing it 99%. This is barely a fight.
Talk about a dominating first round. I love, by the way, Kluge looking to the back, just trying to yeet out that meteor at the mouth of that portal just in case it can find its mark before finding nobody there. But talk about dominating rollout with their compositions with this res comp.
I mean, Kurova there just getting everybody back. And I mean, that's just what this can do. And even if you have a perfect play, we talked about this with Shroud X and Nemesis back in the group stage. You have to play perfect, especially on domination. You have to eliminate these teams twice, and they're pro players. Not easy to do. Nectar, though, got to give my complete, honestly, clap here, because they looked a little bit shaky in the reverse sweep. Completely cleaned it up. 11K, 4 final eliminations. Beautiful work.
The enabling, too, between the Mantis and Kurova, literally the best Adam Warlock, just really helps build in to the sustainability and the pressure coming out from Nectar. Combine that with the Captain America to jump in right alongside you, and you're going to be able to thrive here. They're literally shoving Envy all the way back closer to their spawn room doors.
Yeah, insane. I mean, if Rivals ever gets a documentary that's going to play, is going to be a cold open. It's just absolute perfect map one there, as we have Nectar now picking up where they left off there, putting the pressure on early. We have Aramoy, Kurova with the sustaining. The ults are charging up and out. Speedery, though, and Month have what they need online. Let's look to see if they can get early aggression.
This is why we see the save on the Captain America right now, too. Just building in the pressure, allowing the Space Nectar comes into the bubble, gets supported and healed. The Loki from Month, though, keeps the lamps up. After they force that out, though, Amazing is able to kite away with the rest of the team back to the point with the Mantis power up, too. Speedery, though, gets into position, has a Dance of Butterflies activated for that next fight in engagement.
Now there, who's been lethal and hella, throwing out the thorns and getting the important picks, but the passive pops, and Speedery does as well as the team cleans up on 2, but they have their work cut out. No, make it 3 at this point. They are using those res, though. Those passives are being popped. Nectar being able to trade with Neo. Speedery going down, and that's what I'm talking about. You can get rid of them once, but you have to do it twice. Make it 3 times with Kurova in the res.
Dude, the moment you see that Mantis coming right back out of the cocoon, and you see them just shooting with everybody else getting res behind the Mantis, top 10 scariest moments you have to worry about in Marvel Rivals, though, dominating another team fight win in favor for Sentinels.
Chris Pratt's just applauding somewhere in a grocery store. I mean, who needs Drax and Gamora? You've got the other Guardians, and they're doing it just fine. They've got the ults they need. They've got Crimson ready. This is awesome.
That's the Quill special right here. And the Sentinels they're putting that on full display. Clobbering time coming in. Does find Amazing. Nectar gets stunned just for a temporary amount of time. But the freedom charge from Crimson keeps everybody in their morals alive here for Sentinels to keep up this choke pressure.
Absolutely, here putting that pressure on early. The Legendary coming out. That's going to force now Nero to get that. They to both worlds now. They've got the aggression. They have to push up and get a pick. You've got the Eye of Agamotto, but no, Month goes down. That's a huge stagger for the team now, as everybody's going to push in at this point. Aramoy, though, playing to perfection. Agamotto going out. Eliminations to follow. And at this point, there's 2. Passives are not ready, so this could be the fight to turn.
Finally, and that's with losing out on Month, who was going to have the God of Mischief, by the way, for this fight. But the stall is still here, too. The Dance of Butterflies from Speedery just trying to deal the finishing blow. And Crimson, despite all that, still finds that pick onto Kalush before the flip happens.
If it's not the first res from the passive, it's the Animal. If it's not the Animal, it's Crimson staying alive forever. That we've all been there with Captain America in our games. I mean, this comp is so hard to handle. They did it, though. 11%, 87. A rough start.
Literally feels like a wasp whenever you have to deal with a matchup of Captain America. I can't even say bee or fly, because that's what, you know, these diving duelists feel like sometimes. But when it comes to Captain America, literally a tank just staying alive, just staggering and stalling for as long as possible. It makes it so difficult, and Crimson is the best to do it.
Yeah, Crimson has just shown time and time again why he's one of the best Vanguards here. Here's the thing, and it's going to be Window with the clobbering time and the setup to capitalize. Now, Kurova should have that passive back, is going to elect to use it, so we've got the reses popping out here. 40% on the build. We have Month now with the Fate of Both Worlds. Amazing is now out of ult. Crimson and Kurova have theirs ready. They've got to find Kurova here to shut this team down, or he's going to rest them back, which we're about to see.
The Karmic Revival just waiting slowly. Kurova takes a lot of pressure. Speedery follows up with Window, and they get that pick. No re-engagement. Just trying to even out the stakes here in terms of percentage.
That's exactly what they needed to do. Born again? No. Gone again. That's, I mean, the perfect play. 65% Speedery knows the assignment to hunt down the Golden God, and he does just that. Now, looking into this next fight, though, Vicky, you've got the Eye, you've got the Dance of the Butterflies, but look at Sentinel starting to charge up.
Not the goodbye again here, sending you back. Maybe Kurova, though, in this next engagement with Nectar, using the legendary, could send them back in this fight. As Nectar is closing in the distance, needs a little bit of help with the Freedom Charge before diving back into the back lines of Envy. But Nero was waiting, has the fate of both worlds, and Month had already used up the God of Mischief in that last fight. Kaluz jumps in, finds the backline on Kurova and Rymazing, which means you won't be able to revive just yet unless Kurova can get into a good position to revive themselves. And you got to do it now here in this case.
This is the skirmish that I expected between these two top teams. It looks like Envy's going to cap it back 96 to 96. This is going to be close. Here comes Clobber in time for the cleanup and the combo. And can Cal get this important pick here? Know what's going to be Nectar trading in return. Rymazing now getting the pressure on. We have portals out. Teki trying to get the team back to it so they can get in. And again, that's just another revive with this triple res. Nectar taking 1v4 at the moment.
And that was with the trades coming in at the very beginning. And Nectar is cleaning up all of Envy from the front lines, from the balcony, before getting restabilized. Overtime taken away. And the flip immediately happens with no one here aside for Speedery doing some desperate measures. But overtime now taking away.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be too little too late as Sentinels are going to take map 1. And my gosh, colors everywhere. My screen looked like a rave hosted inside a firework warehouse. That was insane. What just happened? That was so quick.
Sentinels. What happened was a bunch of golden lights, Kurova doing what the #1 Adam Warlock player does best. Combine that with these Mantis resets out here too. You're just re-engaging consistently with Nectar. Crimzo being on the Captain America. I just mean, like, this is just everything I fear when it comes to facing off against a team comp like this.
We've seen it time and time again. Triple res on domination especially is just one of the hardest things. You can only ban so much out there. And Nectar, they stepped it up when needed. We talked about that being a little bit of some of the weak link that we saw on the film. And just flipping the script there. 21k, 11 eliminations. Hats off, buddy. But yeah, 9k damage there with Kurova. 12k to follow that. The team played great. Envy did well, especially on that second point, but it was too little too late. They want to look to clean up a bit of what they can do there with the Vanguard. But they shut down Speedery. That's the first step to success against Team Envy.
And the issue with that is Speedery doesn't have to worry about getting 1 or 2 picks in that case. It's about having to worry about getting 2 to 3 more with the revival too. So aside from the reses that you have to try to chase down these individual Adam Warlocks, these Star Lords, these Mantises, then you have to try to fixate on helping Peel for your backline, getting some of these follow-ups, and then Crimzo is so busy already just dealing all this pressure in your face.
Yeah, absolutely just directing the fight. I mean, we've highlighted this, whether it was the MRI and everything on the line. I said, man, this is one of the best teams with the res comp. And that was when it was meta. But now they added the Black Panther comp and this new dive edition. But they also have up their sleeves flyers that either Nectar or Rymazing can play. And Rymazing just going from one of the most lethal duelists in the game to going to Mantis here and kind of the new Season 2 Mantis that we have. Giving them more flexibility, we can stack up the buffs, stack up the healing. There's so much strategy and just top tier play with triple res at this level. Insane job from the entire team, highlighting Nectar here, 21k damage. Insane.
That's with supporting Nectar with these damage boosts from Rymazing, who also put in like 10k damage just themselves. Combine that with an Adam Warlock sniping your face with a 9.4k damage. Nectar was enabled all the way through here, getting 11 final hits too.
Yeah, I just want to be a fly on that wall in that room with all of them together having a boot camp. Honestly, we might be able to if we interview them and they end up winning, because I know, just imagine just the eruption of joy there. Or knowing them, they're all locked in. They're like, that was business as usual. Let's carry on. I want to highlight again, Aramori, her rivals within rivals for Sentinels was Kaluge, and they just did a great job at it.
And that was with the protection on the Cloak and Dagger and the Captain America. So finding those protects on what you prioritize is how Sentinels is leaning. So it's all about how Envy is going to try to counter this in the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight, we've been giving Crimzo his flowers a lot, but also he's a lot of the brains and the coach behind that team, right? And so to be able to just win so heavily in that pick and ban phase, they did a good job there. We'll see if they can do it again. Envy, they picked the map, they picked the mode. We're going to be right back after this short break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. So far, Vicky, the playoffs, they are living up to the hype. And right now, Sentinels, they did not just team fight. They assembled like they are in person in the boot camp. We saw it go from in person into the game. Insane first match there.
Yeah, man. The Guardians of the Galaxy coming through with this res composition on the Mantis. Nectar going absolutely crazy. Crimzo popping off, only like dying twice. This team is looking great, leading to their strengths right now.
Yeah, directed from James Gunn himself. Just great job from start to finish. You know, and if you're Envy, you know, we've been seeing Mantis bands that handle the triple res. Maybe they go that direction, but, you know, that's not against Kurova, so maybe they go with the Atom. I don't think Sentinels is going to change anything. Crimzo, oh, yeah. Crimzo only dying twice is just so much insane pressure. And then you've got to deal with everybody coming back and then focusing on where Kurova is. There's so much to track, but it's not going to work the exact same in this next game mode. Domination is, I would say, the best that triple res does play on. So maybe they do adjust, maybe they don't.
Yeah, I'm wondering what second map we're going to be moving on right now, too. Because if you do want to get that focus band, Kurova being that like #1 Atom Warlock player, you know, you can try to toss that already out the window. We know that Rymazing has a plethora of different hero pool to work on, and to work with, rather. And seeing now Crimso's survivability, the Captain America, also highlights why they saved that pick.
Yeah, and like, listen, we saw Teki. They lost. They got out. They came back swinging. And Envy, I know that this team, they scrim a lot. They practice a lot. They have so much going for them. And if you're just now coming in and you're watching maybe the group stage and the playoffs, you might be like, okay, you know, I haven't seen a lot from Envy. This team was on a run for the ages that we've seen within Rivals so far. And so just, it's crazy to see the results thus far. And we could get a FlyQuest Envy lower bracket first round.
That would be insane, but I'm not surprised with the way that playoffs is already onto the start that we have thus far. FlyQuest falling down to that lower bracket. TekiXD smiling, seeing Sentinels taking game #1 in a best of 3 is very important to highlight. We have to keep reiterating this coming out of group stage, where at the very end of a lot of our final matches, they were best of 5. See the ban hovering over the Emma Frost, because even if they do want to try to do target bans and the Captain America ends up being a problem, guess what? We know that Teki is a very strong Emma Frost too.
Yeah, absolutely there. Again, Human Torch, yeah, just going out. Love the callback to Rymazing's game on Black Panther. Now they're just all floating it, and they're locked and ready as we've got our first save on the board. And instead of Magneto this time around, it looks like they're going to go and swap things over to Emma. Definitely a smart play there, Speeder, although hovering it, not going to play it. But I like the change-up at least here.
And now going to be able to get the next ban onto the Magneto. You won't be able to deal with it twice back to back. And now the save to follow up here on the Captain America, wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah, Master Magnetism being banned, but they do have the Hellfire Queen and Emma, and there it is again. I love it. I mean, just seeing Captain America take, what, 3 nerfs and 3 back-to-back back patches. I mean, it's crazy that they elect to keep on just doing the motto of doing it all day with Crimzo. And looks like they're going to get the same Loki ban. And we're probably going to see the triple res ban towards the end if we do see it.
Yeah, Captain America, he's alive and he's here to play. I just think it's so great to be able to see the diversity of compositions of these players, not only leaning to these strengths, but then these specific target bans as we hover over the Psylocke and the Storm on the other side.
Yeah, we got Psylocke going down. Man, it's great. The Psylocke ban especially is just really showing the respect they have there. And Nectar playing lights out at it. Both Flyers, yet again, shut down for Speedery. And sometimes for these, you know, really solid teams with great talent, all you got to do is to shut down their best player to really open up the rest of the field. And that's what we're seeing here from Sentinels. They're going to get the Punisher save, though. I like it.
I really also think it's interesting to consider that before today, Psylocke has not been banned a single time before today. In our first series, though, that's when we first saw it. Now we get to keep seeing it being a tradition, it looks like, that teams lean towards when it comes to these really strong duelist players that know how to play to the strengths. And then the Magneto ban here.
Yeah, triple res is going to be opened up. They elect to get rid of some of the key powerhouses and vanguards. I like the Punisher, you know, because I think they might let Window play Groot here, and then you've got, you know, the source of damage to burst through those walls potentially is the route they're going to go. But, oh, the Wolverine, the Groot save. I think they're going to go with the Groot save, and that's probably smart. They've got the Punisher, though, to go against that. And so in reverse here now, you've got a lot of options. You can go with any of the key strategists if you want to float that. But right now, they seem pretty confident that they don't care what strategist Envy plays, and we might see that highlighted. Maybe Luna goes here.
Okay, I like that option because if you let the Emma Frost go by out here and then you have to consider like the Psylocke together, mental projection, you know that's a lot of burst damage coming out on top of the fact that you have to worry about these Groot walls and the Emma Frost kick combo.
Yeah, Nero getting 70% accuracy for Luna, combined now with the 24 seconds of invincibility. That's going to be tough to match and definitely a little risky to leave out there. But hey, Crimson knows what he's doing under the coach seat there. I think they're going to adjust to the fly comp. Right Mason, we saw this before. Right Mason loves to switch over to this Ultron instead of doing the torch and gives that duty over to Nectar.
Talk about the flexibility from Amazing. If it isn't the Black Panther, the torch up in the sky, you got another flyer out here being on that strategist role, Ultron, as we move over to Convoy for our second map.
Yeah, I mean, Asgard's a fitting spot. Look at the way the poll has tipped now. 70%, leading 27, hanging on there for Envy in terms of predictions. And hey, right now predictions, they mean nothing. We've seen that before, but so far so good for Sentinels, and we'll see if they carry on. Asgard, though, is where a lot of gods battle. We have two Goliaths, two rival gods going at it as we kick things off. Now, first team here, Envy on offense to Sentinels defense.
Nectar flying in the skies together with Amazing. You saw the Ultron, you see the torch. Teki also trying to match that, being on the Groot. Compared that to Window as Speedery takes the skies on the Star-Lord.
Yeah, keep in mind, we're going to see more Star-Lord than we did last week because of the buffs that this patch just came with. He has a little bit more of that mid-range damage where a lot of the damage comes in handy to get that ult all the faster and just really punish the opponent. Now we got Amazing playing from the back here. This is going to be the Battle of the Skies who can control the airspace. Teki, not seeing a lot of group from him. Going to be excited to see what he can do.
I think it's going to even be better when it comes to trying to shut down Speedery, approaching being on that Star-Lord instead. And that's, of course, with no Adam instead here, too. But the slicing, the follow-up here from Nero allows themselves to get the Nectar as the first pick here for Sentinels.
I'm telling you, Luna might as well be, more of a duelist than a strategist when in the hands of Nero, especially on this map. I've seen it time and time again. Cal, a lot more lethal here on the Wolf as well, but going to make it, honestly, hell for Teki that we typically see Crimson play that Groot, though. Nectar already coming back here. They've got themselves triple Vanguards that's going to feed into the Wolverine. Amazing getting the Extermination out early to get that poke, and Karoba capitalizes and gets Cal out early on the fight.
And building into that Strangling Prison here, too. Window, though, goes crazy with these Groot walls and with Speedery, even with just 15 HP, just trying to hail from above. But you can't deal with that when you have to worry about the Eternal Bomb from Aromori.
Yeah, great group hug there, but unfortunately unable to get everything connecting. And the portal back came in handy. Cal has a lot of pressure on him now with 3 Vanguards. Can he get the kidnaps that he needs? Can he get the damage out there? And can Amazing stay alive through the onslaught that is going to be Speedery on Star-Lord? Crimson getting that early pressure. Love the Captain America play into this.
As really quickly here, the Strangling Prison, though, the wall from the other side, but the Eye of Agamotto is the insurance policy that they needed to find 3. It takes care of Cal and Speedery in the process, and this is with Month having the fate of both rolls off the copy on the Luna, so it's a wasted ult here, forcing Envy all the way back from the pressure off of Nectar and the Agamotto.
They are just playing lights out. He opened the eye. The enemy saw nothing but darkness. And at this moment, it's crazy that the flexibility from this team, it seems like anyone could play just about any hero at this point. One of the beautiful things about Rivals here, as now with only 1:42, Envy's got to get this thing together.
Oh, it's gonna be hard when you have to split your attention onto the flyer up in the air. Amazing taking a different angle. Kalujo, that does have that psionic seduction, but they have to break through these walls. They have to break through the Doctor Strange shield instead, and they have to look behind them at the Captain America now trying to approach.
The coach that he is, he assembles his Avengers as he pushes forward now, and they're going to match the Groot ult back. And can they get the eliminations with the Berserker Rage up and out? But no, Nectar gets the melee whip into Logan.
Off to the face of the Nectar. They provide enough of that output here to deal with Cal, and now you have to worry about the heavens because Speedery is hailing from right above Amazing's head. Teki meets their demise as Window gets the follow-up, and it's going to be a nice wipe for Envy, and with just less than a minute on the clock to get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a seal. Crimson could probably get back there. They don't have a portal. Crimson running for his life, but probably, oh yeah, he's going to be able to touch, and that's going to be massive. Just trying to line it up right. Look at this, the fire parade. Okay, they're going to back up here. Let that first cap go. They got 3 minutes now to get this second one. Not an easy point.
And Peter Quill like, all right, that's what I thought here, Steve Rogers. Got to back away real quick while we control this next corner. But Nectar in the skies over to this torch now. Kalush has that psionic seduction once again.
Yeah, here, like the double flight, they had a temporary change into that Doctor Strange. Played it well, but getting back to the basics here. Window has got that Imprisoned Entanglement coming up. This is going to be a huge team fight win if they can grab it. It's going to be 2 fights minimum here to get around the corner. And here comes, and they're opening it up. Kalush with the Emo ult, but the Supernova's out, Vicky.
Good cover, getting on the line of sight of the Psionic Seduction 2 just in case, and to get enabled to with the boosted power-up of the damage output here with the Luna Snow. Korova being able to allow them to hold all the way forward, gets the follow-up as Rymazing gets that finishing blow.
They've got to have a fire extinguisher at the boot camp, but because Nectar is just absolutely popping off right now, especially on the torch, shutting down Kalush as the ult begins. I mean, that is rough waters for Envy. I said it last week. Envy's looking more like empty, and we're seeing that here on now this map.
Oh, they assemble, though, to rally the troops together. The Freedom Charge is going to be answered by the Fate of Both Worlds, though. The Strangling Prison, in terms of the Extermination now, to follow up. That was off of a month, but they have the delay now, as Nero also has the Fate of Both Worlds, just to start with this re-engagement, and that's going to be the counter to the Legendary here from the sky. The Speedery, rather, is going to try to force Sentinels around that next corner.
Yeah, then to the Bond coming out, keeping everybody up, but Teki does fall. Supernova is trying to go up, but out, and wow, what a response there from Cal and the pressure, but nope, those tornadoes, nothing can stop them. The weather report is, oh my god, Cal with the dive!
Did someone call for a fly swatter? I mean, I know it's the summer, but Cal coming in and the follow-ups from Month to get that final blow there was huge to allow Envy now to cover this next corner.
I mean, we've just seen it. The animal off the leash before. It happened with Teki. It's happening now. Wolverine can just absolutely put the entire team to play on their back. Cal, great jobs with the kidnaps and great jobs with the finals. As now we look to get reset. Now 56 seconds. Sentinels, they have nothing in the bank. Korova getting close to the Fate of Both Worlds. That's going to help them stall a bit, but he's got to farm it.
Oh, before jumping down, though, having to reset real quick as Rymazing looks to their back together with Korova, who does have that Fate of Both Worlds. The Psionic Seduction, though, coming in allows Korova to keep everyone from Sentinels alive here, as Envy don't really have their own strategist ultimates to work off of this extermination. And Month goes down after getting so close to the God of Mischief. This is going to be a team fight win in favor for Sentinels.
Oh, just so much to handle at once. You've got to deal with the Fate of Both Worlds, keeping the entire team up. Rymazing up in the sky with Extermination going on full DPS mode. Forget the healing. Let's just put the pedal to the metal, trying to now snipe out Cal. 15 seconds left. This team's going to have to try to now just get themselves together if they want to have a point in a match better than what they've had.
Less than 5 seconds now on the clock. They have to make their moves here. The portal is going to be able to come right out, and you can see the setup already with the Amethyst shield before diving in, but they don't get there on time. And that was up for the Diamond Form to try to get the choke immediately right through the portal, just in case to touch a toe on that point.
I mean, I honestly just completely shocked. Sentinels, they look like they're just playing perfectly in Envy. I mean, some stuff was there, but it just never really felt like it was together.
Yeah, there was a lot of times, though, that they were calling out Cal being on that Wolverine here, too. So I feel like combine that together with just, what, 1 or 2 kidnaps that we basically saw. That's the playmaking ability that you want to lean into that win condition that really wasn't able to get much done.
Yeah, and listen, Envy made it all the way up through the upper bracket to then go down to the lower. I mean, for them to go down to lower brackets twice, again, this could be it for us to see FlyQuest and Envy, one of those teams not making it to LAN. I think both could have been favored to go of the 3 teams. This is already something different than what we've seen in the making as we look at the stats. And Nectar, I just cannot commend him enough of the effort that he's putting out there.
Dude, 3 spots only for Americas to make it into LAN. $250,000 prize for first place. Get $70,000, and second place is here with $35,000. That's literally a $35,000 money match. It's so much on the line here, and this is a best of 3 to start off our playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Nectar just server admin at the moment. Absolute crazy. Month doing a great job down there in terms of both the damage and the healing as we exit and zoom out from a statue and onto the battlefield. Vicky, this is it for Envy, or they're sent to the lowers.
Let's see. Sentinels now got to kind of clear their space right in front of them. They could taste victory as Kalush, being on this Emma Frost consistently around these brute walls too, gets the choke slam before sending them out against the payload. Gets that 1 KO just to start things up against Teki.
Yeah, showing off those diamond forms and how it can carry hard as now Teki getting eliminated fast and the team having to reset. Great opening and confidence here from Envy as Crimson trying to get away. They get the stagger there as well. Great start.
The harder when you have the Captain America having to push out of this attack spawn door and having to wrap around to find the backline of Envy specifically, leaving really Teki as the sole vanguard to hold the front line to control some of that space.
Yeah, the first strategies on the last point there looked like Talbot trying to pilot this team using. Oh my gosh!
Oh,
okay, Nectar trying to get the pressure in early. And everybody in the room, this is not what we want to do.
They're fighting for their life. The copy, though, allows the reset, at least for right now. The peel from window right behind them after seeing that they needed help from Month. Getting that copy allows the Strangling Prison to just force off the backline.
This team is very solid on defense and just absolutely putting on a clinic for defensive efforts here as both teams just finding. Oh, we've got Amazing in the back here, forcing the lanterns out and putting the pressure in the back line. He does get the pick on Nero, now looking for the Loki.
They have to expend everything, though, while you have to worry about collusion, the psionic seduction from the front lines. Now Uramori moving in with the Eternal Bond deals so much of the damage that they needed with that Eternal Bond and the follow-up together here with Teki. And they didn't have to expend all their ultimates, just really the Ultron and the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, full commit there, full belief, full control. Great job there getting the first bit of the point. But man, 2 minutes now remaining. We've got the portal back, potentially the run back, and this is going to be a tough fight here. But Sentinels have everything they need here. They're going to go maybe instantly into the group hug of Groot. It is, yes, and together with the Supernova, Nectar rains down. All the ults coming out. Nero trying to keep the team up. The beats are dropping here for both teams. Let's see which one lasts longer as the headliner, Vicky.
I was going to say, don't swap off that healing output because Nero was taking so much damage from Nectar right there, too. They left Nectar one. Nectar backs away in time. Here comes the copy with the Loki instead. It is this time, though, it's not in the form of Fate of Both Worlds. It's with the Extermination here on the other side as the follow-up here, rather from Speedery. Looking at Monk, who still has that copy available. Looking at Sentinels, and now they're going to be able to try to stay alive.
We just saw Human Torch carry so much in the group stage. They banned it against Speedery, but Nectar is doing a great job here, even though he was just eliminated by the former Sentinel in Colluge there. Now we've got Window, who did just ult to try to get some momentum rolling for the team. 1 minute left. We can see it in the players' faces. They're calm, cool, collected. Extermination coming out here, trying to get that back elimination. Dude, they do get the lanterns out. Instead, of Colluge with the pop.
But you've left your backline vulnerable. Yes, you keep trying to take these flanking angles with the Extermination. You force up these lamps, but now you have no sustainability with Amazing being the only sole support alive.
Yeah, I mean, they give Amazing that permission to be that DPS Ultron, but yeah, in situations like that, you definitely need a little bit more backline protection there. Looking at the ults, everything's ready for both teams. We've got triple tank on the side of Envy. The follow-up there, really not a lot of damage, just more sustain with this team. They don't have a pure duelist there to keep things going, but there's the Supernova, but they've got the defenses to hold.
You've got 3 tanks, no Wolverine in sight though, but you got the Freedom Charge from Crinzo followed up with Korova and the Fate of Both Worlds. A Strangling Prison, both from each side, over these walls, over the damage output, the dance off between that and Nero Cow getting stunned just temporarily. It's the matchup between Crimzo and Cow, and Monk is about to get the reset on the God of Mischief.
Oh my god.
Nice!
Out. Teki though with the pick on Mud's Amazing to follow up with the quick switch to Bucky. And at this point, they're kept alive as overtime just has a sliver on it. There's going to be one more fight for this though, Vicky.
But they can't find Cow because they can't get off the point. Overtime taking away as the Envy may look to re-engage.
I mean, my gosh, somewhere a graphics card just gave up. There was so much pumped out there for this last bit of point as overtime ticking down. You can see Envy, the red line, the outline as they push in the group walls. So nice job, but they get the touch, 3.82.
What? Literally just a few little meters away. Overtime now taking away as the re-engage comes out, but they've lost out on Cow, who was the first one there. The group walls put up here by Teki, just trying to box out Envy, but you have to consider the Extermination from Speedery now. It dealt so much damage. Teki needs help, but there's no survivability. There's no strategic ults to keep Sentinels alive.
Not just overtime, this is legacy timing where heroes shine and Envy gets a huge defensive effort. Guys, we had so many 2-0s. How about some 2-1s? And we're into it now as Envy get a great win off, and this is going to be close, Vic.
Buckle up, everyone. We're out here for a ride. I expect nothing less when it comes to our playoffs week here, Cozy. And it looks like we really are going the distance now. 1-1 situation between Sentinels and Envy.
Just insane. Just composure, courage, clutch. All 3 Vanguards, 3 supports. Who needs a duelist? Everybody's locking duelists in competitive ladder. Well, here with Envy, they're going to share the love. And it's crazy that they were able to get the eliminations with no key combo, no key damage output. Looking at it, look at Window's performance, Vic.
Dude. 3 Vanguards, 3 support. Window with the group with 34,000, 7 final hits, like the 52,000 damage blocked. I mean,
Window again. I've seen this man pump out some crazy stats on Groot and the flexibility. Again, Kaluj, we've seen him kind of swap over to Mag lately, but he is such a good Doctor Strange. We saw it right then and there as the team just fully felt kind of, they were feeling like themselves once again, and it was at the hands of the Vanguards this time.
And this is with swaps, right? Because I believe we saw Speedery originally roll out with the Star-Lord, yeah, as you can see right here, and then making that swap over to the Ultron after they also adjusted. Had Cal on the Captain America, they had the Doctor Strange, Window obviously rolling out with the Groot, but this is a composition that you had to make literally on the fly just to try to readjust midway through trying to recontest.
Yeah, we got Cal like Captain America. Like, it definitely wasn't probably in the game plan, but you know, I got to give it to Envy when they did get out of the group stage. It looks like they definitely tried to go back and come up with some new comps and new strategies. And my gosh, look at that beautiful Hagamoto there from Kaluj. But yeah, got to hand it to the team here. Definitely got creative to put up a nice counter. And if you're Sentinels, we just saw this in the grand finals. The team is all together, but we just saw the reverse sweep happen, right? We've seen teams come back against them. They come out with great momentum, and then it can go right back to them as we look at the MVP.
The Speedery show indeed. 22 KOs there, 26.4k damage output here too. But Speedery even flexing over to the Ultron, understanding what the game plan needed to change. Kaluj had done something similar. We saw the Emma Frost originally before swapping over to the Doctor Strange just to re-engage, boost up that Eye of Agamotto. Beautiful follow-ups here, allowing Speedery to shine. And I also feel like making those adjustments, this is what I love about Marvel Rivals. Making these changes to then recontest, having the time to recontest. All these little things, they work together to make this work in your favor. Now we get to go the distance for a Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that top play, that's when coaches come in handy. That's when really just the experience does. And, you know, we talked to Tech and they're like, we didn't think we would win, and we did. And these teams, they expect to win, right? And you know that they want to make land so bad. And so both these teams just leaving it all out there. The ride in the upper bracket certainly a bit easier than the lower, especially when your opponents can be FlyQuest, Techie in the upper. But hey, they're no slag off either. We saw what they can put out today. All I know is match 3. This is what you want in the playoffs. You guys aren't going anywhere, let's face it. But we're going to take a quick break to reset, reload. We're going to see you in just a second.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yeah. on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. I mean, to open up the playoffs, Vic, we've got two 2-1 matches, and this is exactly what I expected to see here because of how good and how these teams are and how small just the errors between them are. For me, personally, what I saw there is one team in Envy able to adjust well mid-match, whereas the Sentinels, they really go into the match with a great battle plan, but a little bit tougher to get things going mid-match.
And the MVP touch from Cal too, like on that Captain America, just allowed a whole re-engagement too. So that was insane in terms of the timing. It was like a 0.3 meter touch, and that is what completely just changed the course right now of the series.
Yeah, and with only best of 3, right? It's like momentum now. Again, we said this last time, but both teams kind of know what it takes to get it out of them. And they allow triple res this time around, and it's just not as big of a threat, right? Because it's just different on the game mode. And yet again, we head into Central Park, kind of bit of a mirror for the maps that we've seen so far, but this one always just has so much stakes to it. The grand stairway, the first point cap, it's got it all, and I'm excited to see these two teams clash with it.
And this is also a really good map when it comes to the group, right? And Teki, yes, we highlighted a lot of window, but Teki blocked like 72,000 damage in that last round. That also highlights the damage output that we were currently seeing from the triple Vanguard, triple strategist just lineup. But Teki obviously being able to work around these group walls too.
Yeah, and they've been letting Nectar have Human Torch. This is such a good map for them. Like, I feel like that wasn't in their game plan. So it has me. I'm going to be curious if Envy, maybe they allow the Psylocke, although that's another good map for the character. So it's going to be tough to see what they go with in their game plans in it. All I know is they're great at adjusting throughout it. And the Vanguard level of play was near perfect on the side of Envy. Here's the thing with Sentinels. They didn't even play bad, too, Vicky. They played great that last match.
Yeah, they did. I'm thinking, like, honestly, man, is today, like, just me seeing... I've always known, but me seeing the issue of resets of Loki and the lamps against just being able to stay alive consistently. You have to worry about Nectar making some swap-ups, whether Nectar was on the torch, whether we could even see, like, an Ultron just mirror in this example. You have to still deal with these lanterns. And it's just so much stall potential.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great point. I think going into that map, that was the first thing I highlighted. I'm like, wow, they just gave Nero Luna, and they're going to have Luna Loki to go with. That's such a tough. I mean, no one wants to go against that, even as viewers going competitive ladder. It's tough. It's tough to go against, and giving it to one of the best at it, not easy. And so I'm curious to see if they Sentinels go a bit less kind of speedery, duelist focus with their bans, and kind of more, okay, let's shut down some of these big threats here. Maybe not get rid of the group, whatever it might be, and go with the Luna ban.
Yeah, and are you going to try to keep the Psylocke out here, but then you still have to deal with the Loki? That's why on the opposite side, like, we're not able to see Sentinels utilize the Loki because it keeps getting banned against them. And if it's not the Loki, it's the Psylocke instead there too.
And one thing I know is that this is what I love. We had so much talk going into this week of what we might see from these teams and who might rise, who might fall. And it's just so early in the scene in these teams. Now, what's cool is Sentinels in their boot camp, not only off the win, they can have that electric high that they had, but also they can kind of regroup together. And that's massive to come together as a team and talk with in person. Changes the game here, as Envy obviously going to have to do it, over comms, but they got the job done on that map. Central Park, though, is going to make the difference. And I've seen Envy play great on this map against a lot of teams.
Yeah, and I feel like we've highlighted, the strength of certain picks that we've seen with these heroes, whether it be the Torch out here too, as well as the Ultron maybe as well. Psylocke being able to have a lot more of these flanking routes. That is also goes hand in hand with the fact that if you do allow Emma Frost to go through, you have the mental projection, so you have even more poke pressure in that sense if you're on the other side, and you could see Envy who have prioritized that Emma Frost too.
Yep, guys, this is Rivals at its best. This is what you've come for, the playoffs. This is the fight for LAN. All these teams want it bad as we head into match number 3. One team is going to be sent to that lower bracket to go against FlyQuest. The other advancing to glory in the upper bracket. Central Park is the location.
Nice little pit stop here to see who will be moving on in this playoffs bracket that has completely thrown everybody around here with game 3 situations. This is what I like to see a high-level Marvel Rivals play, as the Emma Frost and the Torch are the first to go.
Yeah, sticking with the same strategies that we've seen. That Speedery on Torch on this map, you might as well give the L now. So I'm glad that they shut that down right away now with the second one going to Magneto, obviously. Getting rid of those 2 Vanguards. You got to get rid of one outside of AMER or that. And the first save, this is going to show us a lot here. I'm curious with what they go. They're going to just stay with the Captain America. It's been working thus far for the most part.
Is the second one, I'm not too sure if it's going to be Punisher this time around, or maybe it is, considering the fact that when you're on Central Park, it's a lot more of that verticality to get out of these line of sights here. So the Punisher may need to do that final blow with a final judgment just to clear space. But also looking at the other side, the next man is going to be the Loki. So once again, Sentinels unable to play Loki.
Yeah, this is going to tell the story here. They're going to go Storm again. It looks like they're going the double kind of speedery ban route, and then that's going to open up things later. But now you're giving Envy the chance here to respond. This save, I'm curious if they're going to go with kind of the same game plan as before, and getting that access now to Magneto is going to help them a lot here. Last ban, I don't think it'll be for the triple res. I don't think it'll be. Maybe they're going to go with a different route. Last time that they did go, I believe, with that Magneto.
Yeah.
So things have changed up a bit. And look, it's going to be Torch. The respect is shown, Vicky.
All right. So that's the one difference maker. That means that the Punisher still on the table too for them to utilize, since it was the Torch that was prioritized, no doubt about it, as the Groot is going to be the next protector. And this is what I was expecting, especially in that first point when you're trying to hold it down. That Groot, those walls just allow so much separation and damage output and pressure when it comes to trying to isolate your tanks out of the line of sight of the supports.
A little nod there, a little Easter egg for the long fans of Sentinels. Roy Mason used to play an absolute mean, disgusting Moon Knight. I've made a guide with him. I mean, he was so good at the hero in Season 1. I think it's more of a tip of the cap to Khonshu than it is what we're going to see. But hey, with the buff, who knows? Maybe it's a hint for what's to come. But Triple Res is going to be left on the table, and it looks like we're getting just that, Vicky.
It's a really good point. This is what allowed Sentinels to really shine within that first map, although on Domination, we know that res composition really comes through. Now, can it do the same thing, though, on Central Park is the question.
Yeah, I actually like this a lot because, obviously Dom is where it shines the most, but for this first cap, just getting that extra bit of life and passive from it, really going to help them out here in just overall momentum. One team is out. The other is in. The upper brackets as 2 Goliaths clash here in Central Park. And look at the prediction.
Wow. Okay, so this is the tightest we've probably have seen thus far now, introducing the chat predictions. And guys, we are just as split right now looking at the outcome of these last 2 games. This has been absolutely insane, but the favor going towards Sentinels, just missing 1% shy of 60.
Yeah, listen, both teams have just about equal chances. Both have been here. Both have shown what they have in terms of talent, roster, strategy, coaches. It all comes together in one clash in just a moment as teams get things rolling here. Listen, not even rivals can handle the anticipation of the importance of this map, Vicky.
Now, maybe not even Dracula's Castle out here, too. I love this map, too. The music always makes me jam out. I'm like, who is coming out, throwing out some bangers on this opera solo? And getting set up with such an insane matchup right now between 2 tier 1 orgs to vie for one of the 3 spots in Americas to perform at LAN with the prize pool that we currently have is insane.
And listen, guys, like I said, this whole Rivals map is just trying to prep for what's about to happen here. I mean, there's the graphics cards, they're getting ready. We just saw it with all the ults. Again, it's like a unicorn just exploded on screen with all the ultimates and the chaos as the game tries to get itself ready to rock for this elite matchup. But hey, pick bans, all that, Vicky's going to stay the exact same. So we know the story going in now, and the story's the same as that first map. It's going to be triple res.
You know what I am afraid of, though? The Psylocke was allowed for Envy. So Speedery will be able to be on that Psylocke together with Kaluj on this Emma Frost was what we were worried about with the poke pressure of the mental projection. Now being able to find its mark. When you have a matchup like that, the res comp, you can't just do it once. Obviously, you have to keep going at it just to make sure that you could win not 1 fight, but like 2 more fights after that.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to, because Sentinels are on defense first, so I'm curious if they're just going to have the triple res for this first kind of hold off, and then as things kind of escalate, they're going to switch and then go into some different comps. But getting rid of that Human Torch this time around, it changes a lot of the strategy, right? Amazing going to that Ultron, Nectar, you know, hovering on the Human Torch. It shuts off, for the most part, that fly comp, and so they're going to have to adapt in different ways. I don't think it's going to be the Black Panther. I think maybe that was just kind of a one-stop shop we saw in the group stage, but either way, it's definitely going to make things a bit different here for the team.
About catching people off guard and it starting in this pick and ban phase too. Of course, we already saw those pick and bans originally before diving into that game. I'm expecting it to stay exactly the same before we finally get started on match number 3, but it's heating up and you could see it. You could see it in Sentinels' faces. You could see the way that Envy's been able to play, adapt around this, and be flexible.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, like I talked about, you've got Kalush, who was on that team, all right, and one day gets the call, and Envy, they got their man. They got who they wanted there, and, you know, it's tough because what has impressed me so much is this team that was kind of this core 6 since the Alpha Sentinels. They were together, they were Nightmare, they had so much practice together, but now you enter in Teki, but not only that, you enter in the replacement who was Super Gomez into Nectar, and as a sub and performing, you know, amazing. And I've got to say, you know, Super Gomez, big shoes to fill. Nectar doing just that. So it's been crazy to see what, you know, the stakes are for this win outside of just the upper bracket.
And Nectar, they've been really good too at just trying to not only adapt around the different comps that they got to throw around, whether it be on the Star-Lord and having to perform like you highlighted in that first game, but also just being the shoe-in that they need. If they need him to flex over to something else, you know, they're right there to do so. And seeing together with the fact that we are going to be playing at Central Park, more of those closer range alleyways to try to approach to that point, that is going to allow a lot of things to happen. And of course, that's why you're seeing the Torch off the table, because playing against Torch in this map, it always feels like you yourself are in the microwave.
Well, he's the ultimate pressure cooker, right? Outside of just a microwave, also just a pressure cooker in the sense of this first point, you're really able to push forward. We saw that with Teki, right? They just held W the whole time and they got that point so fast. It's when you start to kind of stagger and stall and both teams get their ultimates where it makes it a lot more tough to get that point capped. And so I expect Envy to come out here just, you know, guns a-blazing. They won't be able to blaze in the sky. They were Speedery's Human Torch, but they have a lot of other things in their tool belt.
I'm also surprised the respect over to the Storm, them like using a ban against the Storm, against Speedery, when we know Speedery has other options. Combine that with Cow, who will come out probably on the Punisher if you expect to fly around even with Star-Lord up in the skies or putting in the pressure, because then you would have to waste what, like a mag bubble on the ulting Star-Lord. Hopefully Star-Lord could get right back down, the strategist ultimates come in, help the reset to happen, and then the final judgment comes out, burst through the bubble, is able to burst the Star-Lord ult. So that's probably going to be the retaliation, because we didn't see a Punisher ult for Envy to worry about.
Yeah, and you know what? Kind of like with Teki, how we saw Tap open up Avery's play and then Avery popped off. We got to see that from Cal if Envy does want to get the job done here. What they did so great, and it's funny, same map, so we can talk about it situation for situation. What they did great is they eliminated some of the best strategists in the game in Cooper and Vest. They got, or not Vest, but Cooper and Zealous. They got rid of them every single match, every single fight, and they're going to have to do the exact same thing to the insane duo, the deadly duo of Kurova and Aramori. Guys, you've waited long enough. So have we. One team's gone. Our voices are definitely gone after today, Vicky, as we head into Central Park.
I didn't think I said get ready, buckle up, because for real, not only are we out for a ride, but so are our vocal cords. But that's how you know you got some good Marvel rivals to cast. We got some 2 good series already to kick off the playoffs here in the Americas. Game number 3 for our second series. And again, that's just halfway through the day already.
I can't believe we're only halfway through this thing here, and we are ready to go. The teams are locked and loaded, and we've got now Envy. Team colors are wrong here, the defense, the offense. So we do have Sentinels on the offense, something to look out for, and kind of opposite of what we did say leading into, it looks like Envy now on defense.
Oof, that's going to be fun to be able to navigate around here. But looking at Sentinels and the way that they're going to try to force their way over to the other side. Envy here too. Nectar's going to be able to fly up before coming right back in. Kurova, though, with that big pick onto Window and Nero. And Sentinels, even though after losing out on Kurova, though, Crimzo is out here to play.
Yeah, and again, what did I say? The pressure cooker on offense, and what can Captain America do best? He absolutely cooks when it comes to the kitchen, right? So great job there from Nectar in the follow-up, and just the first point collapsing fast here in Dracula's castle.
Oh, the rocket actually like just breaking right apart in front of him before getting right back to the safety, but the damage output coming in. Window being on this Doctor Strange, staying alive after the re-engagement here from Envy.
What? Look at the sliver. I mean, you can't step off a pinky toe on this point as the defense holds. Great job from Window getting that team back with that portal. We have not seen that thus today. Kalush now putting the pressure on Foley with that extended beam from the patch, and a symbol goes Crimzo, but bam goes the Ivangamoto, and he lands it. Pateki gets a trade-off on Month.
As the silent but deadly approach here, it's a trade for trade in this case, and everyone's staying alive in the Eternal Bond. The Psionic Seduction now looking to the skies as Nectar gets caught in the line of sight after trying to use a legendary. Still continues going, still looks to the back, still trying to help heal as Nectar still at the very end is still finding that pick onto Speedery.
Huge defensive effort there from Kalush, but Nectar in the neutral still able to get the job done as Gale goes up, he goes down, and he slams. But there it is, Kurova with the Born Again getting his Avengers reassembled, the Crimzo at the helm.
Off the ice sculpture freeze there too. Nero, good attempt right there. Speedery backing away instead because Sentinels, as you mentioned already, just one of those toes left to claim this point and get this payload moving.
Just so tough, right? You gotta eliminate them not once, which they did. Twice, and unfortunately unable to do so now as they move forward. Right, amazing on that Mantis we saw play so well in the DOM map on Wakanda. Now they take things to America, into New York, and Nectar just going off right now.
Nice to right now with the way that Nectar has been able to provide so much of that pressure being on that Star-Lord. They wrap around over to the other side, looking at Month though, swapping over to that cloak before going over to the dagger. Speedery does find Nectar in the process of overextending, and Amazing does have that Mantis ultimate.
Yeah, that's Speedery's main job. He's gonna have to focus on Nectar there, and there comes the revive passive. So use a symbol is happening there, and Cal does a nice kidnap to not only push it back, but get back to the team as Month throws out the Eternal Bond. The Groodle goes out, and the team follows as they get the wipe on Sentinels.
Good window on this Gru is crazy. Crimso's running for their life as with 1 HP gets taken down by Speedery, and Sentinels will be able to at least re-engage with some ultimates.
That just changed the momentum massively for the team, and we just saw passives be used, right? Nectar used that passive, so that's going to be important to keep track of here for the Guardians of the Galaxy Cup, and when Envy can win and lose these team fights.
Very important to see when you could get right back into the fight just as fast. Looking from both angles, though, up on this high ground. Teki slowly moves up, being on this Magneto, having that Meteor ready to go, but so does Speedery on the Dance of Butterflies. The Legendary up to the sky is going to be able to force out the fate of both worlds.
Yeah, perfect timing for the ults here as Nero does counter that, and Kalush is ready and locked to get the combo in. Nero, though, about to run out of that. Here comes the kneeling of the peasants. Can he get any connections there? Trying to find Nectar up top. Nectar hiding away. Kurobo with a huge pick on Nero, though. This is going to open up the lane.
Oh, and that's the Armor getting caught by the Meteor here. Rather, Mark getting caught by the Meteor there. It was a double internal bond used from both sides as the survivability is in favor for Sentinels. Kurova with the res won't even be needed until the next fight engagement. And it is Envy now falling down.
Cannot spell clutch without Teki. Insane job there as they get this first wraparound. Probably the hardest part of this point. Obviously, there's going to be at least one more fight. They also have access to the portal yet again. So maybe two. Speeder just trying to get something going. But those cloak bubbles, the timing, the strategist perfection that we see is happening time and time again. Here comes the Rampaging Cow with the 3, followed with Speedery.
And then the follow-up though coming in, but a huge res. This is everyone's biggest fear when you see the res cup coming in from Kurova. The Adam Warlock player sending everybody to charge on their behalf here. Amazing gets window. They shove all of Envy inside the side room.
Just insane rewriting Destiny. The script said L and he picked W, but Cal Speedery still putting on a show, and Speedery showing why he's so clutch in the duelist position, going off as Psylocke.
That was so big from Speedery because Speedery had the dance of butterflies, saw the res. Instead of getting overzealous and press the button, waited for everyone to go in front of their line of sight before pulling the trigger here as Nectar now with the legendary once again forces out the fate of both worlds. A Meteor needs to find its landing here as it misses.
Nero able to escape Teki, who's been so pinpoint with those meteors. This has been a clutch performance, defensive-wise, ultimate-wise. Cal is going off. That was the missing puzzle piece we said that could carry this game and win. Kalu's trading Speedery as well. There's going to be no resurrection this time as they're going to have to do a full reset with only 47 seconds left.
Less than a minute on the board, and you still have to worry about the Psionic Seduction and the last stand from the Wolverine. This is going to be difficult for Sentinels, but they at least have the Eternal Bond.
I mean, just a ballet of blades over there from Speedery. Insane job. Cal has yet another ult that can just single-handedly get the job done. The Berserker Rage, you just do not want to be caught in it with everything on the line. This is land on the line, the upper bracket on the line, and it's the kidnap to Nectar. What an insane start.
There goes the Eternal Bond, though. The Psionic Seduction 2 from Kaluch to start things off here. Over to the other side, Kurova does have that res, something to consider. Yes, Kaluch falls incredibly low. Now you have the combination of the ultimates and Oromori there with the Eternal Bond coming right out of it. You have to consider the Dance of Butterflies that you also have to worry about, but Amazing comes right back with the res.
He found Kurova, but Kurova's the one that gets the trade. Speedery knew what he needed to do. He understood the assignment. Gets both Guardians down. Kurova left, but Kurova with the 1-2 tap.
Everything was unleashed in that moment, and right when the overtime was ticking away, Kurova was there with the clutch.
Oh, goodness. That was so insane. Board again, win again. Insane as Kurova is now able to hang on to this and get the res. So they've got to not only deal with the res, but also the passes that are ready to lock and load. Teki now trying to get up this, or trying to prevent this now. Absolutely insanity from all these teams together as all of them have their ults ready to rock.
You already know the way that Groot is moving forward. You have that Groot wall coming up. You have the Strangling Prison ready to go, and everybody is forced to funnel in together. Unfortunate positioning for Amazing. Even better case for Speedery, but the Born Again comes in to try to win again as Kurova comes in with the rest of Sentinels. Assemble together with Crimzo on the Captain America ult as they try to rage forward. And the final here too with the fate of both worlds. They have to land this Magneto ult from Teki. He does it this time around, point blank in Nero's face.
A LeBron James slam, but then Kalush gets the kickoff and into Teki. Both Vanguards down. The job was done from Teki's in, but my gosh, what a response from Envy.
Wait, Kalush right now? Time is of the essence. You have to jump in right now. They can't just right here. The overtime takes away. Nectar with the res just allowed the overtime. The Strangling Prison. Nectar single-handedly with 1 HP at least forces us into overtime, but then you have to worry about the Dance of Butterflies.
Oh, like, this is perfection in the making. Kalush showing the carries as hard as a diamond form that is from Emma Frost as they hold strong from what looks like pure momentum, pure destiny for Sentinels there. Insane job.
Switch things up.
How this is an insane game right now. This is crazy with what we're seeing. I am not surprised, but are you not entertained?
The rim was still shaking from the slam dunk of Teki, and somehow, at the last frame, I saw the Vanguards up in the air from Kaluj. You could not. That kick had so much importance. That kick alone could have gotten them into the upper bracket. Job's not finished though. Now they're on the. Now they're having to change things up and see what they can do on the offense side.
Emma Frost. Emma Frost is the reason why this hero has been banned so many times. The command grab into the kick, from the choke slam, the follow-ups, especially when you are on that specific point right before the third checkpoint on Central Park. People tend to forget you have that opening right there on the other side of that stairwell there, and not only could you find yourself susceptible to an invisible woman pushing you off the other side, but you can't ignore what Emma Frost can do.
And so many people to highlight here, but look at Nero, 73% on Luna, 35k healing. I mean, this is exactly why he was my strategist of the week. Even though they got out the group stage, what this man can perform, 17 final hits from Speedery. He knows the assignment. He understands what he has to do for this team to move forward. Triple res, once again, Sentinels, they look to hold.
Out for them here on the other side of this defense this time around. Speedery sticking to the Psylocke. Cow being on this Wolverine once again to try to see if they can try to steal a little quick kidnap here before trying to jump over on the other side.
This is for money. This is for legacy. This is for lands. Sentinels, they're all together. They're in the boot camp. Can they hold strong here as one, as both teams now starting to form up this old Nectar now about halfway Nero though to match.
Cal managed to get away though, right on time here. Month is slowly approaching that Eternal Bond in comparison to Aromori. Kurova, Raimazing too, just holding this back angle right by the pillars to help get any sort of peeling.
Yeah, just like the Guardians are so good to push forward and have double lives, for defense it's even harder. Envy has to be near perfect as they were in the last match to get things rolling here. Speedery, again, trying to get rid of the biggest threat on the field. That's Nectar. Nectar now trying to get away to that health pack. Is going to claim it. That's going to be massively. They've got the Echoes to pop out the offense. This is going to be close, and it's going to be... Wow! We're just...
No.
Alive. How?
No way. No way, but Nectar gets called out. Speedery got healed from the Luna Snow, it looked like at the very end. The mental projection also dealing a good amount of that damage output too, with the help of the team of the Emma Frost. Right there, though, they're able to take it here on the other side before the portal comes out.
Incredible. 1 health on each. Don't know how they did it. And
wow.
Even with the portal just right there, it's going to be Envy that gets that cap, and they get it fast. They have 5 minutes left. They've got 3 ultimates to go into this with Speedery, who's the deadliest on the team. He's got his ult, the dance of the butterflies to get that backline pick. They got to watch Kurova, 73% on that res. Amazing. They've got the passives. This is going to be close.
The Cal getting into position right now. Nectar now into the sky is about to have that legendary. Found out Cal was forced to drop down to the low ground here. Here comes a legendary from Cal as they hail for the damage output here. No kidnap here from Nectar as he avoids Cal trying to contest them. And now the Eternal Bond, the Strangling Prison, bringing all the Sentinels together.
I mean, Envy does not want 3 losses in a row. Sentinels don't want back-to-back reverse sweeps. One of those are going to happen here as Kaluj is pushing forward with this Ionic Seduction. We've got the up and the down and the slam dunk once again on Nero. This is the same that we just saw, but as we see, Speedery going on with the dance of the butterflies. No connections, but Nectar trading instead.
And better here for Sentinels after pushing up with the Mantis ultimate too. Finding pick after pick is Raimazing and Crimzo as a dynamic duo.
Just look at the calm, cool collection of Raimazing's face. He has not even moved an inch here with so much on the line. Kurova, he's in his spot. He's in the res spot, the golden god. The man, he's done it 100 times. He'll do it again. Let's see if Speedery can find him.
Cal coming in with the Wolverine ultimate. Kurova with the res ready to go. Nectar, by the way, with another legendary. Talk about the damage output. Tries to get the kidnap again. Misses out. This is literally a game-winning situation that Cal needs to land. And here comes a legendary that comes in because the kidnap wasn't successful.
Yeah, both Vanguards down is going to force Kurova to get the reses up. He gets 3 with that. Again, born again, win again is the motto. It could be a 5-minute hold. They have 3 minutes left. Nectar trying to get that poke in the neutral, and they used a lot. Envy. Now, only with Cal's ult, they do have a group hug, group hug coming up here in just a moment, but it's not going to be right now as both stagger. That's a massive win there for Sentinels.
chipping away at the time bank that Envy currently have. Less than 3 minutes, but that's how you start things off. You get desperate to try to re-engage the Eternal Bond now from Envy to hold forward to try to capitalize off of Crimzo getting the first to get taken down as Amazing answers back with this Mantis ultimate.
Yeah, Sentinels using everything in their tank. This isn't the fight that Envy's going to win. They just need to sustain and then win it back with the ultimates that they're gaining now. And there is the Groot ult coming from window. And they capitalize. They do get Aramori, who does trade with Nero. That's going to be a 1-for-1. And there is the Psylocke ult. And Teki just trying to grab air, but he can't as Kalush finishes the job. And at this point, the pressure continues. And oh my gosh, was that in the symbol from Crimzo? And he fell?
He did right there. And the other side there too, you have to think about Amazing who's trying their best with Crimzo going out without the freedom charge. This is just now built up momentum for Envy to try to claim this next checkpoint.
The saddest Infinity War movie you've ever seen. I mean, just the sim and then nothing comes from it. Window with the block off there. Beautiful job as Nectar, who just seems to be farming these as like an ability. Another legendary up in the sky, but we do have Teki raining down and does not connect. That's huge for Nero.
That is huge. That deletes the opportunity for that win condition to allow the Psionic Seduction instead and the sustainability to keep them in this fight. But so does this with the res. Welcome back, Kurova says here. Teki still taking a good amount of damage. Amazing was so close to that Mantis ultimate, using it despite Kurova going down.
The Divine Revive, he does it again. But Speedery able to get that hit off. Kurova is going to come back.
SOS, help Mantis. The damage output's too much to deal with here. Although with Envy losing out on Nero and Speedery, this is the opportunity to lose out on Month next year too. Mori coming in with that Eternal Bond as Cal just continuously keeps slicing.
It's crazy right now. Envy's playing near perfect, but you have to get rid of 4 different eliminations. You have portals, you have res, you have passives. There's not much more you can do. 5 minutes now has dissipated Vicky into one team moving forward to the upper bracket.
This looks like a whole circus, the way that we're seeing both these teams juggle to the highest level right now between the passives, between following up with these ultimates. As you can see, Crimzo up on this high ground with the Freedom Charge ready.
Legendary, there's nothing to match it. This is going to be huge. It's going to, there's nothing they can match. There goes Cal. That's a huge pick, and there's going to be nothing but a cloak bubble to try to keep things going for this team. Nectar now trying to get the pressure on. 30 seconds left. They're all just trying to hide at this moment.
That's literally game-winning first pick, by the way, because Cal goes down without using the last dare. Now you have less than 25 seconds. It's a forced reset, and Sentinels back away.
Okay, we've got Speeder and Cal viewers with the ults. You have Nero now going to the portal. He's going to get everybody on point. Window can collapse with the group hug that they can get everybody into at once. They have no support ults now. They probably have passives. Kurova close to that born again. We'll see how long he can stay in this fight. Amazing is going to be right there too. These picks are going to matter. 3 seconds left. This is the fight. This is the fight for the legacy.
And they use the portal for a shield to start things off as the Dance of Butterflies is activated first. It's found Teki, it's found Nectar, and now they have the number advantage in their favor as Crimzo goes down next. Yes, you get the respawn opportunity here, but they have nothing to deal with this group hug. As you mentioned, Amazing gets a Mantis ult at the very end, and you're still using it to stay alive to keep Nectar in this fight.
Absolute chaos here in perfection as Kurova's coming back. Month is thrown down to 0.99 meters. This is what you've come here for. In Ignite, living up to the name and the fiery finish. Cal getting the pick there on Amazing, but born again. There's been time to get that back. Absolute insanity as everybody's here. Teki can get the huge pick, and he does.
Oh, and the Nectar follows up here too. No sustainability off, no bond here from the Cloak and Dagger. You completely annihilate that. Overtime ticking away. Sentinels down to the wire. Hold them back.
5-minute hold. Celebrate. Call it destiny. Call it plot armor. It's done. They advance in the upper bracket, taking Envy for their 3rd straight loss and down to the lowers to face FlyQuest. Are you kidding me?
I want to see those cams. I want to see the pop-off in the room, IRL. I need to see it. That was absolutely insane work from Sentinels. The re-engage off of the res from Kurova. The stun that we saw onto Cal from the Mantis. Look at this.
50 elims, 48 for What is this, man? This is better. This is better than what Kevin Feige can put together. I'm telling you, absolute cinema out there from every single player. Both teams need to hold their head high, and it's so unfortunate that there had to be a loser in this because that was dang perfection. I'm trying to hold myself back with what I want to say. I mean, that was insane.
That was honestly, I feel like I always say this every time you and I come up out here to cast as we proceed through this tournament in general, but that has to be one of the best model rivals at the highest level that I've been able to see.
It's just crazy because Envy, they played so well, but you can't stop the passives, the reses, and the way you stop it, Vic, is in the ban phase, but they let them have it, right? Like, that's part of the strategy. You can't stop. No matter how well you play, it's got to be pass perfect, and they just could not do enough, even with that opening from Speedery from the portal. I can't believe it.
Even with Window blocking out like 66k damage, Teki with that huge Magneto shield, by the way, onto Rymazing to help enable the Mantis and the Mantis ult and survivability against the onslaught of pressure and scariness from Kalush being on this Emma Frost. Literally every time I see that diamond form, tears well up in my eyes as I try to just build up as much space as possible. But then you have to consider the res comp. Yes, you take care of them once, but guess what? You got to do it all over again.
I mean, it's just Kurova had the I mean, this is what you get when you play Adam Warlock non-freaking stop. The guy knows the perfect time for the reses, for the clutch plays. Nectar getting that MVP yet again, had it on map 1, now both their wins, but every single person on that team deserves it. I mean, every pixel mattered, every move could have been the one, and they made it. I can't believe it. What a finish after the reverse sweep. Dude, I just can't wait to celebrate with this team.
Dude, 40k damage. They came out with 17 final hits on top of it all. Yes, we saw a lot of these players falling like flies, by the way. Like, if you see the survivability from both sides, that's the highlight of the res comp. They just come back like an endless wave of zombies, and it's non-stop.
The only way I could describe it is like I've seen like in the NFL, it's like one team is just like you think they have everything to win. There's nothing they could have done better to get the result they wanted, and they didn't get it. And the fans are just left, like Envy fans are just like, what else could we have done at that point? Like Envy, they're telling me, what else could we have done? It wasn't enough. In Sentinels, they got the job done against one of the best in America to advance. Vicky, it doesn't get better than that.
That was so good. Maybe trying to snipe out the Star-Lord in the sky with your Wolverine a lot more consistently, but then, getting pocketed by a Magneto bubble. Like, this was just great play all the way around for both these teams.
I knocked an energy drink all over my desk. I was losing it. I couldn't believe what I just saw. I mean, my mouse is covered here. Guys, I just talked to her last week on the podcast I run here, and now we've got her again. Aramori is in for the winner's interview, and we get to our first look on the boot camp as we welcome her in. Are you kidding me, Aramori? What the? I barely know where to begin. Me and you, we just... I can't imagine. I can't imagine one of the craziest finishes that we have seen. We've seen you guys put out crazy performances with triple reses before, but that one might have been the king of them all. I mean, how is it with your team being all together for the first time?
Oh my gosh, the energy is like nothing else. Like, when people say boot camp buff, like, they mean it. Oh my gosh, the energy is so good. Like, I don't know. I really love my team, and I'm really happy we got to spend this week together. It's really, really cool, and we're improving so quickly. And, if somebody misplays, we can just punch them now, which is awesome.
That's true, actually. You can't run away from that. No screen to hide behind either when you try to just brush off if it's your fault or not. I just have to ask, I mean, yeah, the energy, the vibes must be super high, but how did it sound? How loud was it in that room when you guys won at the end?
Okay, it actually kind of scared me. Like, everybody was screaming, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I knew we won, and I was yelling too, but I was like, whoa, it's so loud right now. Yeah, it was great.
Can you hear it through, the headphones? But then also, it's not like those are doing anything, because I'm sure just the loudness outside of the headphones also, just everything coming in, double comms echoing throughout. I mean, you guys coming off the grand finals, playing so well, unfortunately faced that reverse sweep to come back to this moment. I mean, what was it like? Because you guys got together a couple days ago, right? Like, what have you guys been doing in the meantime just to lock in as this team?
I mean, we've been trying like a ton of things, and I think last weekend, I think so, made us realize was that we needed to just play to our strengths. And obviously, like res comp is one of our strengths. I'm not saying it's our only strength. We have a lot of things that we feel really comfortable in playing, and yeah, we just realized, play to our strengths, learn how to give them a butt whooping, and that's what we've been doing. And I think it's been working really, really well for us.
Yeah, you guys, you know, didn't have the Atom ban actually towards you guys. It was the Emma Frost, it was the Loki, and it was the Sidelock. So we're seeing a lot more target bans now as we progress through the playoffs. You say that wasn't, you know, your only trick, and without revealing everything else too, after what happened last week, can you walk us through some of the changes that you guys made as a team to help be flexible?
Yeah, so I think, how do I say this without giving away too much? I think we all each have heroes that we're really, really good on. And so making sure we can get those and play those are really, really important, which is why we ban and save what we do. And it's working really well for us. And Crimzo is crazy. Crimzo and our analyst Annex have like spreadsheets that's just like, okay, if they ban this, if they first save this, like we're gonna do this, and it's crazy. And I just kind of like sit there and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's smart. And hands off the keyboard, like they can handle that. I don't know what's going on with all that.
One of the main things I highlighted was just Crimzo at the helm of just that strategy. Yeah, the analysts there, just great job. You guys always feel like you're so prepared to go into each match, right? We see that in sports, certainly in esports, has such an advantage going in. One of the things I highlight is, yeah, your team, it was like the triple res team. And then it's like now you guys have so many different faces, and that has helped y'all just propel yourself to a new level. I've got to know, everybody meets, you know, for the first time. What was the funniest, you know, interaction? What was the fun? I mean, you guys have been playing together almost a year now, if not more. It's give me a peek behind the curtain. What has been some of the funnest things to come out of there?
I mean, it's crazy just like seeing everybody in person, but I mean, I don't know, funniest interaction. I don't think we've had like one good moment, but as soon as like we got to where we are, we went to an aquarium together. We just kind of like hung out all day, and it was really special. It was really fun. I've been literally, okay, if you think about it, I've been on this team for over a year, like since the alpha of Marvel Rivals, which I know the game hasn't been out that long, but to me it has been, right? So I've been on a team with these guys for like a year, and I'm like, wow, you are real people. Like, oh my gosh, I can hold your face. Like, oh my goodness. So it's just a really cool experience. It's like getting to see your friends for free because Sen is paying for it. So that's awesome.
Armor, you're great to talk to, honestly. I've been a big fan watching your journey thus far, and it's been so fun to see what you guys have been able to provide here. And now, Sentinels get to move on, and you guys get to play against one of your favorite teams, actually, when it comes to TekiXD facing off against you guys. How are you feeling about that upcoming matchup?
Oh, I think we're super excited. Like, obviously, those guys are good friends with, you know, Teki and I would say, like, Nectar overall. So, yeah, I think we're excited. We've scrimmed them a bunch, and I actually think they started pretty low, like, in terms of, like, how well they've been playing, but they just keep improving and keep improving. And, you know, I could say scrim diff because we're the ones that have been playing them the most consistently, but I am looking forward to playing them. I think it'll be a really close match, and I think it'll be really fun. And also, there's some Teki on Teki action, so who can be mad at that?
I mean, just absolute cinema in the making. And I gotta say, I mean, first of all, thank you personally for my voice being gone after this, because I left it all out there on the field. That was just the match of the ages. I want you guys to celebrate, party hard, maybe not too hard. You got your next matchup tomorrow, but either way, just so, you know, happy for the team, and give just my the biggest applause to everybody over there. Amazing, Korova, Crimzo, the new subs in with Teki and Nectar and what they've been able to do. Insanity. Go celebrate the win. Thanks so much for coming on, Maury.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Awesome. I can't. Incredible job. Well, guys, I mean, we've said it. How many times are you not entertained? I mean, we go from 2-2-1s, that one leading up, and we still have we have 2 matches left. This is insane, Vicky.
Are you ready, Cozy? Are you ready? Because we are out here for the gauntlet run. And it's not just us, by the way. Everyone at home sitting on the edge of their seats, doesn't matter what time it is, you don't want to miss out on some Marvel Rivals esport history. Because this is literally for everything. For a top 3 spot within LAN. This is for all the money out here with the $250,000 prize pool within Americas. And of course, this is the only best of 3 day, I believe, coming through. And just trying to provide some more of that upper hand advantage before you get into the best of 5 territory.
Yeah, what teams adapt, what teams change, and what can they bring to the table? We've certainly seen that with Teki. Now Sentinels, I mean, we're looking now, all these casters going on like an 0-4 tear for their predictions, because at this point, Shroud X, Ego Death, they're going to win it. Don't go anywhere. 100 Thieves, Shroud X coming up next. My goodness, this is going to be great. We'll see you in just a second after this break.
brightly shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We are only at the halfway point of these matches and the playoffs, and if this next one is anything like the first two, we are in for another treat, as we have one of America's best in 100 Thieves making it all the way to the grand finals versus Shroud X, who has cleaned it up massively, and look at what they've done.
Look, if the Ignite script writers in the back room are working overtime today, they're making up for our first week, Cozy, because I feel like this is going to be another one that could absolutely go the distance between these two teams.
Yeah, looking at what they've done so far, guys, this is a little bit shorter of a story there for 100 Thieves, because they got right up there to the grand finals, 2-0ing every team they went against. Unfortunately, though, losing 0-3. So kind of like both Envy and Sentinels, they've got a lot to play for on this one, not to have this happen again. Shroud X, same story. Both teams coming off an 0-3 is going to tell a new story.
A lot here for 100 Thieves to make up for what basically slipped through their fingers versus their series against FlyQuest here, but Shroud X having a lot more of the on-hand practice after they, I believe, had fallen to Team Nemesis in that lower bracket quarterfinal during the group stages.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen Shroud X. They've come together, and as players, we always say this, but they've got so much talent as a team. It's just that we got to see it, together in one thing there. And, there's a bunch of different things you're going to highlight there, but 100 Thieves, they're kind of like Sentinels. They've been playing together now well over a year. They were Team Mutants, now obviously signed to 100 Thieves. And we've seen this team, though, bounce back just like Sentinels. They've bounced back to go and win prior championships. They've done their job very well. As we take a look at this roster, I love SJP in his alt uniform there, alt costume. But we've got him. You guys know him by now. Tara Delina, one of the best duo duelists in this side of the West over here.
And you could pick a different costume color combination out here for SJP, honestly. 100 Thieves, though, you talk about very similar to what we had seen from Sen. 100 Thieves, I believe, may also be playing in person here. So hopefully we get some of these updated cameras here for the players as we take a look at some of the highlights. Something that Energy said back in the CozyCast podcast specifically was that Tara is on another level. When it comes to looking out for duelists in general, Tara is just crazy. This reset, by the way, was like a whole it felt like 5 minutes. I'm being dramatic, but it literally felt like a 5-minute reset.
Yeah, it was an actual anime just protagonist. It was insane what he's done. Tara, even though they lost 3-0, Terra pumped out like 55k damage, like definitely did his part, you know, as he even I think said himself here. It's about this team now resetting, and Aramore just said it, being in person, it really helps. And we saw that with 100 Thieves when they played in the MRI. They were together in a boot camp, and guess what? They went on a tear. No one could come close outside the very end there. FlyQuest put up a small challenge, but 100 Thieves got the job done. They're together once again. This team already knows each other. Shroud X, on the other hand, Shroud's team, his Avengers, as we look on at what this team is.
Yeah, we're looking at Dogman, Impunity, Doomed, Vision, Nuck, and Fidel. When the way that Fidel had played too in the past, we've always highlighted Fidel as being really strong, Rocket, Invis, but Nuck too, following alongside that Cloak and Dagger, Rocket, and Mantis. But I feel like when this team really plays with confidence, it's because Dogman and Impunity are leading the way, and we can't have any more of these crucial with Mito situations again.
Yeah, I mean, Vision was my highlighted player in the duelist department, one of my three, just because this guy really gets the job done. Kind of like Terra, this man flexes to what's needed. He plays the Bucky role if needed, and Doomed is just the great complement to it. Dogman definitely has the skills as well. I think Impunity just puts up window-type numbers there on group. But Dogman, yeah, we definitely need to see more constructed Meteor Imps. Look at Doom here. Probably one of the craziest calls of the whole tournament as he gets the Cat 4 on Storm there. Both these teams, they've got the talent. Which one has the composure coming off that 0-3?
That's true, because then you also, considering just map-specific situations, Impunity, we've seen Impunity shine on that Groot. Sometimes there's situations where Impunity is forced to play out on that Magneto. We see Doom then coming in on the Psylocke as well. Combine that together with the Emma Frost that we've already been seeing thus far. You have the mental projection. So I feel like, you know, Shroud X, they did their homework here, but to deal with 100 Thieves, there's so many highlight players here from this team.
Yeah, and I feel like Terra can flex to a lot, but Shroud X, they've got a lot up their sleeve too. They kind of pride themselves in their flexibility as well. And we've seen, you know, 100 Thieves play with and without SJP. Definitely the team is much more tight when they've got SJP and Harvey at the helm. The strategist play is what I'm going to lock in on. You know, we've seen Fidel, Nuck. They're awesome for Shroud X. Harvey and SJP, some of the best, and that's what it's going to come down to today as these two teams clash in Stage 2 playoffs. 100 Thieves versus Shroud X.
Is it going to go the distance? Are we going to have another long distance event here with this series? I mean, I'm all down for it. We get to see the best form of Marvel Rivals played at the highest level right now. Of course, as map number 1 always starts off on domination as we get to started.
Absolutely. Here we head into the pick and ban phase. We're on Wakanda. You know, it's Krakoa show, Vicky, group stage. Now it's all about Wakanda here, map 1.
Okay. Get a little bit of a different change up out here too. Seeing the Magneto being saved up. No Emma Frost from either side as they prioritize the torch band here.
Yeah, so we saw that kind of from Sentinels, right? When they were kind of aiming, trying to get rid of Speedery. Well, same thing now, but over to the hands of Terra and Delina. Now, looking at the bans here, the respect shown. Wolverine, Doomed is not going to get that access. We saw that, I think, done by, I believe, FlyQuest when they went against them here. And now both teams looking... Okay, it got the Punisher too, so they're aiming. Okay, you know who did this exact thing is Nemesis. I misspoke. Nemesis blocked everything that Shroud X had in the duelist department, and we saw the play difference. This is like right out of that textbook.
Taking some notes here. No Wolverine out here. The safe, though, on the Cloak and Dagger instead. So that's going to be those 2 priority safety picks. While they try to ponder, yep, it's going to be the next Torch here. The Torch being a problem on its own, whether it be Terra being on that cracked Wolverine player, the Torch too, where energy from FlyQuest said that Terra was a whole problem on this team. That's where they want to lean into while protecting the Loki.
Yeah, when you sweep a team, you know, and we just saw that happen with Nemesis to Shroud X, you know, they are definitely, this is, okay. This is definitely going to be interesting here. I like the strange ban there, you know, unable to get the portal back to win those fights. But yeah, listen, this is the same homework that we saw, right? From Nemesis to Shroud X, same game plan going in. And this time Shroud X, they're going to go to the triple res. So if you want some more triple res, you got it.
All right, Impunity, maybe seeing some change-ups in general because you're playing off against the best Groot in the world right now. TTK not having that Doctor Strange, though, opting to go over to Magneto. We know that TTK could be flexible on their own course, but no Doctor Strange, no desperate portal touch to keep that point on.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one for the ages here, and I'm curious to see how these teams adapt and kind of get themselves together. Shroud X, they play a very good triple res comp as we look at, honestly, 26% is massive for Shroud X. I thought it could have been one more way, but I've got to say, Shroud X, they're always kind of talking about not winning the big one. This is one of the biggest ones that they could ever win here on the biggest stage of Rivals as we head into Wakanda yet again. Yeah, triple res though, Vic, they play very well.
Yeah, because then at the end of the day here, the team that ends up winning will be able to move on to face off the winner of Team Nemesis and Ego Death, and you know that run back opportunity is lingering over their heads. Getting this started though, the Doctor Strange portal placed from Dogman as Shroud X can take advantage of this.
Look at Doomed on the Moon Knight. Ladies and gentlemen, attention, we've got a Moon Knight sighting. Khonshu going out with the Onk right away. Vision with the quick pick on Harvey is going to open up this fight insanely well for Shroud X.
This is not a drill. Khonshu is definitely smiling, increasing that base health from 250 to 275 here on the other side. All right, well, you know what? Got me excited out here, but at least just try to make the difference as 100 Thieves now just try to look at Shroud X, who've been able to claim this point first.
Look at that homework done. That was so awesome. They were able to get the quick Khonshu elimination, and then they get back out into what they wanted with the triple res comp now as SJP, as Loki. They got a Mischief trying to keep his team alive, and gets that copy over, and look how fast that ult came as now we've got the Eternal Bonds coming out.
Turn from both sides, this time onto Fidel too to just keep everybody alive here in the strangling prison, but you have to worry about the damage output from these walls. They get rid of it just as quickly, and TTK is about to have that meteor. Here comes Sarah though, looking at the face of the meteor. The protection now comes instead, not only from the Magneto shield, but from the bubble too. Terra continuously is the problem as they find Doom and impunity.
The final just judgment that Terra can pop out with this hero, but Vision, there it is, putting on the Kurova show with the Born Again, getting the team back again. You got to play perfect, especially on Dom, but 100 Thieves, they're the team that can do it. At the helm of Terra, we've got Legendary going up, TTK popping that bubble, and they are able to respond to that Legendary very well as the cleanup happens, and they only get the trade on Terra.
Delena also finding a lot more of this damage output too on the Hella. Vinny follows up finding 2K themselves and are still able to turn this point back around.
Yeah, this is a tough match to play Star-Lord. We've got Hella right there for the flank damage. Terra able to spit out as well. TTK, one of the best there on controller especially. And Vinny has that group hug. Look at them. They're ready to go. He's ready to ult. He's just trying to see if they're taking high ground, maybe low ground. We've got Delena right there with them. And Terra, the team is playing locked in together.
Say group hug. Cute but dangerous out here. The way that group just groups you all together to follow for a possible wombo combo. Terra slowly approaching that Judgment too. Dogman now on the other side. Gonna be able to try to approach with Shroud X up on this high ground.
Yeah, again, we say a hero of few words, but the ult speaks volumes here as Doom now on the Bucky. I like the swap up from the triple res, was not working for them, so they are changing up their strategy. They don't have a lot to pick from. A lot of their comfort picks are not available, and now we've got Fidel with the Fate of Both Worlds. That's going to give him plenty of momentum. Vinny hanging on to that ult for quite a while.
They're playing peekaboo around the other side, and they heard the footsteps. Terra getting out of that position up on high ground in the turret and was able to just flex around to the other side close together with Delena, as well as the cloak and dagger from Harvey, who's about to have the Eternal Bond. The group hug, as you mentioned here, together, the wall put up. The Fate of Both Worlds just to keep them alive as Terra tries to burst damage through this with the Judgment.
Perfect wall placement and awesome ult usage. It was Vinny with the ult, but Impunity is the one that gets the finish now. Impunity using the ult as well. We've got the Kraken Impact to follow. This looks like it's going to easily be Shroud X's fight to win here. 50%, 90% on the point now, and they're going to be able to take this back.
It's good though, no stall and not a lot of utility use while they still stay on this point, still stalling for as long as possible as it already approaches 99%.
Yeah, that was quite, again, kind of like Envy, that mid-match adjustment that we're seeing here from Shroud X. You know, triple res wasn't going horrible, but now they've swapped over to what works great for them. Vision is one of the few that can match Delena, especially in levels of skill on Hella, so look for that matchup of the gods, the Goddess of Death going at it here. TTK has that meteor. We've seen this guy get 2, 3, 4 elims with it at one time, especially on this map. He's great on this point.
This is the time, though, as Terra opens up the floodgates with the Judgment. Some protection coming in from TTK as Delena comes into the skies on the Goddess of Death. They try to hide behind the sliver of cover that is that Groot wall. And now the dance-off is happening here, too. Fidel's slowly approaching, by the way, the fate of both worlds, but it's Nook that helps keep Shroud X covered with the insurance policy. And SJP has been finding a lot of these picks here, too, within the first initial engagements, too, as SJP also is able to get the reflect and the reset.
Great job from Shroud X surviving that, because honestly, the pressure pushed them off the point. They responded perfectly as Dogman comes down with the Eye of Agamotto. Up in the sky, we have Vision's ult ready to come, but Terra, he's the man with the final judgment. He speaks volumes. This guy can farm ults like nobody's business, and just like that, even with stuff in the tank, unable to get 100 Thieves off. Too much pressure, especially at the hands of Terra. Vicky, I'm asking, is this final judgment just an ability for him? Like, how does he get that so far?
At this point, it may as well be. I'm not gonna lie, like, seeing Terra alone on this Punisher single-handedly made me such a fan that I have been practicing Punisher for like the last week, and seeing Judgment come up all like as quick as we just saw right there highlights that Terra's damage output is crazy. In one round alone, 20.9k damage on the board. That's why you saw 2 Punisher ults in basically less than a minute.
Man, makes it look easy. Need Dogman here. Well, doing okay there as far as everything around the board. It's tough because Shroud X, they adjusted very well, and in fact, they nearly won that last fight, but Terra just put it into his own hands. I mean, I'm telling you, that guy just lifts a finger and the entire team's eliminated. At the very least, the pressure. Vision, though, you know, the benefit is you're able to have this Goddess of Death ult to open up this next fight, and it's going to open up with the portal.
I'm trying to block out their exit point, though, before forcing them to wrap around by the glass balcony over to the other side. Vision steals the pick onto SJP, though. They literally get jumped, and Shroud X are going to be able to thrive off of this. Is going to build into those ultimate charge, as well as them trying to take control over that point first.
Talk about things going from the pro scene to regular play. People are about to start copying these portals into these Moon Knight. I mean, it's happened twice now. Absolute insane, perfect strategy, and love to see something new here and innovation coming in the form of Shroud X here. Now, Vision and Nuck, we've got both Asgardians with their ults ready to roll, but Harvey going in with the Eternal Bond to start.
Let's just create the pathing here for the rest of 100 Thieves. The copy as well now coming in just to reiterate the Eternal Bond in favor for Shroud X this time. But this allows 100 Thieves to just linger back, try to enable the Punisher here too, being on that turret. Boots them right off as Vision, you mentioned, having the Goddess of Death first, gets booted out right afterwards here too, because you're looking at TTK on the other side. You have to worry about that meteor instead. You don't want to go out as you're able to find TTK, but it's a trade-off from both sides.
Yeah, Vision was up in the sky for all of one blink of an eye and unable to come down, but does get the pick there on TTK. Terra, though, there it is again. Guys, just count to 5 and it's out with the final judgment. But the pushback from Dongman, beautiful play. There's so much internal bond. It's just like, it's like a kindergarten painting. My goodness.
It's purple all around the floor out here when you try to collage them together, and that was with SJP being on the Loki, getting the copy in forms of the Eternal Bond instead, before going right back to the rest of 100 Thieves, but just trying to not stagger here too.
Yeah, you get like 1 millisecond of shield for Doctor Strange. The fact that Dongman was able to get out Terra with that is really well done. They've got these walls here to protect them that are unbreakable as well. Dongman has that Eye of Agamotto into the Kraken Impact. They've also got the group to set it up, and they're choosing to go that direction. Here comes the Kraken Impact. They've got to make an impact with it, and unfortunately has to kind of stay with the team.
Oh, but the group hug with the wall right there too just helps them out and just denies that away from impunity as Vision's about to have the Goddess of Death. You jump to the skies, you try it again. You only find Vinny, though, in the equation as Harvey keeps them alive with the Eternal Bond themselves.
Unfortunate for Shroud X, they had everything there to win. They just could not get those ults to combo together. Unfortunately, just wasting a cracking impact. But look at Doom, 70% he's built all the way back up. Terra now with that final judgment, and you're going to combine that with Vinny, one of the best groups. It's going to spell disaster as now 100 Thieves is going to claim this point back.
Shish Kebab of the Vanguard lineup, though, actually having a lot more impact with those ultimates in favor for 100 Thieves, but they needed it with the 99% in favor for Shroud X the second round.
These ult charges are going up like milliseconds. It's if you watch it, Doom used Kraken Impact, he has it again. Terra has gotten, I don't know, I lost count at 15 final judgment. It's crazy what they're able to put out here. Terra now just putting on the pressure of the turret. I love the use of space here, just having the team having to act on their feet.
Force him trying to hide behind that pillar, focus on you instead here, while SJP's positioning on the Loki clone, just trying to help Altera and use it as a way to body block the damage output onto that turret, just to enable that positioning here too. While you take a look at Delena just trying to snipe from afar, it's that 1v1 duel versus Vision, but here comes a group up from the group too, trying to follow up. You have the Eye of Agamotto as well to follow up if you're Dogman now, as a meteor comes in from the high ground off the TTK, but doesn't find its mark.
Great shield there from Dogman, and they have nothing to answer this strategist-wise, but it doesn't matter because Delena is able to get the 1-2 pop, and it's crazy. 100 Thieves, without having the strategist ult until right now, held back every single ult from Shroud X. They pressed every button, and somehow 100 Thieves came out on top.
And that was off of the Eye of Agamotto. Because Delena was not caught in that, it was there in the Goddess of Death, was putting down so much damage output, they couldn't get the follow-up from the Eye of Agamotto. So 100 Thieves now plant their feet on this point and have answers here against Shroud X.
Just they spin everything and they lost everything. I mean, that was insane, including momentum. Now that's 2 back-to-back. I mean, really, the only one to blame is themselves at this moment because it's been handed to them. Just one ult fight left, and they've got the point with 99%. But now 100 Thieves looking to make this a 99 comeback, and they're going to look to get map 1.
Here, Bucky. Doom just trying to get a big initiator pick here, too. Combine that behind Dogman and Impunity. You see the group walls coming up over time now, slowly approaching as Shroud X start trying to retake this point. The group poke over to the other side, though, doesn't find its mark, but it's found Vinny from Doom. Slow but steady as Tiro, with some help from the Eternal Bond, gets to push all the way forward in this final judgment.
Hanging out in the Eternal Bomb, putting on that pressure, but luckily those walls keeping the team alive. Doom now just trying to get the pop off and trying to get that Kraken impact. He's about to go, but TTK has his eyes on the prize here, throws it down, does not connect, but Terra finishes the job on Impunity. Eternal Bond is out, and now at this point, it's just connecting these ults. Can they do it? His 3rd time the charm. Eye of Agamotto out. Kraken impact in. Doom taking down TTK, and not actually still has Kraken impact. Throws it down now, and is able to get potential to reset. He does on Vinny as he escapes, and they get the point, Vicky.
They couldn't get back in. The Kraken impact was creating so much space. Even though they retouched, the reset was right there too. And then the Eye of Agamotto focus on Terra, who had already just got out of that turret form, it looked like, just focusing down on that backline, preventing the setup from coming in to the Punisher at the very end.
From the brink of collapse. I mean, just incredible job, Shroud X there. Like I said, 3rd time's the charm. You know, the first couple didn't land. That's the one that matters, and they got the job done. 1-1. I mean, God, could these playoffs be any closer, Vicky? This is insane.
This is so good. I'm taking notes. For anybody watching at home right now, we have been watching peak Marvel Rivals play since like 7 p.m. East Coast time. Where have you been? Welcome to the circus, because this is great on taking notes on how to coordinate together as a team to re-engage within your own respective ranked games as we get started with our 3rd round on our first map.
Yeah, I felt like we interviewed Flats last week. Like, this has been 4 hours of chaos and not one wanted to show for it. Craziness as we get yet again the portal coming out again. 100 Thieves don't have Doctor Strange. They've been banned from it there. Now they take the high ground here. Little Obi-Wan v Anakin action. Vision throwing in the pokes there from the Thorns. We've got the Vision v Delena show. And right now, Shroud X, even though they used the ults to get the last point, they still have more.
Vision being a bit of a problem right now. We saw that within the 1v1 duel between Delena, who has the Goddess of Death ready to go, as both of these teams just play ring around the rosy behind that one wall of cover.
Dongman 2 is just playing way better this round and not going as aggressive. We've got the Terra ult, the special coming out. He's got the Final Judgment. That cloak bubble can stop a lot, but it can't stop Final Judgment. But what can is going to be... Oh, look at this. Just 1, 2, 3 make it.
The snap is giving me whiplash. Terra just following up from target to target with the target practice out here. Bullseye as it hits its mark. The Eternal Bond to try to contest that. Keep everybody alive as SJP keeps their feet planted together on this point. And this is important for 100 Thieves too, to just force that stagger as they take out another version of Nut.
Yo, who needs Thanos in game? I'll just take Terra on Punisher, please. I mean, this man is just... he can take out the Avengers by himself. We're seeing it right now in live 4K. Probably not 4K, but close to it. Vision now coming with the team. The Lanterns are out early. TTK goes up. He goes down. Another great block there as Eternal Bond is coming out to keep the teams both alive. They've been on this on point, syncing these together here. Delena almost getting that pick, but Doom coming down with the Kraken impact instead, trying to get the reset, and it's unable to connect, and it's so close, Vicky.
Off the grapple there, too. You think he could hold go forward just a little bit, and then you're met with Vinny in that next corner. The Meteor just trying to find over to the sliver of the pixel of that backline. Does not find it here, and instead Tara will have another final judgment coming into this next fight.
Yeah, we've been saying whiff Nito. You can't say it on that one. I mean, that was such a tough ult to pull off, and if it was, I would have lost my mind here. Look at Tara with the... It's insane. He just got the 5-piece. I just called him the Mad Titan. Well, he returns just like an end game, pushing the pressure out, and right now it's not even E-limbs. It's just pressure winning the fight.
Is it fair to call it a final judgment when you have judgment after judgment? The Kraken, though, the Doomed coming in with the 3K, not even with a Kraken. He's about to approach having that ultimate. It's Vision dealing so much of that damage output, and Doom just being the finishing blow.
Who needs a Kraken impact when you got just like 3 bullets? I mean, Doom, go. Look, he froze too. He's like, Jarvis, clip that. I know I'm not Iron Man, but get the job done. Great job there, Fidel. Nuck, though, both strategists ults online. Tara's at 10%, which means, you know, he's probably, what, 15 seconds away from having his. And then TTK's got the Meteor in.
2 big ults to look at. Re-engaging here when you have 85% on the point in progress and in favor of 100 Thieves. Harvey too with the Eternal Bond coming up shortly. SJP, we know that Loki gets that ult so quickly as they try to take a much more roundabout approach into this next point.
Here comes the turret out and the protection from SJP as we saw before. All the ults in favor of Shroud X. If they can get a pick early, 100 Thieves is going to look to collapse on it. They've got everything, though. They shouldn't make any... This is kind of where Shroud X sometimes can be dicey, but nope. Fidel coming down with it. Oh, can he stay alive? He does. That's massive, Vicky. That's going to keep the momentum there. And now Nuck can now use theirs. And here it goes. And Dogman is going to show the return instead. Oh, great patience from TTK.
That shield just flashing right at the perfect time. Also, huge play from Vinny to try to force out that Eternal Bond, scaring Fidel just a little bit before diving in with the Kraken. Vision once again on fire. The dynamic duo between Doomed and Vision to find the first 2 picks.
Insane perfection by both teams, but somebody has to break it. Right now, it's 100 Thieves, 63% to 85 Doomed. It was the Vision show of these two. He just gets the most important picks when needed, and great answer to what has been a dominant SJP on Loki. Not right now.
Oh! To let him looked in one direction, 1 pixel out of line, and that's all she wrote in that point. Doom sending Delena all the way back. Nice little stagger, and already trying to approach the 85% mark from 100 Thieves progress.
When you're on it, you're on it. Look at that beautiful grapple.
No way.
Back into, my goodness, the E-limb there on TTK. Now Vinny's just trying to get in here to get the ult, and he's going to combine with Tara. Can they get a job with only 2 as TTK is out of the map? Vision, though, is going to get the trade on Delena. This is going to be close, and Tara finally taken down by Impunity. It's looking good for Shroud X. There's no portal. This is it. Strange is banned. Can they hold off and get a reverse sweep here on Domination? Dogman, this is his portal, and Shroud X is moments away. They get map 1. Are you kidding me?
No Doctor Strange recontest here. Shroud X and Vision specifically went crazy with Impunity to hold down the fort in favor of Shroud X.
What the hell? What timeline are we in right now of this playoffs? It has just been the multiverse. We're in a different. We're not in 616. If you're a Marvel fan, you can just know that we are definitely not in the ordinary in these matches. Nothing but the 2-0 show in the group stage. It's been full out. Every team sending everything they have for LAN. Look at Tara, 50K. He does it again. 16 eliminations, but it's not enough. It's a team game, team effort, and Shroud X came up on top.
I want to know how everyone's pick'ems are looking right now, because it's definitely shaken up out here. You know, we were calling this out as being going the distance. Fidel, 78,000 healing. That is okay. And then the 30 assist out here too. Like, talk about the output that we're currently seeing. Dogman really coming alive together with that of Impunity versus the Groot specialist himself, Vinny, literally down to the wire and making these adjustments too with the Bucky.
I'm just like laughing. Like, that's all I can say about these stats and performances. Yeah, you said it best. Vegas would have been destroyed here just because the brackets and pick'ems have been in shambles ever since game 1 started with Teki, and we now have Shroud X. Guys, there's a world where we got FlyQuest, Envy, and 100 Thieves all in the lower bracket. Guys, I talk to these players all the time. LAN means so much to them. I just, on the biggest stage possible right now, it's the underdog story that's telling the tale. it's unbelievable. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. Shroud X, they win a big one. They've got another to get the job done.
And I think what this also further highlights is what just a few days of extra practice does for a team. To figure things out coming out of the group stage, seeing what you have to do differently. Of course, you're playing on the latest patch here too, but just working into those strengths, it's just allowed these teams to do a complete turnaround as we take a look at the MVP. Fidel out here, 78.4 thousand healing.
Yeah, that's more than the career healing of like half the bronze, silver, and gold rank games out there. 78Ks, that's just insanity. And the perfection of plays, like forget the stats, they were crazy, like straight up just buku stats. But the coordination of play there from both teams, just able to not be eliminated, stay alive, and keep this momentum going for their teams. But to go from triple res to, let's face it, the Doom show on Winter Soldier there. I mean, he really was the difference to help feed off SJP.
We also saw like a complete kidnap onto TTK off of Doom getting that grapple pull in, and then we saw Impunity put up the walls just to separate them to force a stagger. I mean, talk about coordination here too.
Both teams were 0-3 coming in off their last match. Now, Thieves have dropped the last 4 maps. They're all together. Shroud X, they're not together, I'm pretty sure. This is cinema. Just cinema. I've said it how many times now at this point. Guys, every match is electric. We've got another heater coming at you. 100 Thieves, they get to pick the map. They get to pick the mode. If it's anything like history, I guess it's Yggdrasil yet again. We'll have to find out. Don't go anywhere. We've got a quick break.
Struck down by living chi.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to match 200 Thieves versus Shroud X. And just like we saw doomed on that Bucky, the map selection, Vicky, it's the Kraken Impact again. We've seen Wakanda open up. Second map, what did I say? Yggdrasil's Path. Hey, guess what? We're there. We're going to Yggdrasil, of course.
A little bit of deja vu out here. Got to play into your strengths with the way that we're currently seeing the series go the distance already. Like, you talk about all that healing output that we're seeing from Fidel. You have to consider on the other side, Terra just outputting so much damage that you have like Final Judgment 3 times in the span of 1 minute, putting in so much pressure that also works hand in hand into helping out these strategists.
Insanity, as one group of friends was mutants, formed the 100 Thieves dream team, and they're all together. And the other, Shroud X, this is Shroud being the Nick Fury, assembling his Avengers of these guys, and they have just shown that they can rise up as they've done so now. As we go into round 2 here, starting off with a big ban, Emma being banned on each side.
No surprise over there. We're gonna see a protect on, okay, the Magneto first here. I was thinking maybe we've been seeing some swap ups in trying to prioritize a lot of the vanguards here. Do we try to keep the Terra Punisher out here? We trying to switch things up a little bit now, looking at the lack of flyers.
Absolutely. Here once again, they don't want to deal, they'll take the land, they don't want the air. Terra, they don't want to deal with the Human Torch, who has carried game after game. Getting rid of that, they're saving the Magneto. Dongman doing an amazing job, honestly, that last match.
Yes.
And definitely a bit better than the group stage where we left off. Wolverine being banned, Terra, no wool for you as well, but Punisher being banned in reverse. Same bans and same duelist bans at that.
Okay, for a note, protecting the Cloak and Dagger once again, I believe here too. And yeah, Dogman, you highlighted, just a really big highlight. Denying the opportunity for him to Doctor Strange, though, was something that we had to look at. I'm wondering here on the other side if we're going to see that again.
Yeah, we've got the Cloak and Dagger, the Cloak and Dagger save. Love that. Well played here. The Loki ban into it would definitely, Nuck just is such a sensational player on the other side there, and does get banned after all. Does get the ban, so going to change things up a bit. That is going to open up Human Torch to them if they want to go that route. They're saving Loki, though, which honestly, I think they're fine after the Bucky Barnes show we just watched.
Yeah, definitely agree. Okay. Looking very similar in terms of the safety picks here in favor for 100 Thieves. And then on the other side, it's, again, very similar, just minus the fact that now you won't have Loki on board if you're looking at Shroud X.
Yeah, I mean, this is awesome. I mean, it's so tough now because you lose essentially a full team fight when Strange is not there. We've seen that time after time. I believe it was FlyQuest Tech, and we saw 3 team fights, almost 4 before that first point got taken on Yggdrasil. So no Strange there is going to definitely shut down what they want to do. TTK flashing Magneto. I think there's some anger there. He wants to play Strange. He loves that Eye of Agamotto, the big setup, the big potential. But hey, you know what? He's also pretty good with the Master of Magnetism.
And this digs into what we've been mentioning within the last 2 series. These target bans specifically, TTK is known for that Doctor Strange. Obviously, the Magneto too. TTK in general is a fantastic player, but taking away that Doctor Strange as we get to see how tight our chat preds are looking like. Chat, how are you guys feeling? Because we are in it for the long run. Cozy and I, we have been ready, strapped in for the ride that we get to witness, and they still have 100 Thieves coming in.
5 hours thus far, and this has been our closest prediction yet of today, 55-45. It's razor thin with 100 Thieves having slight crowd favor, but that doesn't matter. What matters is right here, right now, we've got 100 Thieves on the offense. Shroud X electing to go with that triple Vanguard that we've seen these teams pushing forward, allowing them to have 3 different points of contention.
I think it's also worth to highlight with Vision being on this Ultron with no Loki, where Loki gets ultimate so quick, you won't be able to have these quicker resets as the first pick is onto Impunity.
Yeah, and honestly, Shroud X couldn't have played better that first match. They're going to have to do the exact same here. Impunity went crazy on the grid there, matching Vinny's play, but Dongman and him going down together. That first hold, first of the 3 going down to Terra and the shotgun.
Terra's upset. I feel like there's just anger radiating through the computer right now, and Terra is locked in. I mean, you saw the damage output coming out of Terra. You saw how many judgments we had right there, too, from the Punisher as we get the portal back in.
Yeah, again, Terra he doesn't ask why, he just asks how many he needs to eliminate. You can feel the anger on his side as there we go, we got the portal, but oh my gosh, the opening from Vinny right into the Terra final judgment. This is going to spell disaster and a graveyard as Terra goes for 1, 2, make it 3, 4. It's a team wipe.
we're going to stop him.
Didn't know Punisher was working the lawnmower, literally mowing down the rest of this team with a follow-up off of the group hug from Vinny on the Groot. And that was with not just looking on, right? You had the Eternal Bond, but there isn't really much you could do in a situation like that when you're caught.
Yeah, Terra 5% to ult. He'll be having ult here any second now. And then we've got, I mean, Terra bringing bullets to a hero fight. They all have superpowers. Doesn't matter. He's still won. Doom now switching over to... This torch is going to be interesting here, especially with Terra. Can he get the pressure on him?
Terra and Delena, right? With, you know, the Goddess of Death out here, too. Being on that Hela as the follow-up, just trying to keep the sustainability with these Eternal Bonds. Here comes the Meteor, though, right through the invisible boundary to get line of sight, cutting off Fidel, who won't be able to get involved with that own invisible boundary.
I've watched hundreds of maps of 100 Thieves into Yggdrasil.
Oh my.
Played this map to pure perfection. Look at Vinny. The whole team is playing angry. Guess what? They're all together to talk about this in person. They are going lights out. I mean, you can see it there on the new player feed that we have down there. Just seeing these guys' reaction, their calm coolness. They're upset they dropped that first map, and they're looking to make things tied up.
I can't tell if Vinny's upset or calm and collected, literally holding forward. I heard that if your forehead touches the screen, you'll just end up playing better. Just a gamer tip right there, too. Or better gamer cheer out here as well as you control some of his open sight lines here specifically as Terra is on this turret.
Yeah, Terra describes himself as just a man from Canada, but my goodness, he's definitely anything but peaceful there on the Punisher. But we do have Doom going in with the Supernova, throwing down the tornadoes. We've got ourselves sunny skies with a chance of fire tornadoes as he's trying to get a pick early, but right now it's just space making as the team's getting backed up.
And at the fire extinguisher, because now you also worry about Terra now activating the last judgment over to the other side, forcing Shroud X to wrap around and take for cover, getting out of the line of sight. That is this judgment. Also the protection, the following up, and the space control from TTK, who also has that meteor.
Now forget Vanguard for space making. I mean, Derek does it best there with the final judgment, forcing the full team to rotate there. But Impunity does get the trade on the tree versus Vinny, and Dogman goes up. We've got TTK up. One's going to slam down, and it's TTK as the lanterns keep the team alive. 400 Thieves.
And a little bit of revenge for Vinny, who was sent down at the hands of Impunity, who, by the way, also had that prison entanglement. Terra is able to find vision following up right afterwards, and it's just controlling more of this space through this internal bond. The invisible boundary, too, at least coming in for Fidel with no worry of another meteor from TTK after he just used it.
Yeah, right now, a little bit of a mess here. Shroud X has got to get themselves together. I don't even know if they're going to be able to get to this point in time. They should definitely be able to get here. They've got enough ults now. They can maybe combine the group hug with the fire tornadoes. They've also got Kraken Impact, so they have plenty at their disposal. But the meteors are ticking down, and here comes Supernova. Doom throwing it down on SJP and the Loki. Meteors ticking by here. Maybe they're going for backhand. Terra going inside might be the worst place to go, but Final Judgment's coming out.
Now you get to mow down through all these wooden walls in front of you. 99 wood cutting in favor for Terra to melt that down, and that's what Nook being able to bring Impunity right back. Fear the one, fear the meteor that disappears, and a huge ending blow onto Vision, who thought they could finally see, but Terra is still alive on this point.
The Kraken Impact was about to make an impact, but no, it ended up being Terra. He goes inside the small room, and out comes 5 eliminations. This guy is freaking insane.
Look, is he like, it looks like he was dancing a little bit, just like side by side, lips pursed right now. I love that we have these player camps. It's been my favorite addition going into playoffs.
They just don't move. They're just so calm, cool, collected here as Terra just, you know, eliminates them down like dominoes here. W keys held on, and for Shroud X, it's the S just trying to keep this momentum. It was trying to change the momentum. Turret's going to make it tough to do that. TTK moving in. If we look at the ults, he's got that meteor in. They can combine that with the Goddess of Death here. And Shroud X, they've only got Fidel. Now Nook, they got both strategists ults to respond.
They're going to try to approach, though, creating the pathing off of Nook and this Eternal Bond. Same thing from the other side, though, as they trade paths to Terra, though, with the final judgment, the protection with the Magneto bubble, with the Magneto walls and the Groot walls, melting everybody down to let it to follow TTK to clear up that space here as 100 Thieves are holding forward to stop Shroud X from coming out of these spawn room doors.
Yeah, it's Terra time. You know, check the watch because it's here. And my goodness, what an absolute... You only need really Vinny and him to get the full team wipe, and the precision and the accuracy and the calm, cool collectedness now as they push these turrets down. This is the last hope for Shroud X. They've got 2 minutes left to defend.
They're here synonymous to Earth and putting them in the ground on this Punisher too. The eternal bond is to help create the pathing here as Fidel falls so incredibly low, cannot stay alive. They try to come out with the res composition, the change up from Shroud X, but it may be too little too late as 100 Thieves hold them back once again to get this to the finish line.
Just absolute anger, perfection, exactly what you want if you're a 100 Thieves fan. And frankly, that hold wasn't even close, unfortunately. Now, again, Shroud X, they can respond. They're going to have to do an insane job at it, but 100 Thieves got to pick the map. This is their home court. They felt good here, and it showed.
All right. They were able to also wrap around, deal with what they needed to do. Terra still getting enabled, even looking at Shroud X, who tried to pull out something differently with a res composition, but was very, very last minute before 100 Thieves were able to set up Terra with those sightlines being on the turret and also cycling through those ultimates with TTK having that meteor at the end.
Yeah, I like these slight adjustments here. Vision not locked in, though, so we'll see. Okay, he is going to end up going with the Human Torch. 24K and 16 eliminations for Terra and no no deaths. Just a regular day at the office there for Terra. 37-0. Frontline, backline, he's the headlines. Insane. But I do like the switch up here from Shroud X. They're going to try something different. Doom maybe going in the backline a bit more, trying to get rid of him. Instead, forget the strategist. Take down the Punisher.
When the Punisher has 16 final hits and hasn't died, by the way, SJP nor Terra have gone down once. I would love to get a final judgment counter on the screen because we had seen that so many times. At one point, Terra had like 90% still left for an ultimate at the very end, and we just saw that.
Absolutely here now. We've got the inverse now. Terra trying to get those turret action on. Shroud X looks to get their offense approach and what they can do. We've seen this team pull it together and quickly as Doom now trying to get that early shotguns and get that cooking. Doom is going to maybe take this back right now. Yes, he is going to take the back flank. See if he can get himself a pick.
Sneaky, sneaky, looking at SJP. They did hear it, though. They did hear the Psylocke looking over to the other side. Still just trying to deal with Delena, who was literally one shot, by the way. Doom splitting more of that attention from the backlines of 100 Thieves while still also focusing on their frontliners.
Yeah, great job there and just trying to farm up what they can of the ult poke here. SJP getting closer, 68%. Harvard to follow. Fidel and Nuck are about in the same spot here as Vision throwing down and getting those firewalls up to push this team back. He's looking to see if he can pick Terra, at least make him uncomfortable to get the pressure out the front line. Something great that Human Torch can do here in Rivals, and they are getting their space here.
SJP is going to ult first, of course, having that God of Mischief just as quick, being on that Loki before now creating that path, allowing 100 Thieves to play all the way up on this defense before backing away as Shroud X may need to look at some changes here before trying to dive right back in. They do have 3 ultimates to work with.
Yeah, they've got the strategist ult. You know, Harvey can match that. Vinny's going to be able to throw in the group hug. You know, Meteor M. Oh, man. Yeah, Meteor M can definitely get some usage here against Terra, who is at 91%. Now, Impunity, though, with the big pick on Harvey, who does have the ultimate. This is their window to make the difference here. But Vinny to Lin get the trade-off instead. Terra to ult. Dogman deciding he's going to save that Meteor M for the defense, but instead they're going to let this team fight kind of work itself out.
It's the fact that Terra just controls so much space and respect, trying to back away as the focus with the butterflies come into, and Doom finds SJP and Delena. Doesn't get the target onto Terra, but still forces the rest of 100 Thieves back.
Honestly, perfection there, not having to use a lot of their ult economy either, but here it is. Dogman's got to nail this. He's nailed some in the tournament, but he's also whiffed Nito. Can he get the connection? No, it hits the top of the door.
I got a little scared when that shield went down, by the way, even at the very lip of that choke here, as we see another meteor. Now this time TTK finds Doom instead, turns all the way around, ring around the rosy, as Vision also has to now completely kite away to the rest of Shroud X, but doesn't get away on time as 100 Thieves, they re-engage successfully, leaving only a minute and 30 seconds on the clock for Shroud X.
TTK showing how it's done with the LeBron slam on what I think was the invisible Doomed on Psylocke. Insanity. What a great play. TTK does it again. Always seems to connect those. Vinny still has that group hug ready to go. Terra, 65%. Might as well be 100 at this point. Doom trying to go up. He has 74. We've got Cap pushing in now. Nuck can follow with the invisible boundary. And here is the Groodle.
Kudo coming in, the strangling prison, the freeze though onto Vinny, the follow-up from Delena, who's about to have the dance of butterflies. Here comes another attempt here with the meteor, but misses out. Just Terror coming in with the protection off the Magneto bubble on top of the final judgment. You get enabled by the pathing of the Eternal Bond. Who's tickling me from behind? No other than Vision being on this Ultron.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dogman, we're kind of seeing the same song and dance as we did in the group stage. Unfortunately, cannot get those to connect. Those would be huge, but the bubble bursts, and so does Shroud X on that fight. 30 seconds left, and right now it's looking like all 100 Thieves looking inevitable on their home court.
Don't worry, you can ban that Doctor Strange a lot stronger when you take a look at Domination. But here on map number 2, it's a different look as we get the nice little side-by-side from production. The Ultron trying to call them out. Do you find it? Delena knows something's about. Do they find the Ultron, though, that's on the roof? As Delena cannot find it.
My goodness, now as Delena Bush and SJP able to keep things alive for them. Doom, though, this is a huge pick if they can get it done. TTK does not get the connection. That opens up the window here. And can they get Vision to get an important... Oh, man, unable to get the connection there either. As Fidel now keeping the team alive. Doom's going to have to make the most of this dance of the butterflies. The Psylocke ult, he's coming from the top, going to the bottom. Activates the ult, does not connect. They're spreading it, but they do get the follow-up on SJP into Terra. And at this point, Vicky, they could get the job done in overtime.
When Vision was hiding up in those trees, don't worry, you're gonna have to keep an eye out for that yourselves within your own respective games, because the extermination, even with Vision going down, was just enough for this overtime to take away to allow Shroud X to at least get to this first checkpoint.
They're both digging in, clawing back, throwing haymakers, and the battle continues. Nothing left there but instinct, grit, and the job was done there from Shroud X. I think as we look at Dongman just looking completely composed here as they head into the second point.
And Lena just could not find Vision there. And even with Nook going down, almost having that invisible boundary, you now make the swap over to the Cloak and Dagger. You still have 50+% to your next ultimate off that slight reset. Delena also trying to approach alongside with Terra now with the Judgment.
Yeah, here as now they're just trying to peel back. I actually like this approach and not waste anything. They're now chasing the Terra, just trying to get around this corner. Here comes Johnny, but instead it's Terra. Look at them come around the backside here, and Vision now trying to get a pop-off. They have an extermination. Will they pop it now as the Dance of Butterfly comes out from Delena? Looking for a pick, does not succeed, trying now to escape. And at this point, everybody hanging on to all great patience there. Nuck throwing down the internal bond. Vision pushing back. Dogman with another Meteor M can make a huge connection here.
Gotta look as scary as John Nicholson from the Shiny. LeBron dunk on dunk here. The extermination now from Vision to isolate Delena, who still cannot find this number onto Vision. Vision constantly has been able to get away with playing much more of these different angles, flanking around the back end of 100 Thieves.
Tick, 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 though, goes the time. We got a minute left here and able to get, luckily, Delena there, but the internal bond coming out just at the right time from SJP. Now pushing forward, Vinny backing up a bit. They do have the Integral Prison here. Doom, this is going to be a major dance of butterflies. Can he get this backline? Can he get the job done? They also have a Fate of Both Worlds. Here it is. Here's the backline hit. It's going to force the Lanterns, but he does get the pick on Delena.
Even with the Lanterns out and about from SJP, Delena going out first is huge with the impact that Delena's had on the damage output alongside with Terra, who, by the way, has another Judgment. And Harvey close to that Eternal Bond just to help enable Terra here. They need to do everything all into a shish kebab of the group hug instead. Just a matter of time before you send Fidel all the way back, and now less than 25 seconds on the clock.
Who's counting? But precisely 1 trillion bullets right into the heads, right into the domes there, unfortunately, for Shroud X. And again, that's all it takes for this team. Little Vinny, little Terra, deadly duo here. Shroud X, though, they've got 11 seconds. The portal, they're going to go in with the Meteor M. They've got the extermination as well. They can do this.
Re-engagement coming in as well here. Dogman with the Meteor, Vision with the extermination. Tries to find X Mark. The Lance have come out at the perfect time just for that quick reset. You still have to look to the other side. We're losing out on Impunity, losing out on Nook. Here comes the Meteor. Doesn't find its mark here once again from Dogman. Instead, it's a trade-off from both ends, and it's TTK that plants their feet. King of the Hill on this Magneto. Try to target ban that Doctor Strange again as 100 Thieves hold back Shroud X.
Absolute insane timing there from Harvey to keep the team alive from Dogman. Finally going to connect on a huge ultimate and the slam down from the Meteor M. I mean, that looks all like 100 Thieves. I saw Vinny at one point, and I swear the scowl, I could feel it from here. Just anger as Terra shoots the grenade launcher, and the stats show and rain down a casual. Let's see what the stats hold up on the damage there as we go 1-to-1 with these teams. Every match so far, Vicky, is a 2-1. Terra went 54-1, folks. 43K, 24 limbs. Look at the whole team. They did insane.
43K. Oh my goodness. 54 and what? Look at the difference on the other. Like, Dogman's Meteor was disappearing. It looked like a Skittle with the way that it was getting melted down by that judgment from Terra. But this is what you have to do. You have to enable the key players to your chess game here. You have to be able to get the checkmate if you can as quickly as possible. And at least you do it here for map number 2.
54-1 is insane.
Like,
now,
what?
you might be asking yourself, why don't they just ban Punisher? Clearly, he's been popping off. Here's the thing, no pun intended. They lost to Nemesis in a reverse sweep to Human Torch, just caring for that team. And Terra can also play Torch. And so they don't want to lose that way. So you can only, you got to pick something here. They're going to be picking, unfortunately, the Human Torch. But they've been banning Strange. I'd almost give that. Terra could play everything, but right now, Punisher did such light work of this team.
Back to back too, because even though they didn't take that first map, like, Terra was still the problem. That's what we were wondering, like Doctor Strange, the re-engagement on more of these Dom map 1s makes total sense here. But in this case, it's a little bit of a different story, and you still have these open sight lines when you go over to Asgard that you have to consider when it comes to dealing with a Punisher.
Yeah, and how much can you focus on one player, too? Because they're already doing Wolverines. Like, they're already trying to take some attention that direction anyway. And so it's like, you can't ban them all. There's too many duelists in the game. And we're about to, I'm sure, get even more here as we're just looking at the Terra highlight reel. And Vinny, honestly, nice to see him kind of come back into form. I would say, his group play has always been known as the GOAT. In the group stage, maybe wasn't there all the way. Definitely has come back more into form there as we look at Terra. Just a kid from Canada, as he quotes, insanity, as he has his eyes locked in for land. But who can do it? Is it Shroud X or 100 Thieves? Vicky.
It's nonchalant. It's just nonchalant vibes here from Terra, looking at the player cams as well. With one more map to go in a best of 3, it could be a mix and match. It definitely depends on how we're going to see the ban and safety system.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the game is spoken of there. Again, Shroud X, they get to pick the map. Typically, I've seen them now, 5 times? Like, when they pick the map, they go Araco. They've been doing that a lot. They like that map. They like the way they can play there. Maybe we see that. Nemesis did pretty strong against them, though. So, I don't know if they figured out a new strategy or what they want to try to pull off there. 100 Thieves, I mean, man, just keep doing what you're doing. Obviously, they barely lost that domination, too. They're playing with anger, vengeance. They're all together here. This is going to be one of the... We've seen some crazy game 3s. This might be one of the craziest, guys. Match number 3 is about to be underway. Don't go anywhere. Quick break, and then we're on to the madness.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing out for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to match 3. Our third of the day is Shroud X versus 100 Thieves. The break is over, Vicky, and for one of these teams, the upper bracket.
And another game 3 situation. We're following the trend here, Cozy. We were overdue, honestly, and it's all being made up here to start off the playoffs. But man, what a way to turn things around. You got to get rid of the Punisher. You have to get rid of the... But is it a lose-lose situation? Like, Terra is just also just insane on other heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the man can play it all, and we've seen time and time again, these match 3s, all teams just leaving it all on the line here. 100 Thieves, I've talked to many of their players, and they want to make land so bad, or maybe, just maybe Shroud X gets there. Will Shroud join them in China? We'll have to find out, and we will find out at least part of that story right now. It's match 3. Shroud X won, 100 Thieves won, and we head into Shroud X's choice of the map, Vicky, and would you believe it's going to be Wakanda?
Okay, Hollow Dahlia coming in. We got moving on to the convergence side of things, as we already just saw Convoy for map number 2. And this is the pick and ban phase where things really need to be reevaluated right now.
Yeah, we're going to see if they change it up. It's always been Human Torch right here. We're going to see if they indeed switch it to... They probably going to stick with Human... No, they go Wolf this time. Which is just out of order of what they've done thus far here. The save going to be going to Magneto for Dongmin again. Oh, sorry, we're on 100 Thieves. Going for TTK. They're swapping it up here. Wolverine being banned for Doomed.
And then double protect too on the Magneto. Again, no surprise. It's the... Okay, it's the Wolverine v Wolverine ban, though, from both sides. I like this.
Yeah, they're switching sides. Shroud X has been on top there, but now they've both got Wolverine ban, Punisher ban on both sides. Final judgment.
Are we taking to the skies this time around? Is that what we're going to see here as the protect onto Loki? Also really helping them out.
Dude, watch Shroud X here, because if they get rid of Human Torch here, they're going to give Luna and Loki to the other team, and that's just so tough on this map. Ooh, the group ban on Vinny. I was not expecting that.
Okay, that's interesting right now too, because are we going to save the Loki Luna here? How are we going to play it to our strengths on the other side?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just right away, them having Loki Luna is going to be insane. They're going to save the Strange. I actually like this pick for this map. It's going to help them out a ton, and just gives you that one extra shot on a very hard map to cap here. Last ban coming from 100 Thieves, and they're getting rid of Loki. So no Nuck on Loki, and this is, man, this is quite the big ban phase, quite the difference.
Saving Doctor Strange. This is interesting because we changed up some things. You get rid of the Loki this time around, but this also just opens up the gates here for 100 Thieves. We know Vinny on that thing, Delena hovering over that Ultron, TTK, as strong as we've seen TTK on the Doctor Strange, even stronger in Magneto in this current meta.
Yeah, funny enough, I was just about to say Delena really locks in Hela, and we've seen most teams have that other duelist go to Ultron when they have the flyers available, but we haven't seen that so much from 100 Thieves. So Delena stepping into the role and having his own Age of Ultron here to match Terra in the skies. But you get rid of the imprisonment, the group ult together, and that's going to help out a bit with the supernovas. But we're going to find out the story very quick here. This first point usually tells a good chunk of the story. It was 55 to 45% prediction wise. Look at what momentum does.
All right, you saw that, by the way, in the very back, the Preds coming in from chat, 75% in favor here for 100 Thieves. The crowd is rallying behind them, but Shroud X have the potential chance to completely change. Oh no. Oh, okay. Well, getting shot up from the middle of trying to use this portal. But hey, this works in favor of your support ult at the very least.
I was about to say, Fidel just farming ult at this point, but hey, in return, Delena already up to 23%. Nothing's even happened so far. They're going to take the point to the portal to the point to use it as a faux wall here. Kind of an awkward angle on the staircase there for the team, but they get things figured out here. Not the start you exactly want here as Vinny's going in with the Venom.
With the res composition coming out from Shroud X, as well as Terra taking to the skies, hailing down with the damage output, still finding Doom before Doom can try to get away, but this is what the res comp does in terms of these resets to try to re-engage.
Yeah, you give Terra one of the best duelists, especially right here, right now, in Ignite, and he's going to Ignite and explode. Flame on, game on. You've got Terra throwing it out here, but immediately Fidel already with the Eternal Bond, and the 100 Thieves won't have anything to match it yet. They need to win this part of the fight.
For looking on the other side, Delena still putting in a little bit of that poke pressure being on this Ultron. You talk about winning this fight, you talk about the damage output. Vinny, literally a pixel of health, managing to stay alive for now too, while the rest of Shroud X just try to hold 100 Thieves over to that other side.
Yep, but it's that time. We have Delena now with Extermination, putting the pressure right back at him. And at this point, we have essentially a triple res comp coming from Shroud X to see if they can keep the momentum as high as possible. Doom throwing out the big damage, and into it, we've got SJP's Eternal Bond and every other ult to follow.
With the Mantis ultimate, though, they try to re-engage, but they still lost out on Dogman first, and this is with an elongated fight. This is inevitable when it comes to res comp, but the time is ticking away. Yes, you still have 2 minutes on the clock, but they're still trying to struggle on figuring out some of these essential picks.
Yeah, but Harvey's got the ult to counter the legendary here. He's got to try to get a pick early, but they also have TTK to absorb the bullets, and the element gun's unable to get the job done as now TTK goes up. He lands down, and as he does usually, gets the connection. That's a Impunity, my bad, on that hit there, and that's what Loki does best, keep the team alive.
Huge first pick onto Dogman, who goes down without even taking advantage of the Eye of Agamotto that he now has. And now the Supernova from Terra, the damage output, yes, they lost out on SJP. They lose out on both strategists. Delena, though, still taking to the skies to help them out, and they will have the Extermination for that re-engagement from Shroud X.
Yeah, they've got 2 ticks here on the point, putting that pressure on, making Terra go off. Maybe it's pressure and space making that can get this point earned for the team here. We have an Eye of Agamotto ready. The point's there, and they're going to get it. That's a huge win for Shroud X to get the momentum started.
We're going to see a possible swap because that was Delena going out in the middle of trying to pop that Extermination. You heard like the first 3 letters come out before getting taken down, but it's a big reset here for 100 Thieves, even bigger for Shroud X to control that next space.
Yeah, no 99 wood cutting needed here. When they get rid of Vinny and Gru, they really have to force to change up their comps and what they try to do here. Vinny now going over to the Thing, trying to figure out a new comp that they can roll with. Delena, obviously crazy on Hela, but flexing a bit into Ultron. Vision, though, has been pretty crazy on Adam from what we saw in the MRI MRC.
Gathering around, though, is going to be Nook leading the rest of Shroud X up ahead. You talk about the Eye of Agamotto, though, finds Vinny and Delena instead. Vinny going down is huge because you were building up into that clobbering time. Meanwhile, taking the skies, TTK, when it matters, finds its mark onto Doomed before the reset comes in once again from this res comp.
Threads the needle there on Dogman's shield. He had it perfect, but unable to get the job done. SJP is putting the internal ball now, giving his team all that pressure to push forward here. But in response, we have Fidel doing the exact same. Vision, it's all on him. We saw with Kurova. You've got Born again, and they can win again if they pull it off correctly. And here we go. We've got Terra throwing it from the sky, the legendary to match, and he can get rid of Terra up. A great mag bubble there from TTK.
Oh, you talk about 99 wood cutting. How about putting a stop to any 99 fire making, instead putting a shutdown to the supernova, and then Delena wrapping around with the extermination. The res now coming in big plays from Vision, putting a stop to everything Delena just worked for.
Perfect job, as we just saw from the last match 3. We've got a massive res from Vision, even after the Delena triple elim with extermination. Insane job from Shroud X.
Can't believe it. It's just the zombie comp. The zombie comp strikes again. You put down the double portal, by the way, blocking any choke pressure. You try to skate by from one slight corner, but I can't see through this. That's even the body block, too.
This is insane, turning a wipe into a win of the point. Potentially, they have to deal with the Captain America stall as usual. Vinny now swapped to just about every Vanguard. And Agamotto with the pressure back. Doom getting that picked on Delena. TTK, though, goes up. He goes down. He gets the connection to Fidel. Massive pick there. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Doom, though, getting the trade on Vinny, who's going to be the pest that's stalling the point now. TTK trying to get the job done. He gets now the ability to stay alive in SJP's internal bond.
And that's with through now Nook and that Mantis ultimate. Take it to the skies. Doomed has been popping off and has not been stopping with the Delena going down next. They have to look behind them. 100 Thieves trying to call out the problem that is the Star-Lord 2. Having to wrap around over to the other side, and Terra making these desperate swaps over to the Iron Fist 2, building up into that ultimate to then start the re-engagement.
We've got a cheaper town hall showing with Terra here. Now, Vinny, Terra, they're getting the job done. And with all that time off the clock, there's a minute. We've seen this story before with Shroud X. They've got 49 seconds. They've been wiped. The good news is they've got their ults ready to go and close to it at least. And the passives with it. But my gosh, what a response from 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves will be able to have some answers, though. Looking at the duelist Terra, Delena having both of those ultimates here. Just try to see if they can put a stop to this res composition that is Shroud X. Now less than 30 seconds on the board for Shroud X to get to this next checkpoint.
Yeah, and with that, you've got the Born again. That's going to be so massive for this fight. Again, you can turn a wipe into a win here. Dogman trying to go down, get that Eye of Agamotto. He's got 99 now. It's all the way ready for what could potentially be a huge point-winning ultimate, though. Down to 269. Needs to find his supports. There goes Hella up in the air. Delena raining down the crows. Some blocks from Strange. Vinny, though, getting the pick on Vision. That's exactly what you don't want.
That was a huge pickup. That was a target focus, but Vision comes right back in. But they have to make sure that the good karma does not work in favor for Shroud X. No karmic revival here. Adam Warlock going to be the problem. As Shroud X, though, find 2 of these picks. Delena getting sent down. TTK missing out on that meteor. Great coverage, though, coming in from Fidel to wrap around the other side. And Shroud X, when the timing was at the very end, at the very finish line, they're still able to get the checkpoint.
With their backs against the wall, they come out swinging, and I would expect nothing less right now in a match 3 that we've seen today. Great response there, getting back, and even with Vision falling, they got that point. Insane work here. They've got 1 minute and 11 seconds to get the third.
These intense last hit situation games right now, they've been incredible. SJP's about to have the God of Mischief. But rallying up together, too, is going to be Vinny with the Freedom Charge to help enable the rest of 100 Thieves, and that's because they lost out on SJP. Big first pick in favor for Shroud X.
Yeah, SJP going down early, and the good news of not using that Vision, they have it for this fight here now. SJP short walk back. Vision, though, does get the pick on Harvey. Both stretches are out. Terra, though, making the impact he always does with the cracking impact down on Dogman. Vinny to wipe right now. All momentum is through the Vision of Vision, able to just go off as the Golden God.
Oh, that always feels good. That always feels good when you yeet that stun up ahead. You get the sleep, you keep them at the choke, and look at the space. The damage output combined together with the Mantis is damage boosting Doom.
Yeah, beautiful use of that portal there as a semi-wall. At this point, we have 100 Thieves playing the whole roster, trying to counter what they can do here. SJP is using the ult now. What's left in the tank, Delina's going to be able to throw up the Goddess of Death, TTK to fall with the Meteor in, but to match, Shroud X is everything they need. They've got the Resurrection. They've got the Eye of Agamotto that goes out now.
Oh, still being able to find Harvey, though. It's going to be a beautiful follow-up between Fidel as well as Doom. Taking to the skies, Delena finding that last shot onto Fidel before Fidel could even get away. But here's that Born again from Vision. Yes, you get the revival, but Terra, understanding the assignment, made a swap at the very end, but it may be too little, too late as a respawn also onto SJP, onto the Loki from the Hela.
Terra found Vision, got rid of the comeback there from Cloak and Dagger, but unfortunately, for 100 Thieves, the momentum cannot be stopped. Again, call it plot armor. Shroud X getting the full 3 cap against all odds on that point.
We are really going down all the way to the wire with no time in the time back. This is off of them barely getting to the second checkpoint, and that was with them blocking out the choke entrance with the Doctor Strange portals.
It's just the final act of a Marvel movie. Like, how dramatic are these match 3s coming down to every tick of the wire? We could not stretch best of 3s anymore in all of these matchups. These are the top 8 teams in America fighting for land, throwing everything on the line, and boy, are we seeing it.
I just can't even recall at a time that we've seen a day as stacked as today, and just great quality Marvel Rivals play right now. And changes need to be brought on. They almost fully held them back here. If you're looking at 100 Thieves in the way that they played that, but Shroud X, they took that momentum and they ran with it. Together with that Mantis Soul Resurgence, they just booted all the way forward.
What did I talk about this week on the podcast? The duo that is doomed in Vision. One of the best 1-2 punches in the game as well with Terra and Delina. Vision, though, 7 final hits, 11k damage on Adam purely. Doom with 20k on Star-Lord after the recent buff into the triple res comp. Just beauty.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Let's see on the other side, Terra usually having a lot more of these final hits. Obviously, Punisher not being on the table for them to utilize, being the problem that it was. You made the swap over to the Bucky at the very end. We're going to see here if we can make this play with the portal off the beginning.
You can feel the tension through the screen. Composure, courage, clutch. Who's got it? As the team is portaling in here. And what a start to Linda with a fast pick.
The way that they were able to just rotate right back here and just completely overtake the free real estate that Shroud X have left before answering back. Doomed coming in with the quick 4K, jumping in from their heads as Dogman, and they put a stop to any portal shenanigans and attempt.
Holy Delina gets the pick early on the MVP, but Doom just absolutely shows ice in the veins, coming back with the 4. Are you kidding me?
Doom knew that basically Doom had to perform right now. After seeing that last game and how close it was in general, like, this is what we like to see right now if you're Doom. Getting that power up too from the Mantis, following up together with impunity on that Captain America.
2 minutes, 50 seconds left here. 400 Thieves doomed, and Shroud X, they got the job done. The barrage is coming in to get rid of those lanterns. One of the best counters to it, but TTK and Terra, the double T's, get the job done and push forward, and all it takes is Terra and the Kraken Impact to put on the show and get the point. And right now, it's going to be tough here for Shroud X to get any piece of this. It's going to... Oh, we got the contention there. Nope.
Oh, Terra trying to fall and find impunity. Why are you running? It's just a matter of time. Delena gets a finishing blow here, and they finally start getting this payload moving.
Yeah, I mean, whenever they get rid of the brakes, they rip it off the car there with 100 Thieves, and it just seems like they just plow through the objective they're trying to get here. At this point, though, now we've got TTK leading the charge with the Sorcerer Supreme here. Fidel does have that ult to counteract and get the space needed. Dogman can go into that with an Agamotto, and the response here, Legendary, they just got SJP just in time to counter this.
Enabling Doom, though, to hold forward just a little bit with the Eternal Bond as well from SJP in the form of that Cloak and Dagger. Dogman slowly trying to approach you with the Eye of Agamotto, but 100 Thieves have a lot more to answer back. It really relies on Doom's being here on this Adam Warlock and able to get this res.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to have Vinny being able to do a complete defensive effort to stop this legendary, and I think he knows that at this point. Kraken Impact goes up, Terror gets 2 down, and that's going to be rough there. But Vision does get that resurrection. Born again, win again is the mentality, and Vision gets a whole team back. Delina getting that pick on impunity doesn't matter, and there it is. Freedom charge. Follow the path painted before them.
Can we talk about the positioning to use that Karmic Revival away from the Kraken that could have gotten a full reset if they hit the whole team there at half health after getting the res, allowing the Shroud X to try to recombine together and trying to re-engage, but then Delena takes to the skies, helped out with Terra right now being on the Bucky has made all the difference here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, shooting them down like clay pigeons at this point. Absolute chaos from 100 Thieves in precision and accuracy here. Not going in though with the Mantis ult, trying to keep things alive, but TTK ready for the sky, throwing out the magic. The eye sees all and shows all. Delina with the follow-up, and at this point, it's just desperation for Shroud X to try to hold it from point 2, 1.7 left.
That was off the pressure off of the Soul Resurgence too, when Mantis is still in that ultimate, not even dealing enough to help up Fidel in that equation, while Vinny now moves all the way up, combined together with the rest of the 100 Thieves. Vinny does have that meteor, looking to find the mark on the Cloak and Dagger, but misses it out.
Dell coming at the perfect time to keep the team alive. It doesn't matter how many reses they have, though. Their duelists are getting the job done. We've seen Terra the Terrible just go in after. Kraken Impact making 3, getting it 4. He's going for the 4th on Vision, and yes, sir, Terra shows what he can do.
Again and again and again we go on the Bucky too, and that's with Vision not having the Karmic Revival for that re-engagement here, but will have it for this upcoming fight.
One button, 5 regrets. That old, it just has aftershocks. The old quake. I mean, what do you want to call it at this point from what he's able to do? TTK does have that eye to set the team up. Dogman can match it. 3 minutes and 37 seconds left. It took all of those minutes for Shroud X to get the point.
TTK though, Eye of Agamotto ready to go to Mata against Dogman. Goes the Terror Cape, just trying to find its mark. Walls coming up though from Impunity are just allowing them to control even more of that space next to this close-up choke that they're going to be forced to go through eventually. I'm looking at Nook, yes, with that current Eternal Bond, and the Eye of Agamotto, it's going to be big. It finds 3, it finds Vision, and that's talking about the damage output from the other side too.
And Agamotto got stopped. Unfortunately, was unable to get the job done. Terra and Delina now making it a show and showing the deadly duelists that they are. And that is just absolute disaster. Shroud X had what they needed. Unfortunately, 2 minutes and 53 seconds, and Terra's just taking it to him.
And that's with some last-minute changes, too. Look at what we're seeing right now with these swaps. Vision being on the Hela, having that ultimate, no res comp instead. Nook being on the Rocket, but they have to contest here.
Yeah, unfortunately now with a perfect placement of the portals, Nuck though bringing back Impunity. They're just trying to keep the point alive as long as they can. Vision now raining down the Thorns, trying to get something going. He does get the 2-piece. That could be what the team needs. There's 3 meters left. Vinny trades with Fidel at this point. It's going to be close. Can they hold it? Shroud X short walk back. TTK gets the pick there on Vision. This is coming down to the wire. It's land on the line.
And it's Nook on the Rocket with Fidel finally coming back on the Luna. Is it enough healing output? You get pushed back. You don't get the output from the Eye of Agamotto that we saw here from the other side after it finally comes back after getting interrupted. And TTK also having the Eye of Agamotto at the very end, just trying to see if they can work around the shield. And now they have to work about the seal.
Whip shot as the Agamotto goes down. It does not connect, and in return, they can follow up here. We have Impunity going in to stall longer. This is chaos erupting in front of your eyes. Both teams competing. 1 minute, 44 seconds on the clock. Vision with the Elim on Terra. That's a massive pick, and the pick against this 100 Thieves team. But Vinny, once again, trading with the Vanguard. Short walk back, though, for this team. Nuck bringing back Dogman, and now at this point, they can continue the fight. They have to also watch the point. Don't want to Shroud 9 and Vicky. Everything's on the line.
Oh, but it's not enough healing output. Delena finds Impunity with Dogman slowly approaching another Eye of Agamotto, while Harvey has the Eternal Bond with the Cloak and Dagger. It keeps this fight going for even longer. It's been more than 20 to 30 seconds, but a huge terror came out to Fidel.
Fidel goes down. He's 97% to ult. That could have been everything for them. Can they keep it going on? Vinny's going up. He's going down, and that's going to be able to do the job for 100 Thieves. They had what they needed, but they did get a lot of time off to at least make this more of a fair fight. My God, what a last point.
Nobody has time. This is crazy. 2 minutes, a minute on the other side. Like, what has been these last few second exchanges prolongating these fights?
Dongman was on that whipping and shooting at one point for like 20 minutes. I mean, I'll be speaking out of a tube tomorrow. Absolute chaos erupting. Just insanity, Vicky. Now, looking at what we have into both teams getting that third point, I mean, at this point, it's anyone's match. Terra, though, playing with just absolute vengeance. We're going to see what Shroud X can do. They're going to set the bar first here on offense.
Have to. You have to with the Bucky when this is what works against the res comp. I'm thinking that currently Shroud X are probably going to try to use more of these Moon Knight Portal shenanigans coming out of the gates here, but more so focusing on Terra now finally upping those final hit numbers. I believe before that round it was like what, like 8 final hits. Now look at the difference, night and day here with 25 final hits, nearing 40k damage. And even looking at TTK and the damage output from the Doctor Strange, we're wondering, well, why use that ban on the Doctor Strange? Well, you can't cover everything. You have to focus on the Punisher or even the Doctor Strange in favor for TTK.
Yeah, and Delena getting those all-important picks, too, has plenty under him. Fidel's got like 70k healing. He's about to hit 6 figures of done right here. We've got a minute for Shroud X, 2 minutes. And honestly, this point can easily take 2 minutes, so it's going to come down to the perfection of play here as Dogman. We can see him locked in right now, throwing that portal down. And the team goes in, and they try to get that Moon Knight strategy to work, but he's swapping back over quickly to Star-Lord, Terra, and friends, pushing back hard there into this initial point. Interesting way to take and approach this first point here. And right now they're doing the job.
And a little dizzy there when they saw that their choke point was just getting heavily contested, though. So they just wrap back around down the middle. And with a lackluster time bank, they have now less than 30 seconds to try to approach.
Both teams, they want it so bad. Strategy at a maximum. Here's Dogman takes the high ground, looking to try to get some wiggle room as he jumps into the point. Team following behind him here. Fidel at 62%. Watch that ult charge on the other side. I think 100 Thieves pretty far away. So if they can get Fidel at 100%, which he's creeping towards closely without anybody falling, they can definitely make this thing happen. Doom goes down, but he does have the passive to come back, Vicky. So they do got that triple res comp at their advantage. Doom comes back, Vinny. Dogman is going down, Vicky. This is tight.
The Dogman doesn't have the same ability in this case, and Vision doesn't have that res, but with Fidel approaching that eternal bond to utilize it now on this point, they get off.
They Shroud 9.
2,
No.
3. Time to switch things up.
Not like this.
Side you're on.
Not like this. Not like this. They came out with the cloak ult too. Unfortunately,
Top-notch team to win this one.
How could this happen to me? I've made my mistakes. With the eternal bond active too. No way. I can only imagine. Those comms probably sound so scattered.
Yep, that's tough. But you know what? You can. Oh man, can you imagine we go do a draw here? I mean, I wouldn't even know what to say, what to process. Oh my gosh, get the defibrillator. But we'll have to see. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to stop Terra here from even getting 1 tick on this point. 42k damage, 50 elims plus by the end of it all. Probably make it 60. 70k from Fidel doing everything to try to keep things rolling for the team. This is 2 teams that want it bad. 2 teams coming off, 3 losses in a row. This would be the 4th. Vicky, it's as tight as you get.
Fidel is nearing 70k healing. The healing output all day today also just needs to be studied. Like, these elongated fights, you get an Agamotto, everyone gets an Agamotto out here. Well, at least if you're in the favor of 100 Thieves with the way that they've been playing especially. But they have extra time in their own time bank. Another chance here for redemption.
Capture the mission area.
Absolutely, guys. We hear a lot about the EMEA and Sparker over there for VP, but my gosh, Terra's showcasing why he's one of the best duelists, if not the best duelist, just in this game. Absolute insane job from him here as teams push forward. They know the assignment, who can get it done. Avengers assembled. Terra pushing up with full aggression. W key might as well be taken down at this point. He's looking for the hook, and the first big momentum changer does not pull it. Nice job there. They've got the cloak bubble to keep him alive, and the sustain of the damage is coming out.
Impunity is being kept alive right now. Look at Fidel, look at Nook here with the healing output of this backlight specifically to build into these ultimates, and it's too much. Combine that with the Terror Cape. TTK gets caught in the crossfire here as JP does retaliate in finding Impunity though, so it's a trade-off for both sides.
Yeah, Vanguard for Vanguard here, but watch Terra's ultimate. All it takes is one Kraken impact to get the job done. It's at 95, close to 96. We do have Harvey giving him the path to victory in the upper bracket final. Will he take it and clutch it with it? Not to follow. Doom also has the Kraken impact. This is going to be an absolute fight for the finish. There's 53 seconds. It's going to come down to greatness. Legacy on the line. Dogman unable to get the connection that he so desperately wanted. Doom going down, trying to get his resets. Vicky goes up, tries to get the limb on Harvey, does not succeed, goes down in return.
SJP said, you ain't built like Terra right now. We are moving in rent-free. On this point, 100 Thieves down to the wire. Take the series versus Shroud X.
Every single match today has come down to the last moments, the last seconds in the last match. And 100 Thieves has what it takes to move forward in the upper bracket. Shroud X, just like NV, pat on the back. Great freaking job. Go get it in the lower bracket, the losers bracket. But right now, it's all eyes on 100 Thieves all together in one room, erupting with greatness.
I don't know what a lot of these teams, who fell a little early here, have now put themselves in the playoffs and the seeding that they've been assigned here, but down to the wire, each of our series have gone as we take a look at the total stats. Fidel, yes, still getting the 75k. There's that healing output that we talked about. But SJP with the clutches, the way that they rotate around with Harvey, with Terra making the adjustments here, 27 final hits and 47,000 damage.
48 between the two duelists. I mean, just insanity. SJP getting that pick 2 on impunity really helped pave the path as well. I mean, it was right there for the teams to call it a draw and go into one more sparring match. But 100 Thieves, they get the job done. They rise together as the team, throw away the key as they lock up Shroud X and push him down to the lower bracket. I do have to say, massively impressed here, and it just shows the talent in America. All these top seeds so close. I know going in, some people talk about Shroud X just being an easy team to get in your first seeding. They showed anything but.
Wondering here if the playing in person buff up here, it's going to just give them the power up that they need in terms of the crazy calm, screaming at each other, the pop-off moments that you absolutely know were coming in, but have to give the flowers over to Shroud X with the way that they've also had to make the adjustments between the res comp. Doom's really popping off this game around 2. Just having that power up between the Mantis, the follow-ups too from these sleeps. But this fight specifically lasted for, we had like, what, 3 Agamottos or so being built up here?
Yeah, if not more at this point. I mean, and with the res and the comebacks, it's been absolutely crazy. I mean, at this point, it's like, yeah, playing together in person as a team is a buff that the patch notes no one could expect, right? We saw that with Sentinels. We're seeing it here with the 100 Thieves. Maybe the outcome changes of Shroud X's teams together, but right now, I don't think I've been this baffled by one duelist and what they've been able to put out here than in Terra. And Delina, it's just like what I've said with Vision and Doom. Delina's able to get those important pickoffs, and SJP, we've talked a lot about duelists, but he's going to be getting the MVP, getting that alt costume here for 100 Thieves.
And when you have those lamps out too, you seem like a pretty yummy target to try to dive on, but it makes it even harder when you're on that Loki and you build up that ultimate just as quick. You copy the cloak and dagger, and we get to see the trails of these eternal bonds just help these fights stay way elongated, and that's how we get the next farm set of these different ultimates. So SJP coming to live, and I definitely agree with you, Cozy. Delena and Terra both so strong. Terra specifically, though, was hungry for progress here. 27 final hits, and that was off of those last 2 rounds specifically too.
Yeah, I mean, he tweeted after they got swept in the grand finals of the group stage that he left it all out there, and I can say he definitely did the same performance here. I mean, just to go from what was, that team did not at all struggle in the upper bracket that we saw in the group stage, and then out of nowhere, they did get the reverse sweep done to them, or not reverse sweep, they got the 3-0. To come back like that and play that strong, great job on them. It shows again what they can pull off as a unit, as a team. This team wants land. I can feel it.
If they keep playing like that and we keep seeing these target bans, and the way that it's worked around was Punisher banned a little too late at that point. We saw the output of damage in the first map alone, then we had to see it again back to back into that second map. But you play to your strength, whether it be that Punisher or we get to see the Bucky instead. I'm happy though here, Cozy, as we get to have our interview coming in.
Yeah, just a kid from Canada, as he keeps saying, and we get to welcome in the man, the myth, the Marvel rival legend right now in Terra. What's going on, team? Happy victory, man. How do you guys feel?
We feel really good after that.
Sarah, I saw your lips pursed together the entire time on the camera feed that we have from you, just all locked in. And after both those performances, just want to say hats off. How do you keep your team composed and all of you guys composed as you, again, didn't struggle in the upper bracket? You go into that last fight, you lose 3-0, but then you come out swinging here.
I mean, the only like reasonable thing that like I would say is that we only lose to ourselves. Literally, I feel like if we should have not lost 2 maps on against FlyQuest, should have been like a 3-2 or a 3-2-3. Should have been way closer, but we only lose to ourselves, and it's just simple mistakes.
Dude, that 100 Thieves cap shield, by the way, is super sick. Like, what? You guys, I saw you walk to the back, but like, you guys got the setup there. You're out of breath, man. Like, you're insane. You know that you're insane, but the way that you guys just came through against what we just saw as one of the, I mean, I feel like we're saying this constantly because this has been the 3rd back-to-back tightest series that we've ever seen. I mean, what do you think has changed between the time of last week's group stages until now that has made a lot of these games tight? Do you think it's just because we have best of 3?
I don't think it's a best of 3. I think because like there's a lot of stuff that's like open in the game. There's a lot more team comps in that. It's not just one anymore. So there's, you can obviously play triple res, you can play triple support with Ultron, you can play Groot combo, you can play just a bunch of more just stuff that a lot more is open. And with this game gets on, people get better and better because they keep practicing and all that.
Listen, man, I mean, how locked in is the squad right now on a scale from like 1 to, you know, lane plane tickets already ready to go? I mean, how you guys, you're feeling, Tara, I mean, I know you guys, everybody wants to make land, but what makes your team deserve the stage?
I mean, I feel like our team deserved the stage. Like, we've been very dominant in almost every tournament. We obviously have hiccups, but every good team has hiccups. Especially like VP. VP had a hiccup in group stage, but they just come back. Like, all the main tournaments. I mean, the main tournament that we really lost is like MRC in that Shroud tournament, but that Shroud tournament was kind of like we had to be up for 15 hours, we had no sleep and all that, and we are on stale for 5+ hours, just no warm, no nothing. No teams would be up that time.
Wow.
Dude, I've got to ask, do you have a Lord icon on every duelist? I mean, it seems like you could flex to legit anything. If it's like, okay, they ban the Wolverine, they ban, you know, the Human Torch, then you go off his Punisher, they ban that, you pull something else out of your pocket, man. I mean, it's tremendous.
I don't have any. I only have 3 lords. I haven't really played ranked for 4 weeks.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie. The tournament client just feels way better than the main game client. So I'd like rather just play on the client that we're playing for tournaments and not really the tournament that's a client that's completely different.
Wow. Well, Tara, you've honestly, like, whether it be the focus, a ban onto the Punisher, what were your thoughts actually when you saw that they let the Punisher go through for the second map specifically? Because then they had fixated their attention on that Doctor Strange ban. So what were the comms from your teams when you guys saw that?
I mean, they can, like, a lot of teams now, like, it's just going to be target banning me. Like, it's just punny Wolf, punny anything like that, just to me. They're just wasting, in my opinion, I think SDX is wasting a Strange ban. And, like, we only really lost first point to just straight up Strange cheese and just getting first picked off. And, like, we should have still won that. We just made one simple mistake. So, like, if they just ban out, like, a person that's, like, that just knows how to play. Like, I'm not just like I can play more characters than just 3, so it's like anything.
That's what makes good teams great, is going out there and just wanting the absolute perfection from your team. And listen, I know you're just a kid from Canada, but you could be a kid in China here pretty soon. You're getting better at these interviews, man, because you're getting a lot of them. We're getting a lot of Terran time, and you're getting more comfortable, man. I know you guys are together tonight. I wanted you to go celebrate as a team. Give my what's up to Delina, Harvey, and all the boys over there, and a big congrats once again.
I have 2 things to say before I head out.
Yes, sir.
During the map, I unironically started Tears because I have my hands completely messed up. I'm playing with a messed up hand. So after that, like, low-key is just hurting like a shit ton. But I like to shout out to Solaris. They've been our main warm-up for a long time right now. And they're a very underrated team, and I think they deserve more props than what they did and how they did in group stage and seeding and all that, because they really got messed up with their bracket, but they deserve a lot of respect and all that.
One, it's like Jordan's flu game, so insane with the injury, man. I can't even process that. Number two, 100% agree. Solaris, great job. Gale and Guru, the friends, they're all insane over there and definitely had a tough draw there in the group stage, buddy. But either way to rise up, injury and all. I know what it means for you, the team. And buddy, thanks for sharing your thoughts with us, and we're excited to watch you tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, go celebrate, buddy, and go rest up, man.
Dude, what? He had an injury?
I could have 5 hands and not play even 1/10 as good. Like, what? Dude, Tara.
His hand was wrapped. His hand was wrapped up. He was pushing through, and that was with the Punisher, the Bucky that we saw changed up. Like, and you heard him say it too. Like, they're gonna try to target ban Tara specifically because Tara is a problem, but the rest of 100 Thieves equally. They help build up Tara. They enable the winning tool that they have here on the team.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, quarterbacks so often get all the love after the game, right? And obviously duelists and what they do, but the unsung heroes are the strategists, the vanguards, what we saw that team put up together with Vinny, with TTK and the clutch ults, right? With them coming together into the strategists and surviving SJP with the pickoffs, and Delina often, you know, when you have a greatness like Tara, Delina is insanity. We saw that with the Hella and what they could bring, and the flexibility to the Ultron. Crazy game. We now have match 3 games. What the heck? This is nonsense as we head late into the night here for match 4, but we have probably the most fun team in the tournament, known as Ego Death. The dive team, Black Panther with the King of Wakanda, make a return versus Team Nemesis, the winner of Group B. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a quick break. We'll see you in a second.
on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to our fourth and final match today. I can easily say with confidence, of all the casting I've done, of all the esports I've watched for Rivals, this is the best day for Marvel Rivals esports in history on the biggest stage. What more could you freaking ask for, Vicky?
I feel like this was like my hazening. Maybe the reckoning out here, I don't even know. Like, this is what is just now thrown me into a wrench. Best of 3 day. You see 4 matches. You look at the teams that are playing here. The first seed, the last team after what we witnessed in the group stages of the 8 teams that make it through. And then now we have our final series. It's been over, what, like 6 hours or so since the start of the broadcast? This is crazy.
6 hours of pure friggin' dopamine. I've woken up the entire house. My wife's trying to watch like Love Island. I'm just screaming over it. I mean, it's just pure madness on air here. And we go into what is going to be another electric matchup. But before that, guys, if you haven't already, there's some electric skins in the game, and we just saw Terra and what he did on Punisher. Frank Castle, costume inspired by Daredevil, Born Again. My goodness, looks insane. And you've got Thor, Majestic. Oh, look at this beautiful skin.
Wow.
The Gallifit.
What? This is a beautiful. I love it with the majestic hair, of course, doing the Thor special. All right, I see you. The majestic raiment. And, of course, the costume inspired by Daredevil from Punisher. What better timing, of course, as it is available on June 27th.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in time for the new and improved Thor out there on the ladder, as Season 2 is coming somewhat to a close. We still have a couple weeks left here, but either way, we've got one match here, and it is a good one. Vicky, you guys saw Nemesis and what they did. They were kind of the dark horse, I felt like, even though they shouldn't have been, but kind of the dark horse going into Group B, and this team now has showcased why they're elite. And honestly, us as casters, we talked about it on my podcast, that they are able to just adapt so quickly. That's how they got their reverse sweep and how they've done what they've done so far in the tournament.
It's also like just the fact that this is the team that literally reverse 3-0'd Sentinels. Like Sentinels, a team that was up 2 games and then fell at a team that they had beaten in the upper bracket final. And then here comes Team Nemesis making adjustments in, what was it, like a day, 2 days or so before they had to re-engage after coming out of that lower bracket final?
Yeah, no, exactly that. And it's insane to see. I think this is a team that everybody's been wanting to see more of in Ego Death and what they could do. They shocked the world with FlyQuest in that defeat. FlyQuest, obviously that win means a lot more considering they won the whole thing. But at this point, people have kind of questioned themselves, is Ego Death kind of that one show? Self certainly is not. If you guys were impressed with Terra, Self very similar, can just go off with every duelist that the game throws at him with Hawkeye and more. And I'm excited to see if we see a little bit of that. Little Black Panther. Either way, these two teams clashing is going to be a show.
I feel like taking away from what we heard Tara say in the interview, the way that, this game incorporates more of these different compositions to come out for these teams to play into those strengths because of the advanced tournament ban system that we have in place has just worked wonders, not only in terms of entertainment, but has also forced a lot of these teams to be consistent with that flexibility, showcasing different skills across different heroes.
Yeah, and Mello, this could not be a better picture to represent him. He has been all fire in Ignite with Human Torch, probably one of the best we've seen added. And with that to follow, just honestly, such solid play. Ricky, one of the most slippery and dangerous strategists this game has.
Yeah, Mello, by the way, was my #1 duelist to look out for on the podcast because Mello is just so different. The way that torch works together. And it's not just a torch, right? We also saw some action from the Psylocke, the Storm, so that's also in the pocket here when we take a look at some of these highlights, though. Aside from this, though, and Craze just being absolutely crazy, too, combine that together with Ricky being another highlight strategist that I had also on my radar. This team just makes up so many individual strong units.
Yeah, and it's all led at the helm there of the coaching squad, and they just have a lot of just great strategic plays and honestly understanding of the game and their assignments, and just I think they're one of the teams that do it best, doing their job, right? Everybody just doing the role they're supposed to do here. Amadian just immediately hit them up after the win. Just an awesome human and just doing an incredible job here as we saw what they did against Sentinels. This team can also flex and kind of do it all amongst plenty of heroes out there. And we saw time and time again, Krasman, insane on Gamma Hulk.
Yeah, dude, the Hulk thing, like, literally the Payne brothers in one lineup right here from just one member of Team Nemesis, and then Scatter, who's had very significant pop-off moments on that Doctor Strange.
Yeah, we've seen Amadian and friends also do, if needed, the triple res. Amadian loves Star-Lord in this tournament, and it's even better now. After the patch, Star-Lord got that much better, as we see Adam Warlock behind the rocket. Love It Far, though, here has done a great job as well. The entire team of Ego Death, we call it ready comms. They don't all call out one hero. They just say ready, set, go, and they all do their job as well. Zatex has put on a show on Psylocke, Storm. We've seen him do a lot in plenty of heroes, and Self really allows that for him too.
Yeah, also, like, we've seen Zatex pop off on that Punisher as well. Like, you see Self, and you know what's coming, though. Don't let the Punisher image deter you from the real problem out here, as you see within your own respective rank games. That Black Panther comes to play, but do you waste out a ban on that Black Panther here if you're feeling confident? Do you just want to take it straight up to the face and trying to face off one of the strengths of Ego Death? But it isn't just that Black Panther, too. As you can see the highlights, it was the Wolverine. We saw the Human Torch at 1.2 from Self. Combine that with Zatex and the way that you could control so much space off the Punisher and Psylocke from Zatex positions, it looks great here if you're looking at Ego Death.
Yeah, if you guys want to know about a 1-2 combo here, Somble and Self do a great job aligning themselves. Somble goes to the Thing, Self goes to Wolverine, or if he needs a flex, he goes into Venom with the dive combo, something like Black Panther. Again, we'll say it here, we'll say it now. We didn't see it last time, but if you're a Black Panther main, this is one of the best in the world at it. Self, an absolute menace there. We've seen Ego Death, though, as a team be feast or famine, kind of like Black Panther mains could be within Rivals. And so, which one are we going to get today? We saw Teki have a week of practice and come back swinging. I expect Ego Death to clean up some of their mistakes that we saw that led to their loss in the group stage.
I forgot about this. I also saw the Iron Fist coming out to play at some points as well from Self. It's just so many things that you could expect, when you have that one dive player on your team and they just play hero roulette, they just cycle through everything that Self has to perform on this team.
Yeah, it's like Terra. You can ban one, but you can't ban it all. And we're about to find out what they do end up banning. But this is the team, one of the few that do play dive at a great and high level. We saw some Venom play there with Vinny, but we're going to see a lot here with Somble and what they can do. Soko, great as well. Going to be curious if we end up getting Emma for that team. Zatex can go crazy on Psylocke too with those echoes. And so this team has a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and you guys already know them and how crazy they've been. This team has my full attention, and they deserve it after after the win in Group B as we head into, wait for it, no Krakoa today, Vicky, all Wakanda.
Dang, again, the back-to-back. We are following the same flow of these maps to start off the day here for our Map 1 Domination final series of the day. You may look back, and if you haven't claimed your magic skin, well, guess what? If you've watched this entire broadcast, you should have been able to claim that magic skin, because I believe it takes like roughly 6 hours or so of just view time of the Ignite tournament to be able to collect that. We do see the ban, though, onto the Emma Frost, and then the torch from the other side. Ego Death saying, no way, not today, Mello.
Yeah, opening it up with the Mellow Band. I mean, Shroud X, it's something they didn't do the entire tournament, and thank God that Ego Death was able to see through the mistakes there, get Human Torch out of there, and we get the Emma ban on the inverse with Magneto save, and they go with the Psylocke ban over? Okay, I like it. I like what we're seeing over Emma.
Okay, a little bit of a different look while they hover over trying to protect the torch. We talked about the torch being really strong for self, maybe not leaning towards that Black Panther just in case here. While we take a look at what the next band's gonna be, as it's gonna be Ultron, maybe expecting that Emma Frost coming in next.
I like these picks for Ego Death. They're really fueling up their duelists and what they need to do to win the match here. Black Panther being hovered, and oh, come on, Nemesis, let us see it. Let's see that T'Challa at work. Don't get rid of him. It's too soon. We haven't had it in 4 matches, but Wolverine going to be banned on the top side there for Ego Death. And sadly, folks, if you're a viewer that's waiting for this matchup, you're not going to see Black Panther in his hometown.
Yeah, no home turf power-up that you could get off of the Vibranium out here in Wakanda. Got to put that away real quick. Not going to try to test this out. As we hover over the safety pick, over the Magneto. No Emma Frost safe. Instead, here, looking on the other side, also forcing Nemesis to kind of scatter their brains just a little bit to see what they want to ban next.
And Emma's still open for them. No ban on Emma yet. Kind of crazy. And also, both teams have full access to Loki Luna. They don't give a dang about that at the moment. They're just going all in, and they're really just trying to get their team right, as they have shut down now 2 of both Self and Zatek's great heroes here. Interesting decisions. And the Ultron ban was perfect after that torch save, because you're able to just now, get rid of that duo as well.
But now you're going to have Zatex probably come out on the Psylocke, and then Soko coming out on the Emma, rather, actually, no, not on the other Emma Frost, because you have that still over onto the south side. The Adam Warlock being the safety pick.
Nemesis plays a lot of triple res. We've seen it. Are they just trying to bait out a Mantis ban here, potentially? I mean, we've seen Nemesis, though, play it on Dom. And heck, we've seen today, every single team that played the triple res comp pretty much won, right? We saw that game after game here from Shroud X as well. Mantis, though, going to be banned. And now they have access to Emma.
And Mag. That is actually... have we been able to see both come through, actually?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
At least it's been a while. We have not seen that in quite some time, especially in America here. I mean, yeah, they get to line up with their choice, but interesting enough. Let's see what they select to do. This is crazy. Look at this lineup here, because Kraz is so crazy on the Hulk. Why switch?
Dang, this was the biggest checkmate right here, too. So do you linger over this, the Magneto play potentially here, too? Or do you want to just roll out with the Hulk first, make some swap-ups? It looks like I'm already expecting this to go crazy right now. I'm expecting this series specifically, we were talking about in the podcast, to go the distance. I'm surprised seeing how the rest of the series played out for today, but I wouldn't have it any other way. We've had the best Marvel Rivals action at the top level played out throughout the course of today. And don't forget to add in your own pick'ems, because we currently have the chat saying that they expect Team Nemesis to take it at 62% for this first map.
Oh, we're getting a match 3. I can guarantee you that. If it's anything like, I don't know, the first 3 matches, 75% of the match so far. But you remember what Ego just said in an interview: if they ban Panther, we win. That's what they want. They want that Panther ban, because then it allows the access to the rest of the comps, the strategies. We're going to see who can win. Are we going to get another non-org team like Teki advance, or just Team Nim going to get the job done once again after the reverse sweep? As Zatex is on Psylocke, that's what we want to see. Sample on the dive, Soko on Mag. Love this matchup.
We're expecting to. Playing Ring Around the Rosie. Between the Hulk being up on the high ground, Sambo, of course, being on that Venom, as to be expected. But I also like this roundabout rotate to get onto the point, playing off this high ground, looking at Team Nemesis.
Yeah, for sure here. As Krazman is going to be the big difference here. Kraz can get the jump here on Self. He's done such a good job this tournament, getting rid of those flyers. Sambo going right into the action as he's repping the white skin here. Love to see it here, going right for Mello, who's now on Winter Soldier. We've seen Kraken Impact make the impact this tournament so far. And wow, Mello gets the fast elim on Zatex, scattered to follow on Soko Vicky. Right now, it's all gas for Nemesis.
What is on Mello's other monitor screensaver? It is locked in the dark right now, just having to focus on what is happening as Team Nemesis get to take the point first.
Something puts to sleep is what I saw, and it's probably Human Torch puts down, I don't know, Heroes to Slave, Madman, love to see it. As now we've got the first cap going pretty definitively there to Nemesis. Amadian, we've seen do great work on Hella, glad to see them back on it. And really, Kraz on Hulk just opens up so much for this team. Back cap trying to go for Ego, though.
Ricky was one shot and almost just lost out right there. Sambo was able to hit those first initial shots as Sambo tries to go in for that back cap. This splits up the attention of Team Nemesis. Now, while they focus up on the front lines, they were able to get that first pick. Sambo, by the way, still alive here. Going to be able to fully dive in together with the rest of Ego Death, though. And they also have the reset here from far with the invisible boundary.
Yeah, great staggering of the ults and the patience here. Ego Death is going off here with Zatex, getting a lot of the early picks and staggers, but we do have Hulk smashing what he does best. Krazman trying to just get the stall on the Monster Hulk there, doing a good job at it. 56% already thus far. Momentum we've seen creates momentum for the team, keeping the team alive. Great patience from Ego Death as well, and cleaning up and firmly. Great job there as they take the point.
Zatex just had a whole buffet right now of Team Nemesis. Just grouped all three of those together before dealing the finishing blow here. But a great look because they also have two of these ultimates coming up.
Yeah, Goddess of Death, just more like bringing the point to her. Great job. I mean, just honestly, Zatex 2 can just play so many different heroes, and Median on Hella, great job to match it. Love that from them. Soko now with the Meteor in that can do plenty. Counter the Hella. You can maybe defend the point a bit better there against one of the Strats ults, but Nemesis doesn't have anything in the tank in terms of surviving, so Self can put on the pressure here, and he does.
Oh, and then you together with the Supernova as well, the Goddess of Death to be answered right back from Amadian over to the side. Self, though, goes in for the Grand Slam, puts a stop to that together with Zatex. There you talk about the synergy following up together as Team Nemesis are looking to try to re-engage after this reset.
Zatex doesn't throw thorns, he throws goodbyes. I mean, just insane work there with perfect precision. And right now, outside of the first point, it's been all Team Ego Death, and they've been able to stagger their ultimates in such a way that they're almost ready for this next fight. Far getting close here with the invisible boundary. Right now, Mello the only thing to be clicking here for Team Nemesis. Ricky and Dink still really far behind here on their ult scatter, maybe in time, but they're going to push this main point. Right now, if you're Ego Death, you just want to keep holding W.
Oh, no way. That's a huge first pick in favor for Ego Death. Now, look at this. Now they've completely circled around as both of the backline members, as you add a Madian, find themselves dropping back to the spawn. This is Mello, by the way, unable to utilize that Kraken impact for the second team fight in a row.
Magneto, are you absolute insane? The poke damage, the limbs, the clutch, Soko. Craziness as we have Self now trying to throw up that barrier and put a little bit of damage in, and right now Team Nemesis has just not been able to get the ults they need, the teamwork, and honestly it's just been the stagger so far.
Oh wow,
oh my god,
they literally couldn't touch a single toe on that point. Like, they were just getting shut down and down after them coming out of that choke. Like, that was just individual terror, just tearing apart the individuals of that other team.
Yeah, it's like Zatex isn't even allowing a team fight. He's just hosting funerals. It's crazy how well he's able to get these staggers, as he well deserves the ace. 8 limbs, 15-1, 8k damage. Self and him are having a little contest between one another. And if you're Ego Death, my gosh, I'm telling you, they're feast or famine. Right now, they're feasting. Nemesis, you've been here before. Reset, reload. We'll see what they have.
Said serving funerals, but that goes pretty on brand with the Goddess of Death, and in the way that Zatex is playing alongside that with Self, you could see the synergy and the backup coverage that Zatex is putting in to help enable Self, just setting up a lot of these Supernovas as well. And now they have so many different ultimates going into this first fight to match that against Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to give them the big benefit of winning fights in the neutral and getting those Soko eliminations that we just saw from Magneto. I mean, it's been the winning teams have had one thing in common, and it's those early picks with Mag, and then complementing the sandwich with the Purple Meteor throwing down here as now Self 89%. Everybody locked in. Ricky and Dinks finally have those sub ults, but it's going to be matched up with Sokos.
Combo 2 just jumping right in with the Venom before swinging Array. Tries to pull the Venom, which is important to highlight because that does cancel out trying to sling around on that web. Instead, great positioning from Zatex actually does force out momentum and having the fate of both worlds. And it's going to be a dance-off from both sides with Dinks too. Psionic Seduction now from Scatter, but everyone's playing split around these different pillars. The Meteor tries to find his spark, but Mellow skates by on the other side of the stairs.
Everything coming out at once and trying to do the Luna boost into the Venom ult, but great job in awareness there from Team Nim as Crazeman going in. One of the last to throw the ults in. Extermination to follow. They get the pick now on both strategists. Every single Q pressed. One team coming out of it, and it's going to be Team Nim.
Yeah, the way that Kraz was just navigating around, swinging and sliding around all of Ego Death, had the empty water bottles on my desk literally come tumbling down as I made a little jump right there too. So Team Nemesis now finally get to take this point, and that was a pretty long fight too, because that was them releasing everything from the ultimates that they built from within the first round.
Yeah, they did. They threw everything, and ult for ult, blow for blow, they came out standing. And in a clash of chaos, finding the clarity is what you need to do in Rivals, and sometimes that can be easier said than done. Ensemble jumps in immediately, and hey, we saw this just happen. Nemesis got 50%, Ego Death came back, but right now, momentum, even though on Team Ego Death, is with Team Nim.
Oh, great first pick, though, and taking advantage of the Emma Frost fully with these command grabs when you're playing against the Emma Frost in a matchup in these close, tight corridors. That's just going to be the reset, by the way, here, too. Sambo is going to be able to come right back together with Ego Death because Team Nemesis are leading the way with nearly 50%.
What a fun and different team comp. We got a little Hulk, little Ultron in there. Why not throw Bucky Barnes to join the show? Nemesis is playing so different than what we've seen. And, you know, this is a tough map here for Ego Death, this particular one in Wakanda. We do have Supernova, though, ready. 50%. That's where they did good last time. Sambo and friends diving in. Both Ricky and Dinks are still kind of far. This is your chance to collapse. But if Nim can get a pick here, it's going to really spell doomed. And here it is, Kraken Impact.
See if they can finally enable this one, though, but they back away almost immediately, almost trying to force that out as a Supernova is unleashed within that tiny room. Invisible boundary. Momentum, they swap sides. The dance of the butterflies as Thor gets the push off to Kraz. Are you crazy right now? The Invisiwoman push. Huge first pick.
The far push is insane, showing the force push from just greatness here. And we've got the throwdown, the connection. Soko does not get it. And in turn, Nemesis is flipping the script. Self, though, does get the pick on Mellow. That's going to open them up. And Zatex follows through as well. 99%. And it's going to look like, though, Ego Death can flip it at the last moment. But Krasman, he flew off the map from far, but he's back as the Hulk. And Ricky gets swallowed up by the symbiote.
Guess who's back here? Trying to stay alive with overtime taken away, but it's taking so much away from Nemesis as Ego Death wrap around and now reclaim the point.
Every single map is razor thin. The margin from these 8 teams in America is so crazy close. You couldn't ask for anything better. Krasman on the monitor there looks exactly like what I thought a Hulk player would look like. Just leaning it all the way. Full concentration here. 15% to 99. This would be huge for Ego.
Oh man, Mellow now having the Kraken Impact ready to go here. Still getting enabled by the rest of the team with Madian being on that Ultron. Another one of those flex utilities that Team Nemesis plays into a Madian strengths here. Looking behind just to make sure they can try to catch Zatex just in case Zatex is creeping around in the invisibility.
Reading Mellow's screen is cracking me up in the color in the battle of ultimates here as they're throwing out the swords. Can they get the limbs? Nothing connected, but Zatex does end up getting huge, absolute massive. That's going to shift and help them win this fight yet again. Ego Death itself is popping off on the torch.
It gets the 2 picks into having the Supernova for this next fight is huge when Team Nemesis are still standing at 99%.
Love when the heroes stay still after a fight because you just know the person behind the hero is just like, heck yeah, I'm him and I'm feeling it. Human Torch, somebody get the fire extinguisher. Self is going off, making a barbecue of this team so far. 99%, 66. It's getting close to that reverse 99 that we've seen. Nemesis, they were the ones with the reverse sweep, but it could now go to Ego Death here as Self throws down the Supernova.
Oh, gonna be able to feast off of this one. Everybody's like a can of sardines stuck together. You dance it off with the Fate of both worlds to get through the supernova to try to recontest because they're nearing 90% after flipping this point, by the way, at 0%. 0 to 100 situation while Scatter jumps down from the high ground too, just trying to control more of this space while Ensemble then slides away, jumps away, focuses on Kraz, and now we have a 99.99% on the overtime.
It's Civil War reenacted. Look at these heroes fight at it as they're pushing him to the high ground. And Torch Boils, he fakes, he burns, he's serving hot here. Zatex with the fall through Ensemble and Soko with the Vanguards. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. As now Ego Death could flip the script completely and get the first map.
You know, we saw Mello screen. Mommy puts her little boy to sleep, but it's Mello being put to sleep in this case here with the way that Ego Death has now started off this series pretty interestingly. But after the series that we've had today, I'm not surprised they take map number 1.
Just every single game, especially if Shroud X would have clutched that at the end, has been the opposite of predictions. I don't think I've seen anything like this in esports, but definitely not in Marvel Rivals. The heat turned up all the way. They banned this going in. Self instead, he believes in the Ignite and what he could do to ignite his team. Again, Ego Death coming off just an absolute collapser in the lower bracket, but this team believes they know what they can do, and Self at the helm. But look at Zatex with 14 final limbs.
Wow, 14, 28 total E-limbs here with the follow-up and almost even damage between Zatex and Self. There's that follow-up together and then Ensemble just disrupting the piece. But then if you look like Kraz with less than 10k damage, Kraz just did not have fun on that second round. I mean, the numbers and stats for Team Nemesis in general, looking at those deaths, but Kraz specifically was just not having a good time on that second round.
No. 5 and 7. It was rough there. Definitely a game you don't want there. You know, Zatex is hitting himself like, hey, I deserve that MVP, all right? I had 500 more damage and more final hits. But no, it's going to Self. Both, though, could definitely get, you know, we talked about them. We've talked about them as another deadly duo. Some of these teams, they have one duelist that really does the heavy lifting. It's just so much with Ego Death. When Self is able to pop off, Zatex can follow so well, but this time Zatex really just showing what he can do, especially when it comes to the clutch hits. And honestly, Vicky, they just staggered the strategist at the right time, and their ult play was perfect.
And that's without the actual team up with the Emma Frost too, right? The mental projection, and that's how much damage output Zatex put out. Whereas on the other side, Team Nemesis couldn't play into that mental projection despite having the Emma Frost because Psylocke was banned from their part. So Ego Death has absolutely been doing their homework, and if they extinguish the fire that is Mellow sometimes and trying to work into these strengths, we saw this Namor a little late going into the second round, and even then there was really no setup potential. And that's with a reversal 0 to 100 in favor for Ego Death in that second round.
Yeah, and they let him have Emma and Magneto, and guess what? It worked perfectly. It kind of fell according to plan. Craftsman played the Hulk. I think that's what they were expecting. So also, you know, the team, the org that doesn't have the coach, that doesn't have everything behind them, they had the better strategy going in there too, which is definitely shocking. Team Nem, though, they've been here before. They can do it again. They were down 2 in the grand finals against Sentinels, and hey, they pulled it off pretty firmly there. But hey, this is exactly what I expect, Vicky, and we're getting 3 matches. I've already said it, so you know you might as well give this other one to Nim, and we'll just get right to match 3, which is going to be chaos.
I mean, did you talk to the script writers? Because I know they're working in overtime today specifically. I guess that's how you start off the playoffs for all the good reasons here in high-level Marvel Rivals Ignite action in the Americas region. I feel like this is probably the longest that we've been able to go on our broadcast, and I'm not tired one bit because we just get non-stop action like that. Ego Death is an unsigned roster. Let's not forget this, and they've taken game number 1 in a best of 3 versus Team Nemesis.
It's what I've wanted to see. You know, I love watching these orgs and these players and these teams that I know so well do so well, but even more so, like watching from couch to competition. That is the dream. That's what you want to see. Guys, we have match 2. Nemesis, they picked the map. It's been Clintar lately. We'll have to see what they go with. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a quick break before we go to the action.
shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. I've got a fever, and the only prescription is potentially Black Panther Vicky. And my gosh, we head into match 2. And I gotta right away say, I said that Ego Death, they don't have a coach. I don't know how I forgot about Jitward. Coach Word has done a great job preparing this team for the big stage.
Coach Word, Clutch Word, like everything in the books to help see Ego Death succeed out here. Because we've mentioned this before. We talked about it on the Cozy Cast podcast, Cozy, where this is a team where everybody knows what they have. They've revealed all their cards. But if they went through the hyperbolic time chamber, just focusing on what they need to work on and iron out different comps, bringing out something that other teams do not expect, this could easily be their ride. This is a best of 3 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to Midtown, which is, hey, if you guys have been watching the whole matchups here, something a little bit different. No Yggdrasil for map 2, wouldn't you believe, as we do head into the bans again. And we're going to see how things change. I probably expect Ego to go with that mellow ban right off the rip. And yep, they're doing, it looks like just that, both teams.
All right, respect from both sides. Put that torch away after the action that we just saw from Self. I mean, I don't blame them. Combine that together with Zatex as the safety over the AMER Frost is prioritized for Ego Death.
Yeah, they banned like 4 heroes against Self, but you know what? They left Johnny available, and Johnny stormed. Well, he stormed, man. He did a good job. Emma getting the save there for Ego Death. Soko has done a great job on that, and now that's going to open up. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Psylocke, who was... That's exactly what I was about to say. Guess who was on that? Nemesis.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there. We see that on the other side. They're like, yeah, put that away. No torch that we saw from Self. No Psylocke from Zatex. They had the opportunity, at least this time, to have the AMER Frost, so I'm not surprised to see that Psylocke banned immediately.
Yeah, 2 duelists to open up, though. I mean, this just allows the teams to have complete control in Vanguards and Strategists, as they're going to go for the ban on Kraz, man. Wow. I like that a lot. You know, they could go with the Emma ban, but no, Hulk ban being first, that is a tip of the cap and respect, and it shows that they think Kraz obviously plays best on Hulk.
And if Kraz felt like, oh, okay, actually... It was a little juke real quick, just try to break your neck, and seeing that they actually opt for the Psylocke, maybe hovering to see if they want to target Kraz. But I like how you bring that up, because if Kraz didn't look like Kraz could play the game in that first map, well, now you won't be able to lean into your strength with the Hulk this time around.
You know what, guys? I hope you were there for the first group stage. That's when you got your King of Wakanda action. Black Panther banned yet again for Self. I bet you Self has just stopped practicing Panther for now. He knows what's coming already. But they said if he's banned, they win, and they just did. So there's definitely merit to that. Last ban here, and we've got the save going to Magneto. I like that there. Nope, over to Cloak. These teams are on the last second. They're changing their minds here. Often we don't see the hover and the switch, Vicky. We are here.
When you get a little scared and you see, like, 5 seconds left on that clock for that final save or banned, it could get a little dicey out here as we hover over the Adam Warlock. I do really like this to prevent the res comp from coming out this time around on the second map.
Yeah, respect there and tip of the cap. Like what they did. A lot of teams elect to ban Mantis. They're going to go more just straight to the man that is responsible for the team up in Adam. And they want Salmo to stay on this Venom. I don't know if Nemesis would ban Venom, so the save is is interesting here, but you know, by what we've seen, maybe they're just hovering and switching over quickly to like a Luna or whatever. Maybe the Loki. No, they do keep with the Venom, and so we can expect now to see, if you're looking at the lineup, Wolverine. They have not banned Wolverine. Will this last ban go to Wolf? It looks like it's going to go to Frank.
Oh, they're thinking about it. They're pondering. Do they use it up on a strategist that is Luna Snow here? I mean, the Loki's still on the table too. And yeah, they get rid of the Luna Snow. If they can't focus on the Loki, at least they won't have the full 24 seconds of immortality.
Look at that respect to the dive. Both Panther and Psylocke ban and Human Torch. The triple duelist going down. And here's the thing, Somble can play the thing very well when Self does play Wolverine. I'm surprised Somble's not flexing there. He obviously loves his Venom play that he can do. Soka, though, got Emma. So this is a dangerous duo here. Self is going to go off here on Wolf. We've seen it once before. Zatex, we've seen as well. Kind of like Avery does for Teki. Zatex is their, Storm Flyer and does a great job at it.
It isn't the Storm. We've already seen through the Punisher, the Psylocke here, the triple duelist band showing that respect as we start things off with a little bit of a different pace, getting right into the nitty-gritty of the town.
Ensemble showing why Venom is every bit still in the meta conversation of a hero. And wow, what? Even lock of 50%. My gosh, I thought I saw everything today, Vicky, but I guess not.
Dude, this is just getting hyper and hyper. You guys are about to make me lose. I mean, it's not even you guys at home. It's literally these teams are making Cozy and I lose our voice from how hype all these matches have been. Like, that smiley face on the scroll, complete opposite. I'm more just locked in, forehead planted on top of the piano to look at how this action is going to play out right now with the setup.
Shout out to the entire team behind the scenes here, putting on a show, and it's a long one at that. Zatex opening up with Storm here, and right away, this team is just coming out on all cylinders here, and wow, it's going to be the pick from Ricky on Zatex. That's going to be a huge opening for the defense there, but Self is going to be able to get that Magneto in the room. Mello just trying to get out. Mello on Magneto, by the way, very interesting.
Yeah, actually, that's a good call out right here because it's the triple Vanguard hold. We have seen this before, especially on this map. So I like the call when you try to play defensively here. That's why they have the Rocket too, just to bring back that one player that goes down first immediately afterwards. And Self is already trying to put in the pressure over to the other side.
Yeah, we got the Penny Parker sighting, guys. This is just a great way on this map, on this first point only, to lock down a room and give your team that extra bit of panic room to jump into if needed to. They can throw it down. Clobber in time. Nemesis, they look locked in right now on defense.
The way that they just completely follow from the clobbering time to find 3, it's a reset back to the drawing board for Ego Death just to try to poke one face outside the spawn room doors.
Yeah, looking at the ults now, both teams are going to be just about matched. We're going to see both Qs on display. It's a birthday and a blender here as everything's getting started now. Amadian going in with the ult on a Rocket into the eternal bottom. Momentum up goes Mello, and down with the connection on Self in air like a firework.
Mello said, you thought I wanted to look at the Cloak and Dagger when actually I wanted to focus down on Self, who, by the way, goes out with the Wolverine ult to follow up here. Team Nemesis have been staggering these ults beautifully between the Rocket C, and now Ricky also has that fate of both worlds after we just saw Diggs with the Eternal Bond.
Yeah, I would say Scatter has an ult, but come on, it's Penny Parker. But Ricky there with the fate of both worlds going to be great to keep everything up. But look at this. They don't even need it. They're just winning in the pure neutral right now. If you're Ego Death, 2 minutes off the clock, you haven't even moved the point a centimeter. You guys got to figure out something new here. They've got ults. Zatex is going to go to Punisher. I like that swap off. But look at this. They don't even need ults. They're just getting the neutral.
Wondering here what Sambo could do. Being on this Venom, making it a very tough to try to even find an opportunity with these Penny nests from inside the door, having to be close range instead. And the Penny ult that you were talking about, just trying to find some space. Berserker gone away, actually, as Self just blows up.
That's why they allow the Wolverine with the Penny Parker here just diving the Berserker Rage right into it. But hey, we saw what Derek could do on Punisher. Zatex trying to get a little final judgment action himself. And finally, Vicky, opening up room for this team. There's only 1:20. This has been an insane legendary defense effort from Nemesis.
They had to take out everything differently. And it wasn't someone who changed out. It was Zatex who comes out, on the Punisher, has to use this judgment to control the space, as we keep seeing as the portal plays are opened up just to start with this quick re-engagement.
Yeah, we saw the same thing, I believe, from Envy, right? With the 3 Vanguards, the 3 supports, just so much happening and trying to stop an onslaught of healing and self-protection. Self, though, does get that pick on Mello, who does portal in. That's a huge pick early here to open things up. We got the Symbiote ult. Can he get the big hit? No. Clobber time lands down. Dazes, it confuses, but the Symbiote is back in action, slowing down as now we've got the Eternal Bond going in with Dink. Somble does his ult, unable to connect. Unfortunately, Zatex, though, right back at it. He's got the final judgment. Team pushing back. Terror Cape goes out, puts it percentage on Vicky.
Oh, see if they can find the opportunity now. Jumping in with a judgment, right? Wrapping around the corner as Mello is trying to slice and putting the pressure as Sam will manage to get right back into the safety of the rest of Ego Death. Time ticking away. You got less than 15 seconds on the clock, and you're still trying to get this payload to the checkpoint. But you find the shotgun shot onto Ricky, and the CEO on top of it with Ego Death just walking the dog with the payload.
Yeah, with that Rocket Raccoon coming in clutch now, getting that revive, and it's so important on a fight like this with the points so far back. Nemesis now, that's 1, that's 2, and at this point, Ego Death, they need to touch. They have plenty of dive to do so, but overtime going down, everything is clicking for Nemesis. We saw this happen with, oh my gosh, we saw this happen with 100 Thieves. When they lost the first round, they came out swinging. That's a defense for the ages.
And that's with the AMER Frost from Soko not even able to land that Psionic Seduction in terms of what we saw from the other side of a full hold from Team Nemesis before they could even see the opportunity, the light of day of getting to that first checkpoint. Huge swap ups and a big hold here for Team Nemesis with the rocket, with the penny. It also just completely dented into Ego Death's time bank when Samba was just trying to figure out a way to open up a window to deal some pressure.
The whole team hasn't even logged in yet. They're like, "Hey guys, what the hell? What do we do?" Like that was insane. Like, let's figure something out. But yeah, they spent more time in the respawn room than they did out on the floor. Great job there from Nemesis, going crazy. And speaking of, hey, ban my Hulk. I'll go off on the thing. 10k damage, 8 and 2. I believe we had some penny in there. Just insane job.
Get ready.
I'm looking.
It was the penny, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking at what Sambo wants to opt for, even hovering over like nothing. Seeing, you know, the Venom having some trouble. You have to stick onto this Magneto. The fact that you have both Magneto and AMER Frost available to you just allows you to try to take advantage of this. But does this play into Sambo's comfort zone?
It's been 3 weeks. We have not seen a Magic step foot out these doors. Maybe it's for the drops. I don't know. Self can play it all.
Oh, wow.
We're about to get some Magic action from Self here. You ban all my heroes. I'm coming out with something new. This guy's put on a show, and, I mean, the thing is, they're going to have to really have an incredible defensive effort to get any chance here. Krasman throwing in the fastball special, going right for the hella. Zatex is going to be down and out.
Oh, we just witnessed a whole crime scene right there. Mello with the assassination onto Zatex, too. Self being on the Magic, it's not a drill. It is actually happening right now. The Magic is out on the table from Self, and once again proving that Self just cycles through these different heroes on these dive compositions. But Soko going down next is a bad sign here for the space that Team Nemesis is building up.
Gone in the blink of an eye. I mean, this match was over before it even began. I told you this team is feast or famine, and right now Nemesis just absolutely feasted from the famine that was Ego Death on this match. 1.98. Here comes the portal, though. A little bit of contention, and nope. Wow. Throwing himself. Weakest match of the day, the speed run through match 2, and wow.
How long did that take? That was the kidnap 2 was just like the cherry on top, just letting everybody know, like, you really are not touching this point. You could open up as many portals as you want, but they just got stopped. Team Nemesis with the strats coming out of the gate, starting off on defense too.
Quite the photo finish there, and I think that might have been the cleanest job I've seen from a team in Ignite thus far. I mean, that was just a clinic put on from Team Nemesis. They really reset and did the job ahead of them there. I'm just speechless on how well they played that. We highlighted Ricky early, Vicky, and said that Ricky just one of the most powerful strategists behind that position, and MVP right there proves it.
Also looked like Sambo was just trying to figure out what to work into the Venom, having to stick onto the Magneto. We saw some swaps over to Soko, who had to try to desperately portal back in. I feel like, in general, the way that Nemesis held that needs to be studied. Like, from the Penny, the triple Vanguard with the Penny and the Rocket, you just bring somebody back in with the Rocket BRB, and then you re-engage, and the goal with that comp is to literally fully hold them before that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it would have looked different. They saved Venom. They could have saved Luna that got banned there last. So that's maybe what they would probably, I'm sure that they would want that back. But either way, This is what they got. It seemed like nothing was going to stop Nemesis. They could have had Thanos and Stan Lee himself. Nothing was going to stop what they could pump out there. Nemesis definitely looked in control there. And guys, what did I say? We might as well just go right to match 3. They heard me. I'm telling you, they heard me. It's been 2-1s all day. We got nothing but 2-0s in the group stage. We have stretched this thing as long as it could possibly go in every match. These teams, they want LAN desperately. They want to fight in what is history for Marvel Rivals, and they're showing it, Vicky.
Here you go with the stats, highlighting Ricky with the plays. It was all a team effort, and Ricky with the sustainability alongside of Dinks being on that cloak and dagger with 17 assists, by the way. And Ricky only dying twice, while Dinks had only gotten killed one other time. So this is the sustainability from the backline where they were holding it down in combination with that rocket that I believe we saw from Amadian.
Yeah, what is the thing that we highlighted about this Nemesis team? We said that this team can adapt pretty much better than anyone in the tournament. We saw it with the reverse sweep. You saw it just there. Domination, they, 99% they lost, right? But now the shoe is on the other foot, and my goodness, are they adapting? Let's see if Ego Death and all that week of practice can help them out here as we head to match 3.
Yeah, it's crazy, honestly. Just looking at the action that we currently have right now, already 2 maps down, we've truly have had, Cozy, every series go to the final game today. How often has that happened at high-level Marvel Rivals play?
Not often enough, honestly. And we've seen things come close here, but definitely, nothing quite to this magnitude. And all I know is it paints an insane lower bracket. You can call it the loser bracket. No, it's pure entertainment. And then the upper bracket has Cinderella stories. It's got dominant teams, kind of everything that you're looking for in the America region. Again, winners move on to land top 3 teams. Now, guys, don't go anywhere. One more match is going to determine the outcome. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back for the final time. That break was longer than the last match, Vicky. I mean, that was an absolute speed run, and we've got yet another match 3, and it's at Central Park, which now makes 3 of the 4 match 3s come down to New York.
Yeah, that was Team Nemesis saying that maybe they were a little tired. They've watched everyone have their fun. They obviously, had to take this the distance. And just to highlight there, within your own respective games, if you see the 3-3 hold, you have to practice that. It's actually not very easy, but their positioning, it was just amazing. Like, it denied any opportunity from Sobel. I also feel like making these changes earlier would have maybe helped out Ego to figure out things better, but it just looked a little lost after coming out of that pick and ban phase and then looking at the hole that we saw.
Yeah, Nemesis just the team that can adapt. We're going to see if Ego Death can do the same. I mean, they really, Zatex and Self, they do so much for that team. So if you just ban against them and force their hero pool, it just opens up that potential to win a little bit more. But Central Park can go either way, and it does favor Dive a little bit, but it also favors the Sky. I don't think we're going to get any Johnny Storm, that's for sure, but we could see some different comps here. Now, Ensemble Venom did not work that time around, but I do think in Central Park, it could possibly, guys, as we head into this matchup, if you're here, you're watching the best day in Marvel Rival Esports history, and it's probably the best one for a while.
And we're here to help the script writers cozy as we get into our final game. Hopefully not the speed run that we just witnessed for game number 2, but as you already mentioned too, double torches off the table.
Yeah, and after how Mello and friends were able to pull off Wolverine on the last map, why not do it again? So you get the Wolf Lock to start things out. And the Panther's safe. We're going to get the Black Panther for match 3. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, after seeing whatever that was with the magic, I mean, I saw the attempt, but now we get to see the Black Panther out in full display. You love it. And now you get to see the safety pick, but that does take up a safe slot, though, for Ego Death.
I think they're pumped. I think they're pumped. We got the T'Challa special over here. Order up itself, ready to go. They are going to at least ban Psylocke and try to get Zatex and what he plays best down a little bit here. Now going into the next ban, it's crucial that these teams nail this. Is Ego Death going to go again, potentially with that Hulk? Oh yeah, it looks like they could go on that Hulk again, which would be a good ban on this map. He can kind of go crazy and run rampant. Emma, though, is taken from Soko this time around.
I'm wondering what we may see from Kraz now. Probably the Thing in turn, trying to have that hand in hand with the Invisible Woman power up.
Yes.
As we take a look at the hover over the Luna Snow, yes, that was key though for that previous match. If they would have been able to save the Luna Snow, and that's what they prioritize.
Yeah, that's going to maybe force this Loki ban here. Jitward has got their boys coached up, and it's going to go. Oh yeah, they're making a bait. It's like, oh man, that's a tough decision, because you know what works so well with Self is Somble on Venom. We've seen that almost exclusively when they play that. So at least you got to get one of the two-headed monster, right? One of the heads of the two-headed monster there. And they get a save on Mag with the last one. Absolute crazy. And it's going to force Ego. I like this, though. I like this pick to get rid of the triple res.
This is a very interesting and fun pick and ban section right now between these both these two teams. They deny the Hulk, they deny the res comp too. So now, all right, do we lean towards that Cloak and Dagger? Do we have the Invisible Woman out in general to have that power up together with the Thing, or do you want to rely on something else here if you're Team Nemesis?
Yeah, it's going to be tough to tell here. It's interesting too, because Somble has played a lot of Captain America to go with Self there. For Nim, obviously, Thing is going to be mandatory here. They know what's ahead of them. They know what's about to happen here with Self here as we head into the last match of today, guys. Are you not entertained? It might as well be the slogan of today. And it all comes down, like it has before, to Central Park. This whole first point can absolute snowball. It was a 50-50 prediction, Vicky. Now it's 62% in favor of Nemesis.
We have been going on 7 hours within the start of our playoffs in Americas. We are going stronger than ever, and you guys have come and you guys have delivered in your pick'ems. It's been a wild day. We've been all on the same roller coaster together, and this is where we put the closing chapter for day number 1 of our playoffs.
And Self, just you can feel the energy. You know this team wants it so bad, and he knows that he plays a huge part in that as he's going to look to gaze down upon his opponents as the T'Challa would. Now, whole team moving on in. We've got Mello on the fastball special. We saw what he did to open up against Zatex. Can they do it again?
What?
Oh my God!
You blinked, you would have missed it. I just saw the back line just get terrorized, and he gets another to follow up.
Precision, power, Panther, all the P's. Self is showing why. And what is the T'Challa special? Why you need to ban it. My gosh, that backline vanished quicker than I blinked. It's so insane.
So I was wondering, you know, like, combine that together with what you're bringing to the table. A Manian with the Ultron, like, you're just floating around, you're seeing your backline getting torn apart by Self, who's already trying to get into position, by the way, up by the high ground, but a nice awareness from Kraz, too, to just provide some of that extra pressure as a Manian's about to approach that extermination.
Yeah, that's going to help them in. You can't counter Black Panther. You just pray he blinks first as he goes in with the spear and just slicing the dice. And once again, Sambo helping it out. Self going for Ricky. Both strategists down in a blink of an eye as Black Panther continues what he does, throwing the spear. Was the mistake made by them not banning Black Panther? Look at this man.
You've left it open for the very end, and that's what Ego Death wanted to lean into from the beginning. The mind games here in competitive esports Marvel Rivals starts in this pick and ban phase, and Ego Death are showcasing how they've been able to come back after a really rough second game.
It's like Doctor Strange is the surgeon. No, it's actually Black Panther and those surgical pounces and dashes and resets as we've seen now. Team Nim has Meteor Imp. They've got the extermination. They have Eternal Bond. Plenty to happen, but Dinks won't be able to use that bond if he gets deleted first here from Self in less than a keystroke on the keyboard here. Now Craftsman keeping an eye. He's probably on Black Panther duty. Extermination coming out.
Kratz is trying to help stun him. Oh, the Meteor clashes with the rebuilding of the map. Now, unfortunate Self, though. He's got the Black Panther ultimate. He sees them all grouped up like one big shish kebab here. As a follow-up comes in, it forces out the fate of both worlds. The Meteor now coming in to try to find its mark instead, as Scatter doesn't find its mark here. Crash follows up too with the clobbering time, and now you get to have Ricky finish off with that dance-off as Zatex gets booted out of the Goddess of Death.
And Zatex just opens up Self's play and vice versa, right? Ricky now throwing it out. Okay, we're getting the team wipe happening, but guess who's alive? Self, and sometimes that's all you need. Panther going down, and now Iron Fist here to try to counter him. The only thing that can auto-lock and go triple before Bass, but unfortunately Bass is not enough to help out the Wakanda King as Self goes down, and it's looking like the point's gonna go to Team Nim, but there's only 58 seconds. No, here we go. Ego Death hopping on the point, Vicky.
Oh, he's still stalling after making the changes. Sambo being the Captain America before getting melted. And they're still stalling for as long as possible. Less than a minute left on this clock. And it still allowed the rest of Ego Death to try to fully dive back in as a Median now activates the extermination.
Someone's got to stay on point here. We have a little bit of momentum trying to keep the point alive, but they're going to fall here. There's just too much. Oh, well, momentum does get the lanterns out. Soko going down, though, and it's going to be one by one. Domino's falling, but it's a 26-second hold, almost a full point here, but no, they're still doing the job. My gosh, job is not finished here as Melo's just punching everything in sight. Cheaper Town Hall gets the job. They get the point.
Put in a new mayor in town instead because you also don't have to utilize a clobbering time. Self just, reacting, expecting their demise here too, while Team Nemesis now start getting this payload moving with a nice dagger onto Far.
After Self hit them with the unreactable, unable to just even focus on what just happened, this team has recollected themselves, take a little bit of an adjustment there. And strategists, the comms are probably just like screaming help at this point. But Mello, I love the switch here to Iron Fist. One of the niche picks he could do well is counter Black Panther, at least with auto tracking, make his job more difficult at the very least here. But great hold, 2 minutes left for Nemesis to push through.
And having that cheaper Town Hall as it's activated onto the back line, but then the immediate retaliation. No judgment to be made with the new mayor from Mello and this counter pick.
Yeah, that's beyond unfortunate because Far has the ultimate too. And so they could have just easily teamed that up. Don't know what they were doing there.
Yeah.
The stagger of the ults. Very unfortunate now Far paying the price. Now they lost 2 ults for 1. And Melo, by the way, what patch is this? Just going crazy with Iron Fist here. My God.
Currently with Alomadian also coming in with the extermination. Have Ricky too to follow up. Team Nemesis have a plethora of ultimates to work off of. Meanwhile, Ego Death, you talk about them using 2 of those ultimates. We'll at least have 3 coming up for this next engagement.
Yeah, but they got to get to the point now. 3-2. Are they going to let the team know they get in there? And wow, great job for Nemesis making up the point here. Madian going in with the extermination. Soko going up, going down. And right now, no connection being had. We've got the point at a full dance floor at the moment. And Sambo just trying to distract here.
And Self giving the little shimmy shake, just waiting for the dance to end before trying to dive into these backlines to try to get the follow-up. But you lose out on your Vanguard. You use up the Black Panther ult. And now your team has just been getting torn apart in the front lines while you're waiting for an opportunity to get this dive potential on the backline here.
Just crazy. Invisible Woman yells disappear, but also Self with Panther on what he's trying to do. But unfortunately, they call him the Tickle Monster for a reason. Sometimes Black Panther, even with all the crazy dashes, cannot get the job done. And Self, as crazy as he is unable to get his team to protect this point. 2 minutes now they have, which is a world amount of time compared to what they were about to have going into point 3.
And look at the way that they're holding up right now just to control this slight low to high ground disparity. Scatter holding all the way forward while they try to push up that cart up ahead. And they'll have Dinks having the eternal bond just to try to create and carve that pathing, while Zaytex does have the reset on the Goddess of Death.
Yeah, and again, Zaytex and Far unable to get that connection happening earlier. That could just spell disaster, and it did here. But we've got extermination happening from Madian. We're trying to back up here. Zaytex now on the Hela. Does have the Goddess of Death. Can throw it anytime. Self, though, with the kidnap. And Scatter off the map. Self switching from the Panther to another animal in Logan.
And you know what? When you have to make some swaps to the Black Panther not working out, you get that environmental KO instead. And it's beautiful here because you have the ability to use the Wolverine too. You have the ultimate as well. But Team Nemesis have so many of these strategist ults to also counter this with Ricky and Dings.
Yeah, already the difference that we've seen from week 1 to week 2 here is that Self being able to realize, not force the Panther, get the job done. Zaytex now getting rid of Melo. Melo probably going to switch. Now the Panther's out of the mix there. They're slicing, they're dicing up Craftsman. Craftsman just trying to get off. Now the Stagger Fest could happen here. Clobbering time, though, coming out. And they've got the connection there. Zaytex throwing down the Goddess of Death, but we do have the dance floor going up, dropping the beat. Self now with the... Oh, does he get any connection? Nothing happening from Self.
Oh no, it was the dance off here from Ricky, and that clobbering time from 4 out of 6 here. So currently with the Meteor ready to go, less than 20 seconds on the clock. They've been stalling for as long as possible, which works into Ego Death's win con just so that way they can re-engage at the very end here.
Yeah, I was going to say this is actually good for what they have. Ego Death has what they need here. Self now going to a Star-Lord. I like the swap off here. They're going to instantly get Far going now. They're going to push towards the point. Soko, though, unable to get anything going for the Meteor in. Doesn't get the Imma pick, and it shows now as Dinks is bringing the path towards him. Follow the red brick road in. What is the... Oh my gosh, you got Melo popping up within it too. This is chaos.
Zaytek trying to fly away as the bird here, the Death Crow instead. But why are you running when the fly swatter of Melo is now harassing your own backline? The freeze onto Melo before getting woken up, defrosting Soko in a lot of trouble here too. Magneto Bubble expended on keeping Soko alive. Far was low here, Self though popping off. A professional ditto for Ego Death as the clobbering time has now found 2 more.
And Ricky Fella, he's got the legendary now, and they don't have the strategist thing, anything strategist-wise to counter this, and he's going to go off yourself, pushing forward, pushing all the buttons. All right, way pure results as Melo just trying to get Dragon's defense to get the job done, but it doesn't, as I've got to say, though, Nemesis gets only 2, but compared to what that could have been, Vicky, a firm 2.
Ego Death could easily take this to the finish line. Self with these swaps, whether it be the Black Panther for point A, then you have to worry about the Wolverine for right before that final checkpoint over by the finish line, but at least to get through that 1 corridor by the stairwell too. Now we get to see the swappas right afterwards to the Star-Lord, further highlighting Ego Death and now their new flexibility here, where their Vanguards a little bit, leaning onto a weaker side on what they could do to help enable these DPS players.
Yeah, guess what Dive does best? It does offense best, right? Now they get to be in the driver's seat of their destiny, of their fate, of their land potential, the upper bracket. I mean, this is exactly what you want. 15k damage from Self there, 9 elims, craziness there. Only 3 from Zaytek. You know, Dex hoping to see more there. But Vicky, I mean, just complete all gas, no breaks, no survivors. We're gonna see Ego Death. Can they put on a show? They've messaged me. They told me they want to put on a show. Well, it's right here, ready to happen.
You let the Black Panther come by. This is what you get to see here. Ego Death putting a stop now, as Team Nemesis, though, in a great first initial run now, get to try to come right back around on the defense.
Yeah, Melo staying on Iron Fist too smart, played so well with it. And again, this is going to favor Dive for yourself. It's going to take this right corner as Mini Panthers in a competitive ladder. Dude, nope, just kidding. He has a whole other strategy, taking the whole back route. My gosh, a thing of beauty there. Waiting for that dash reset. He's got the spear, waiting for the dash. Look at Melo and sniff him out. He can smell Self being around the corner, stalking his prey, trying to go up for the Fist of Vengeance here, as now Self is ready to dive in. He pounces. He's waiting for his moment to attack, just like Animal Planet Vicky, as he jumps up, throws down, and yells disappear, but the freeze comes in.
Oh, big freeze here. Here, Kitty as a wild Black Panther tries to pounce on this backline, though, and now Melo to then follow up right afterwards, too. But you've lost out on Ricky, a crucial piece for Team Nemesis' foundation, and the dive attempt coming in from Ego that are tearing Team Nemesis apart in this fast speed run.
Absolute brilliance here. They say this in the NFL too. You got a wide receiver can pull so much distraction that the rest of the team is able to do their job. And we saw it just now, just there, far. Grand finale coming up. Fate of both worlds. They now landed the Wombo combo into Final Judgment. They've got the healing. The portal's out, but it's not going to be enough to stop all these bullets from Frank Castle himself, pumping and dumping his ultimate into the team. Now it's the shotgun approach, and right now Nemesis just running back into the portal. They're trying to contest any way they can, but Self is cleaning up, disappearing this team. Spear and dash after dash.
They were dropping like flies. It looked like a roll of dominoes. They just kept stalling and stalling for as long as they could, because they knew the inevitable was coming from Ego Death. And look at momentum now, making the swap over to the Loki.
Absolute insane that we're getting Panther in the last match, and that could be the difference maker. 2 minutes only for Nemesis to get to this point. They have 4 minutes and 40 seconds now. 3 ults online, no strategist ult, so they have a plenty up their sleeve here if Nemesis can go ahead and pull the trigger early. Soko getting nice pressure and space here.
Extermination is going to be the first to be used up. The Meteor finds a Median! That is huge. That shuts down one support ult. Ricky now forced to have the dance off alone, as Self is going to wait this out. Here, looking at Deep to see if you're going to be able to have that internal bond ready to go, because you know that Self is prowling around.
And we've got Zatex up yet again. Far's going to be close to it. They are going to get that ult out without the combo, but Self with the alley-oop with Sambal and friends, and Ego Death is on their A-game right now in the second point of the map, erasing Scatter and moving forward.
Zatex, the respect of the game right now. The immediate target flip while Melo's in trouble. Look at this jump. It takes 2 distracted out of Ego Death just to focus down on Melo, but it's a huge stagger in their favor.
Oh my gosh, the T'Challa over here putting on a clinic there with Black Panther himself just going crazy with dash after dash. Soko doing a good job as well, pushing forward. Far has the dance floor ready to go. Scatter throwing it down early, but we've got the show. Sambal though taking out the strategist. This is all Ego Death, Vicky.
So close right here. Ego Death now having to dance up with Far. It's the isolation. Self looking at the perfect target before backing away, but it's about the space given, the respect, with 4 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock.
We've seen the reverse sweep from Nemesis. This is going to be harder than that to stop what... I mean, look at... You can't even blink. You can't even register it before you're in the spawn room contemplating what just happened. My gosh, the nightmares Nemesis might have over this Black Panther save. They're never going to make that mistake again versus this team. And honestly, everyone trolling and laughing about Black Panther bans, you're seeing why right here, right now, opening the rest of the team up. Momentum with the ult and Soko to follow.
It wasn't the Black Panther, it was the Yellow Panther in form of the Wolverine. But these meteors missing from Soko, just trying to close in the distance here too. As on the other side, Team Nemesis are wrapping around these pillars, but they can't give up this space. They have to look behind them as Self continuously goes unchecked. You're focused on the Black Panther, but you're not looking at your front lines.
These Vanguards are getting it done with Self in the back line. They're in the front line, and they're looking undefeatable. Their path to greatness, their path to land is looking unshakable, unstoppable. Imagine dive on land. That connection, that danger. The spawning room is now just a reflection room. This is insane.
They're right there. They're right there. They get it. Team Nemesis cannot touch. Eagle Death with the final judgment. Your pickups are in the trash. It is in shambles. Eagle Death. They bring the death to all the Eagles for these teams, and they completely switch up this bracket in the Americas.
Absolute insanity. I expect nothing less from this incredible opening to the playoffs. Momentum getting the MVP, but the whole team is clapping, celebrating as they took down. Now we have both 1 seeds from the group stage. Seeds mean nothing as both fall down to the lower bracket. We have some of the best teams in America fighting for their life down there tomorrow as Ego Death, Orgulus, they advance under the wings of incredible players of Self, Zatek, Sample, Soko. We just witnessed greatness.
I cannot believe the pickup from everybody on Ego Death because, yeah, sure, you could see your Black Panther just harassing the enemy backline, but Zatex equally had those judgments ready to cover everything, putting in so much damage, creating so much space, and then just splitting so much attention were the Vanguards from Ego Death. Ego Death. Last game situation while you get to see Self just completely dismantle that back line.
I am truly left speechless. I know Ego Death. I've talked to their players and what this means to them. I mean, we have watched giants fall. The story of David versus Goliath happening again and again like a buckle of Kraken Impact. This dive team, this dream of a team under Coach Jitward have put it together to make an upper bracket run that we just did not think we'd see.
The rent-free Black Panther on some free real estate right now. Let me tell you, you're thriving. Like, the stocks are all the way up. If you're a Black Panther fan, if you're an Ego Death fan, I know a lot of fans were excited to see how this team was going to be able to come right back into form, and they've made those adjustments. Shout out to Coach Word out here truly putting on a clinic with the rest of this team. This team has come such a long way too, and are just slowly trying to figure out more diversity options to play into the strength, because each player on this team in general are so talented. While we take a look at the MVP being Momentum.
That last point was like pretty much 2 dashes from Black Panther. It was over before it even began. We've said with this team, it's feast or famine. Well, we got early appetizers in the group stage. This was the full main course, the dessert, everything here on the table for Ego Death. People call them the one-hit wonder. We've said it time and time again. This team has multiple tracks, global hits, insanity. Vicky, I'm speechless.
It's 1 a.m. I'm feeling the Ego Death right now, truly, because Ego Death, they looked at map number 2. All right, scrap that. It never happened. All right, we just had to let Nemesis feel like they were in control just for a little bit. So that way they don't ignore the Black Panther, right? Maybe thinking that it wasn't going to come out. It came out, and we saw swaps too. Even when it didn't work, the Wolverine, the Star-Lord, there were so many. This, again, is how I highlight what makes Marvel Rivals so amazing. Like, the mind games from like the ban phase to having to counterpick at the very end to come in with a clutch stop. I can't believe this.
I truly, and to watch it done with Marvel heroes at that. You know what? We've talked to him before. We get to welcome him again, guys. We've got the Venom, the Captain America, the unsung hero vanguard of the team, Sample, here for an interview. And King, my gosh, you told me you were going to put on a show, buddy. That was a show.
Yeah, I really did. We really did. Not me. I mean, bro, I can't do it without my team, bro. My team is amazing. I love them, and I'm great. I'm so happy that, like, we kept our mentals together and that we focused on the objective. Like, we focus on the moment. That's it. Doesn't matter if we lost. We just focus on what's happening right now. And that's just all you have to do to win. It was beautiful. Thank you for having me here.
Oh man, I'm so pumped, man. So pumped for you guys and so excited for this team and what they can do. We kept talking about this feast or famine mentality that you guys have, and it just took 3 matches to get it done today. How do you go from a match 2 that was over before it even started to a perfect performance there from you guys on match 3?
Yeah, I mean, their spawn hold was really strong. It took us a while to even like think about what we're gonna do. I don't know what happened to us because we have practiced against that before and we usually had a good strategy, but that one, honestly, it was my bad. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it was probably my bad. Like, I could have definitely done better there, but my team, you know, we just said like, oh, so be it, bro. Like, so be it. We're focused on the next, and like we had full confidence the entire time that we could put on a really good show. And this team is really good. Like, they know how to play the meta very well, better than a lot of teams. So it's like we have to be disciplined. We have to be focused. Like, we can't troll. We have to make sure that we are all connecting and firing at the same time. But it was beautiful gameplay from my team, and I love them so much.
Wow. Like, I have to ask you, Sambo, because I was scratching my head a little bit looking at that second map. You know, you rolling out on the Venom, they were running the triple Vanguard strat, the Penny in the side room with the rocket. I mean, what are your thoughts when it comes to having limitations within your own Vanguard pool? Like, is there going to be any changes coming in? Now you guys are moving on into that winner side of the bracket. Are you looking to make any adjustments for yourself personally as a player when you look at what went down for that second map?
Yeah. I mean, we qualified in the tournament like without me playing a single dive hero. Like, I play Mag, I play Emma, I play like almost all the tanks as well. But yeah, I'm gonna have to learn Groot. I'm gonna have to be in the Groot lab for 100 Thieves. Like, that's for sure. I'm just kidding.
But I mean,
I mean, our team's flexibility. We're actually incredibly flexible. I know it looks like we're just playing dive, but like. Yeah. Bro, we genuinely can play a lot of things, and I'm just really proud of my team. Like, we're really like dedicated to this, and we want it more than anybody. I feel like,
buddy, the
amount of time that we put into this game is ridiculous. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. You go off, King. Listen, like, I'm just so pumped to hear from you guys, and you should be proud, man. You guys have taken out, you 2-0'd FlyQuest, the other 1 seed, and now you've gotten rid of Nemesis, the other 1 seed. So this team has taken down both the 1 seeds from the group stage, buddy. I know how much it means to you. Yeah. We've talked. I've just heard from you and the team, and the pride, the egoless pride that you guys have is something special. Yeah. Let me ask this, man. Does this win? What does it do for the group? Validation, momentum, land dream, something else?
I mean, the entire game, I was just screaming, "This is how FaZe Clan plays! This is how FaZe Clan plays!" I don't know why we LARP that we're FaZe Clan like a lot, but like we have to act like, or we have to be. I mean, we just have to be the players that we need to be. Like, we need to be if we're a pro gamer, we have to act like a pro gamer. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of grinding. It's going to take a lot of like sessions, VODing. Make sure you prep. It's a lot of like, just a lot of things like that. So I just think if we just carry on doing what we're doing, I think that we'll do very good. And I would like to just shout out my mom. Thanks for watching. Love you.
Hey, let's go, Sambo's mom. By the way, free agents, by the way. Just letting everyone know, you know, that they like FaZe.
Free agents with an F.
Big FaZe friends. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Be our FaZe.
Dude, I love the energy. The fact that you guys are up here at 100, like Crozy and I are on the same. I'm on the East Coast, so like you already know, like with every game going to the very end, game 3 situation. I just want to ask, how has it been with Coach Jitward, like incorporating everything together with some of these bands? Can you walk us through how that's been going for the team after making the adjustments that you had to do after the group stages?
Yeah, so Jitward, he's been telling us about like how the bands are evolving for a while. And low-key, we haven't really been listening to him, and that's kind of our faults. There's some times where we made like rash decisions in game where we're like, no, we have to protect the support. And we're just like, no, we don't. Remember what Coach Jitward said? This is like, yeah, we just screw up with that a little bit. But Jitward's been really good for us. He's helped us with the dive comp a lot. Like, we all know our roles, we know our jobs, we know what we need to do. And it's just all about execution. Like, just showing up on game day, relaxed, focused, and just playing the game for itself, living in the moment. Never like focus on anything. Make a bad play, whatever. Doesn't even matter. Just keep going. But yeah, free Jitward, by the way. Man, that guy's going through a ringer.
Listen, man, I love the authenticness of the interview and from what we've seen for you guys in the team. You guys are on Rivals' biggest stage and probably what I've said is the craziest day of Rivals. Way to put an exclamation point on that, buddy. And hey, big things ahead of you.
One more game.
You got 100 Thieves. Yep, you
One more
got
game.
100 Thieves.
I want to go to China more than anybody, bro. This is my freaking dream, bro. This could actually happen, bro.
Oh, man.
Man.
Hey, I love it, man. I love it. Dreams can easily come true. And you guys are a dream for a lot of players out there that just saw what you guys did, came together as a group and got it done. For me, it's one thing to have calm, cool collectiveness. I like this better, man. It shows the raw passion, and passion is going to get you there, man. Go there, celebrate with your
100%.
team sample. Celebrate, bro. Enjoy this moment before you move on to the next one. One more game, make the dream happen, buddy. We're rooting for you.
Yes, sir. I'll put on a show. We all will. Our whole team's shooters. We got this. Love you, Shib.
Let's go, buddy.
Of course, man. Thank you.
Give love to the team, man. Zatex, Momentum, Soko, all of them, man. They put it out, lights out. And honestly, I could not think of a better way to end what has been today. I love that. I love emotions from people, from players, and to not put on a face, hey, we got it, we did it, we know what we need to do. What a way to live up to the name of ego death and show that vulnerableness, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, honestly, I would rather have interviews like that where you could see the raw emotion of just straight adrenaline, like the passion. You heard it from so I want nothing more. My team and I want nothing more to have our chance at competing on the big stage at LAN. That is literally where you get to feast off of the energies and the crowd's energy and just put it into your own gameplay. And with a team like that, you already know the crowd's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, But you talked about this team on the cast and why I like them so much. We can't show any favoritism for any team, but dang, does Ego Death make it hard. They're just such good people and such a fun team, and the crowd loves them. Fan favorite, easy. Today's results, guys, I don't know. Imagine missing today and being like, I'll catch up on it tomorrow. And you wake up and all of a sudden, FlyQuest, Envy, and then you've now got Team Nemesis, some of the favorites now in the lower bracket. We've got FlyQuest going down, Vicky, to an electric 2-1 from TekiXD. Envy falling to Sentinels. This has been an insane day.
Yeah, and then it's going all the way down to the wire once again. If you guys missed it, good luck catching up. It's like 7-8 hours of just straight, raw, great Marvel Rivals. 100 Thieves with a 2-1 over Shroud X. And then Ego Death. They won map 1. They lose out on map 2 dominantly from Team Nemesis. But then they take it in a home run for our final map of today. What better way, Cozy, to kick off our playoffs as we're in shambles. Like, and you know what? The so was chat, by the way.
Production, I swear, I did just coming back on it. Honestly, yes. Hey, I'll eat every bit of it because this, I would have given all these picks up for the day that we had, and we almost had a perfect 0-4 from both of us with Shroud X right there on the line as well. You could not ask for anything better in sports, in esports, for Marvel Rivals, for the birth of the scene. America, are you kidding me? This scene is so close. These teams are so tight. Nobody looks like the favorite. Everybody's in it. It's the path to land. It all starts here today. And boy, did it freaking start, Vicky. What a day.
I can hear the Eagles chiming in with the Freedom Charge, just riding behind the coattails of Captain America, because this also means that you get some great non-stop action back-to-back with tomorrow's matches. We start out the day with FlyQuest versus Envy. You talk about shambles on that lower bracket. I can't even believe that we have to say goodbye to one of those teams in that lower bracket. Best of 5, by the way, no longer in those best of 3 territories, so we are going the straight distance, followed up between Shroud X versus Nemesis in the possible run back.
Yeah, you know, lower bracket, I mean, forget about it. This is an insane matchup to open the day. Best of 5, really, too, just showcases what teams can do. Shroud X Nemesis is going to be an insane third rematch now. Can Shroud X finally get the best of who is their Marvel rival in the game, to the quite literal sense? Sentinels Techie is going to be great. We end with this. Truly, we've said, like, David versus Goliath. This is it at the biggest stakes absolute possible. You can't make this up. It's insane cinema in the writing right here, right now, and it all begins tomorrow, guys. And Vicky and myself, we get to join you for those later matches. Iron Ship and Dogman will be joining you for the beginning. I mean, you get how do we top today? Probably by even more chaos tomorrow, Vicky.
I guess, you know, it's the showcase of us joining Shib and Dogman. First time all 4 of us will be able to take everyone through the action tomorrow, and we're gonna need some help. We need to rally the troops, rally the Avengers, because let me tell you, after the action that we had today, we're gonna need all the backup we could get, because these players are heating up and the competition is also just getting hotter.
I'll be talking to text-to-speech. I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen. All I know is it's bound to be a good one, guys. Hopefully, if you've been here for the entirety of it, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. That's what you look for in Marvel Rivals. Absolute cinema here on the big stage. We will see you guys tomorrow. Good luck out there in your own matches, and I appreciate you guys for watching. As always, I'm Cozy, joined by Vicky Kitty. Good luck out there, and until the next one, happy rivaling.
Their tanks here because there's no more sustain.